Yo, 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 what's good, people? This is DJ coming to you live from the trenches of truth and conflict. You already know what time it is. It's hit and run, Lion's Den, no excuse in the building. And this one right here, this one is a collision course. Fearless, the surgical sniper from Hit and Run, the direct hitter, no fluff, no filters, just straight intellectual body bags, backed by the Lion's Den, where the weak get chewed up and only the bold survive, versus No Excuse, the tactician, the strategist, the face of Passport Brothers podcast and No Excuse ENT, Mr. Facts Over Feelings, never folding, always calculating. And the topic, buckle up, feminism and submission, Latin America versus Africa women, two continents, two cultures, one brutal debate. Are Latin American women more traditionally submissive, or is Africa the true home of femininity and wifey value? Where do Western men find real partnership? Not feminist rhetoric, not power struggle games, but peace, submission, and respect. It ain't about theory anymore, it's about results, real experiences, boots on the ground truth, divorce rates, vetting processes, alpha, beta, authoritarian. The whole spectrum is on the table. This ain't no safe space convo. This is men only talk. Real stakes, real consequences. We're taking the gloves off, and trust me, somebody's worldview is getting flipped.
Okay, DJ. Okay, calm down. You're getting ahead of yourself, DJ. Let's cut the fat. Submission ain't a buzzword, it's a principle. But too many of y'all don't know the difference between a cooperative woman and a woman trained to tolerate you. Latin Americans got heat, but Africa, that's roots. That's legacy. That's feminine grace bred into culture. Fearless and I, we've seen both sides. We don't speak from Twitter clips. We speak from passports stamped and hands shaken. This debate, it's not about who's right. It's about what's real. No Excuse is coming in strong, and he's got his blueprint, his data, his code. But we're not here to sit at the negotiation table. We're here to burn it down if it don't serve men right. We've already broken down divorce. We already exposed the vetting failures. We already dismantled the male archetypes that keep dudes soft. Now we ask the final question. Where is the true feminine energy that wants to build with a man? This ain't theory. This is experience versus expectations. And tonight, either you learn something or you get learned.
Mark it, save it, share it, because after this one, some illusions ain't making it out alive. Tonight on a special edition of Hit and Run, we are getting serious, so be in the room. You don't want to miss this. So buckle up and get your drink. Share the live, hit the like button. People, we want you to get interactive in the chat and let us know what you are thinking. Welcome, everybody, to this late night hit and run. Myself and Fearless, also with No Excuse in the background, and Andre Love Crossing Borders are all here tonight to share in this spirited debate between Latin America and African women when it comes to feminism and submission. Now, this is no light topic.
There's a lot of opinions being thrown around. A lot of brothers are already in South America. A lot of brothers are in, Asian America or Asian countries, Southwest Asia. Not too many people in Africa, though. But no excuses trying to tell y'all that this is the place that everybody should be going. This is the new bastion. So we're going to let everybody get their points off. We're going to do this in a Toastmaster style format. Both brothers will have at least 4 minutes to start their case off and their viewpoints. And then we're going to go bullet point by bullet point on the topics they'd like to discuss. After the 4 minutes, each person will have 3-minute rebuttal to whatever was initially stated. And then we'll get into those points. I want to bring up real quick Andre Crossing Borders. Let him greet everybody real quick. He's going to be one of the co-hosts here, sitting with me as one of the judges and timekeepers. So, Andre, how you feel this thing's going to go off, man?
This is going to be a good one. I've been waiting to actually see this one because they're going to be making some great points tonight in regards to submission and feminism. So it's not just about is she submissive, but is this woman a feminine woman as she's being submissive? And so those are two categories they're going to be talking about tonight, and going from two different parts or hemispheres of the world, meaning representing all 54 countries of Africa versus the Caribbean islands and the 12 countries of South America. And so we're going to see what it has to do with what's the difference between the two in regards to the Latin women and the African women. Who is more submissive? Who is more feminine? And who will work best for a lot of us guys that travel to these other countries? So this live stream, which is a great stream, shout out to all you guys, is a stream that's not just for the debaters, but it's also for you guys and you ladies that are watching the stream live from all different platforms and several other channels. Shout out to all you guys that are watching live from Love Crossing Borders as well. This is going to be a great one.
Yeah, I have to agree. I'm really curious on how this is going to go off. But both men are ready. We're going to bring them up to the panel real quick, and we're going to pick who's going to go first. We'll bring up Fearless, and also No Excuse. Gentlemen, you've heard the rules. We already know there's not going to be any interruptions between the two presentations. You're going to have your full 4 minutes to state your initial opening viewpoints. Each one will have a 3-minute rebuttal afterwards, and then we can go into our talking points. Between the two of you gentlemen, anybody want to concede going first?
I'll let No Excuses go.
I'll go
Okay.
first.
All right. So we heard that. No excuse. You will be on the market. Would you like to have center stage, or would you like to keep the panel up? It's up to you. Doesn't matter.
Put me center stage.
Oh, okay. We are ready. This brother said, "Put me center stage."
On TikTok, I'm live on the Password Bros podcast on YouTube, so I'm on TikTok as well. All right, I'm ready.
All right. So we're gonna back down everybody else, and we're gonna bring No Excuse to the center. All right, and then can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and start your 4 minutes when you start talking. Whenever you're ready, we're gonna go ahead and start your 4-minute intro on what your topic and your viewpoint is on the discussion for tonight. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
All right, so it's your boy No Excuse. So we're gonna talk about leadership styles. My leadership style is authoritarian. So you can call me a dictator. Yes, I want to play the dictator role in a relationship. The world is full of disorder. We need order. And the only way we can have order if men are in control. We see this all over the world. We see chaos. And just like how we have now in our current political system, for example, with our president, he is trying to restore order. And you need to be authoritative to restore order. That's why they call our president right now a dictator, this and that. But you need men to be in control to restore order. So that's my first point. And so if people agree with that, people are also going to agree to why I choose the leadership style, because a man being in full control is the best way to have a family dynamic together. So historically, whether you had arranged marriages or total patriarchal systems, the family unit was was together. You know, whether a woman wanted to be in that marriage or situation or not, the point is that children best interests will always serve first. So that is what's important to me. Having children with a two-parent household. And the only way that society can accomplish that if there's order. And the only type of leadership that can install order and maintain order is a man. It can't be co-opted. It can't be coerced. It can't be partnered with a female. Human nature and history have showed us that. So let me just kind of break down what it means to be authoritative. It's in an authoritative society, culture is the reinforcement. It's not, the issue is not the style, it's cultural reinforcement behind leadership that determines outcome. A Latina might get on your program, but her culture, let's say friends, family, social media, it doesn't reinforce your ideology, even if she is on your program. African cultures, particularly in patriarchal societies, reinforce male leadership. That's the difference. You're not just looking for a woman to follow you, you're looking for a society that supports your leadership model. Keyword, you are looking for a society that supports your leadership model, not just a woman. That's important. You can't have a woman in a toxic environment. It's not healthy. It's not maintainable. You know what I mean? It puts extra pressure on a man to maintain a relationship because not only he's fighting against the flesh of a woman, but he's fighting against nature and society that's against that. Dictatorship works when it's benevolent and vision driven. There are good dictators and bad dictators. The president of Rwanda, for example, he has one of the safest, cleanest, most structural nations in Africa. China, under authoritative leadership, has lifted millions out of poverty and became a global power. What do these countries have in common? Order, discipline, and results. Keyword, results. And that's exactly what you bring to a relationship, results. That is something I tried to preach to my ex-wife, is like, look at my results.
15 seconds.
We can get results. We can get the same results with different leadership styles. We can all get A's in different leadership styles in a group project, but I just prefer my leadership style to get the results I want.
All right, time. Thank you for your opening statement. And now we're going to go ahead and bring up Fearless. Hold on, let me take you down. All right, Fearless. Time begins when you start your opening statement.
Man, what you're going to hear a lot about is control, and control means fear. This is the topic. Let's get to it. Let me see. I'm sorry, fellas. Give me a second. My page just went blank, so I need it. Don't start me yet.
I am apology.
My apologies, brothers. Where did this go?
Got too many windows open.
Yeah, too many windows. Give me a second. I apologize, fellas.
While we're in the pause, everybody that's in the different chats, go ahead and hit the like button. Hit the like button while we're waiting for Fearless to get his notes back up. Are you ready?
I got them back up.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and start you. Go ahead.
There you go.
So let's get this start off straight. There is a difference between leading and ruling. A leader earns respect. An authoritarian demands obedience. One builds legacy. The other builds silence, fear, and eventually rebellion. I'm not here to raise a woman. I'm fearless. I'm here to lead her. A true leadership means I'm secure enough in my role that I don't have to fear her voice, her growth, or her independence. See, my woman gives me her whole paycheck, not because I demand it, but because she trusts me to lead us both. I don't need to cage her to keep her loyal. If I have to isolate her from her culture, her family to keep her close, already lost. See, my brother here, he wants obedience without understanding, control without connection. And as a result, he got a divorce. And he's still blaming her culture instead of looking in the mirror. Authoritarianism is outdated. It's insecure. It's reactive. But leadership, see, leadership is timeless. That's the difference between being a king and being a tyrant. You can build a kingdom through dominance or a dynasty through trust. I choose a dynasty because when I empower my woman, she multiplies everything I give her. That's not weakness, that's strategy. See, he doesn't understand sales. You have to have a vision for your woman. In sales, you never sell the steak. You sell the sizzle, the vision. And when you sell the vision, any woman will follow you. Leadership empowers. It invites respect, not fear. Leadership is about influence, not intimidation. And that's what he wants to do. He feels that he needs to intimidate. Leadership inspires. An authoritarian demands. A leader earns through trust. An authoritarian controls and enforces through fear. As a leader, I say, hey, let's figure this out. He just says, because I said so. I lead my woman. I don't leash her. Submission is earned and not demanded. A true leader doesn't fear a woman's growth. He inspires it. An authoritarian, he just controls out of fear. He micromanages. He confuses dominance with respect. But here's the truth. If you have to force somebody to follow you, you're not leading them. You're just in the way. See, real power isn't control. It's when someone chooses you. A woman submits by her own will. That's respect. That's attracting. That's influence. A good leader brings out the best in your partner. An authoritarian, he limits it. One says, like me, baby, I want you to shine brighter. He says, your light's too strong. You need to dim it. A strong man can lead without dominating. A weak man, oh, he has to dominate. So let's ask yourself, what type of woman would want an authoritarian man? It's a woman who's been conditioned to confuse control with love. She grew up in an environment where obedience equals safety. She might crave structure, but what she really needs is healing, not a dictator in disguise. A woman lacking confidence and independence. And you're going to hear a lot of this. His women don't have confidence, no independence. He just wants to control them. See, sometimes when a woman has low self-esteem, they cling to that authoritarian man because it gives them an identity, a purpose through his control. It's not through love.
30 seconds.
Survive. He wants a woman to seek financial security. She's not submitting to him. She's just submitting for stability. So let me flip it to you. He wants a woman to put in her place. That's a fantasy. That just doesn't do it. If it's not strong women that don't follow, they just want to follow a weak man that's hiding behind force. Leadership doesn't scare. Leadership will have a strong woman doing anything for you.
Time. All right, gentlemen, that's the opening statement from both sides. I do have a poll that's sitting in the room right now, in my room. I'm sure other people have polls as well on the debate. Now we're going to get into the rebuttal. This is the rebuttal stage. Is going to be 3 minutes. You can either attack him on his viewpoints of what he just said. You can reinforce your viewpoint, whatever way you want to go. No excuse. You'll be the first one up for a rebuttal for 3 minutes, plus or minus. All right. I'm going to put you center stage.
All right.
And time will start when you start.
All right. Gentlemen, what you heard Phyllis say, that is the result of being in a matriarch society. He has been socially engineered, socially conditioned. The feminist mindset, the way of them doing things has been beaten inside his psyche. So that is the result, fellas. And I know some of y'all was shaking y'all head. So he didn't directly say this. So he's indirectly trying to say African women are insecure. You know, leadership can't be undermined. It can't be undermined. It can't be undermined by family. It can't be undermined by things in the societal system. You can't be, for example, you can't be a president and pick cabinet members and they're undermining your agenda. You know what I mean? So you can't, to be an effective leader, you can't have elements that undermine your agenda. And also, he made a reference to my marriage. An authoritative person cannot marry a feminist. You know what I mean? In my opinion, guys, I would say there's a lot of guys that are married to feminists. Some may admit it, some may have characteristics, but you know, I'm not interested in feminists. The woman I married was a feminist, so I'm gonna stand hard on that. I married a feminist. So let me get into just some other notes. So patriarchal societies work better for marriage. The data backs it: lower divorce rates, stronger family units, and more stable roles in traditional societies. Patriarchal cultures, women expect men to lead, opposed to in the Americas, women don't necessarily expect men to lead. The family unit often revolves around roles, duty, and respect, not constant negotiations. Your leadership is not only accepted, it's expected. Something that Fearless wants to hide behind. So naturally, you'll be more successful with a woman who's from that environment. African women fit the system in building. You're not looking for an individual that might work out. You're looking for someone who fits within a system that works long term. African women, especially in religious or rural communities, are raised with structure, deference to elders, and respect for traditional
25
roles.
seconds.
That's not just submission, that's cultural harmony. Latin culture has beauty, but less reinforcement. Many Latinas appear traditional, but modern Latin culture is heavily influenced by feminism and media. Big cities like Bogota, Medellin, Cartagena, you see more resistance to traditional gender roles. Your style might work with an individual Latina, but there's no cultural support to hold her accountable for that dynamic. That's what makes it risky, you and her world. How much more time I got? All right, go ahead.
All right. Hold on, let me shut this clock off here real quick. All right, we're going to go ahead and bring up Fearless for his rebuttal on his points.
All right. Let me know when you're ready.
All right, and I'm ready when you are.
All right. Authoritarian, does it work? If authoritarianism worked, your marriage would still be intact. You was controlling her family ties, avoiding cultural connections. You was leading with fear, and fear isn't strength, it's isolation. Authoritarianism works. It creates boundaries in the home when a woman needs rules. Brother, you didn't build a home for your woman, you built a prison. And even the most loyal woman will eventually crawl through the bars. You didn't empower her. She enforced, and she wanted to leave. You were dictating her. And all she did was wait for an escape route. You isolated her from her family and her roots, and then wonder why she didn't feel comfortable with you. You weren't a leader. You were just a landlord enforcing rules, brother. You were scared to get her freedom because you thought if you gave her freedom, she would run away. So why are you afraid of your woman growing? Are you building a partner or just a pet? There's a story I once heard, and I'll try to give it to you as fast as I can. It's a simple story. There was a woman who used to wake up every morning and cook breakfast for her husband, not because she wanted to, because she didn't love doing it. It's because she was expected to do it. It was routine. It was duty. It was a chore. Her husband passed away, and sometime later she remarried. But something changed. With her new man, he never demanded anything. He never raised a voice. He never expected her to serve him. He led with love, vision, and care. And you know what happened? She found herself waking up early again, cooking breakfast, big breakfast, everything he wanted. But this time, it was not out of obligation. It was out of desire. It's because she wanted to. See, that's the difference. Authoritarians, you can make her do something. But leaders, we make her do it because she wants to. A woman will submit to the right man only if he knows how to lead with love, not just power. Now, let's just take this out of relationships for a second. I want you to think about the worst job you ever had. Now, tell me, was it the task of the job or was it the boss? We all work for somebody like you, brother, who is a micromanager, a boss, you know, the one who knows everything, who don't trust your judgment, who always second guess you, ignores your input, watches you even more. And what happens? You just clock in and clock out. You start counting the days until you can leave that place. But the best boss is like me, brother. I'm a leader. I empower the people that's behind me, whether it's my woman or my employees. I trust their decision. See, they coach you to be better. And because of that, they go the extra mile. Those people will stay extra, make sure you look good because you're making them look good. And it's the same with women. If you lead a woman
30
with
seconds,
she'll go to war for you. If you lead her with control, she'll plan her escape. Authoritarians don't create loyalty; they create escape plans. If you want a woman who fears losing you, I want a woman who fears disappointing me.
Oh,
you can demand submission, but you can't deserve it. That's the difference between being a leader and being someone like yourself.
oh, okay. Time. 1 second left. All right. So that is the end of the opening barrage of comments. Now we're going to go ahead and move into specific bullet points and topics that we wanted to talk about. We limited the concentration of the area for Africa.
No, I thought we still got questions on here. I got questions for this brother.
Hold on. We're going to get to that. Do y'all want to go to questions and answers before we go to country? Y'all want to go direct questions?
Yeah, no, we want to go to the questions still on the leadership. Then we can go to country.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think we're gonna get Andre feedback on the leadership style part, but we do. I just still got a few questions and a few statements.
All right. So
I mean, I can keep going.
Okay, let's do this. We're gonna go ahead and do questions for each one of you guys. Can ask 3 questions each to each other. Direct questions. All right. And then we'll go ahead and put it into Andre's lap for the first segment of authoritarian leadership versus the leadership that Fearless speaks on. All right, you good with that, Dre? Want to hear a couple volleys back and forth on direct questions?
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yeah, you don't have to put me on big screen for.
No. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna leave you just like this right now. All right. So whoever wants to volley the first question, go ahead. All right.
Can a woman trust a man who doesn't trust her judgment?
Can a woman trust a man?
Because you got to oppress him. You got to control him. That means you don't trust her judgment.
I think you got me misconstrued because a lot of
authoritarian person is, man.
You gotta let them answer. If you're gonna ask a question, you have to let them answer.
Well, yeah, I think you got a lot of stuff misconstrued because I don't micromanage. Authoritarian is a leader too. It's not authoritarian versus leader. It's authoritarian versus what you might practice is partnership. I'm not an advocate of partnerships. So authoritarian is a leader, and I think you got what happened with my marriage misconstrued. So I don't want a skewed narrative to be put out there, whether micromanage or anything like that. For me, feminist, especially women that as admittedly feminist, I've always had a problem with. Not all women are feminists or carry that mindset. You know what I mean? So that's the point. That's the angle where I'm coming from, is that a lot of Latinas do carry that feminist mindset, which conflates with my mindset, which is more authoritarian. I'm not passive. I don't believe in partnerships or anything like that, but I don't micromanage. I don't lead from a level of being insecure. I lead from an area of results driven. Everything I've done, I've been a leader. Whether me getting my MBA and working with groups of 4, I took the lead because other people were poor at what they did. But the results was we all got A's in our assignments and ultimately A in the course because I took the initiative. I wanted to be the authoritarian in relationship. So the results should, at the end of the day, it's about results. But I had
with those results, my man.
Hold on. One question each. Don't follow up on the question. So 3 questions total, but you got to give him a chance to answer.
I only get 3. I got a lot more than that. But go ahead.
No, we're gonna do 3 at first.
Yeah. I don't have any questions specifically. I just wanted to kind of.
All right, then my turn to go. You said with authoritarianism, you said you was a leader. You didn't lead out of fear, but you was afraid, man. You was afraid to bring your woman to the United States because you said, if I bring her to the United States, it's dangerous. The West going to poison them. They're going to get jobs. They're going to get friends. They're going to get freedom. And they're going to start acting brand new. You afraid to bring her here. See, that means that woman wasn't following you. If you're afraid to bring her here, she was just following a paycheck, a passport, or a plan. Let me say this because I don't think y'all gonna get this. The right woman stays grounded because she trusts the man, not the soil she's standing on. That means no matter where she at, she gonna trust the man, not the soil. So you didn't trust your wife to bring it to your soil. That ain't leadership. That's control and fear.
I didn't have
environment. Hold on. Are you asking a question or you making a statement? Hold on. You got to ask a question. Anywhere. You can't make statements. Ask him a question.
All right. Why were you afraid to bring your woman to the United States?
Yeah, I was not afraid to bring her to the United States. I didn't bring her to the United States, one, because my plan was to move to Colombia first and foremost. And then second off, I felt like I believe that our marriage is best suited for marrying a woman and being in an environment that you met her in. You know what I mean? And this is statistic driven. This is not emotions or fear. This is statistics. Passport Bro 101 is don't bring her back to the US. That is the motto. Even brother Andre, you know what I mean, is with me on that. You know what I mean? Don't bring them back to the US. Now, you may disagree on the reasoning, but it's statistic driven. It's not emotion or it's not emotional driven. Now I could have got to a point where once I decided that Colombia wasn't realistic, yes, I would have brought her to the US, but she didn't know that. And then two, because we had clashing personalities when it comes to her feminist ideology and my authoritative nature, any arguments or issues or disputes we had in Colombia would only amplify 10 times fold in the United States. So that is the reason why she didn't come, is because of how we handle conflict and her handling her temper. You know what I mean? Because she needed anger management. You know what I mean? She took anger, I don't want to get too personal, but you know what I mean? Anger management was an issue and only going to amplify when she's in a different environment where, where she can be more tempted to do other things. So those are the reasons why I didn't bring her. It wasn't out of fear or anything like that, because she's been to the United States. She was an au pair. I've kicked it with her in the United States. I felt comfortable with her in the US. So I didn't have any insecurities when she was here as an au pair. So why would I have any insecurities, us being married? You know what I mean? And we had a prenuptial agreement on top of that.
Control, fear. Everything you say is control, fear. Don't bring them back. Latinas are submissive, but if you expose them to the West, they're going to lose that. All that's out of fear. That's because you didn't protect her with purpose. You protected her with fear. You was afraid to give her any money. You was afraid to do anything for her. That's what happens. See, when a man leaves with purpose, he can take his woman anywhere and still have her heart.
You sound like Boyce Watkins.
You wanted your flower to stay in the shade. I plant mine in the light so they can blossom for me.
You sound like Boyce Watkins.
I plant my flower in the light so they can blossom for me. When you real leader, what you do is empower all the people around you. See, the difference is I get from any woman. It don't matter. The difference is I've dated women from around the world. And I just had sex with, dated, and all of them follow me. Why? Because I had the vision. Because I could take them and do whatever. You're the kind of person that if you leave them, you're afraid what they're going to do.
Where's your wife from?
Dominican Republic.
Okay, so your logic and leadership style didn't land.
No, my brother. When I met my wife, I was with an Ethiopian and a girl from Yugoslavia.
But
so it didn't matter. See, the style don't matter. And here's why.
No. You didn't marry an American woman.
What's that got to do with anything?
It has a lot to do with anything, because if you
I could have married. Here's the difference. When I was younger, this boss once told me this. I said, man, you're rich, man. You're only rich because your dad did this, or you got help. And he told me something that changed my life. He said, a successful man will be successful no matter what he does, no matter what thing you put him in. And this is what hold up. This is what happened to me. I was in a position. And my boss said, I need to move you somewhere else. I'm like, why? I'm doing great. I don't really know that area. He said, it doesn't matter. Your leading style is because you will empower people. You will succeed no matter what position I'm going to put you in. I'm putting you in the worst place because I need you to take them people otherwhere. Because when I come in, I make sure that I take no credit. It's like the Marines. I'm the first off the plane and the last one to get on. Whenever somebody does something, I give them credit. Whenever something goes wrong, I take all the blame. See, that's what a leader does. I put the people in position so they can be better. And I let them take all the credit. Because no matter what I do, they still gonna do it. You afraid that to do with your woman? You afraid to let them fly?
We gotta get a time, man.
All right. That,
so
he will run off. He'll have run off sentences, but go ahead, no excuse. And then we're gonna go ahead and close that part off. And gonna let Andre go ahead and make a statement on the positions that you guys have already gotten yourselves into as far as leadership styles, and then we're gonna go ahead and move on.
See, here's the thing with this rhetoric. Like, guys will say this or that, but then let's get to the meat of this discussion. He didn't marry an American woman. So he talks about vetting, he talks about, his leadership capabilities, but he married a foreign woman at the end of the day. So obviously his temperament, his ways wasn't good enough for an American woman, but he was able to, but it was good enough for a Dominican woman, and there's nothing wrong with that. All I'm saying is that we both pursue non-American women. You know what I mean? He can handle Latinas, and my lane now is African woman. So it's nothing. To me, it's nothing wrong. To me, it's nothing wrong with leadership styles. It's just a preference. You know what I mean? Why I attract or why I'm able to get the results of an African woman, it has a lot to do with my style. It doesn't make African women inferior or insecure. And why he's able to gravitate to Latinas is because he has more of a, he's more open-minded to partnerships. Like I said, he has conformed to, the feminist society, has conformed to American norms, and that's fine. Most men have conformed to American norms. When I say America, North America or South America, DR is North American. So I'm just gonna land my plane there. He didn't marry an American woman, and so I'll take what he say with a grain of salt.
All right, we're gonna end that part, and we're gonna go ahead and bring Andre to the center stage. He's been taking copious notes. I've seen him scribbling over there diligently. So what are you thinking right now, Andre?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The first thing that I was thinking about was excellent debate, guys. You guys have been actually making some wonderful points on both ends. But I want to give you guys some things to think about as you continue on with your debate. And these are not questions to be answered directly to me, but these are questions that you might want to ask yourself during the debate. The topic is about femininity and submission, even though we're going versus different locations in the world. The first question that came up to my mind is, can you control a woman into being feminine? Can you control a woman, the average woman, into being submissive? Ask yourselves that. You don't have to answer to me, but that's the topic that we all have come for. Can I go to another country? Can I go to Africa? Because you guys are talking to those of us, let's say I wasn't married. You're talking directly, not to each other, but you guys are the advertisement for your locations that you're mentioning. One is advertising Latin America. Another is advertising Africa. If I was a person that wanted to get married and looking for a wife, could I go to one of these countries and dictate myself into having a submissive wife or a feminine wife? Or could I go to one of these countries and I wouldn't have to dictate into this woman being submissive? I wouldn't have to dictate this woman into being a feminine woman. Second question that came up that you guys might want to think about is this: is patriarchy, dictatorship, are they both the same thing? Because I kept hearing Rob use the term dictatorship and patriarchy as if it's synonymous. Yes, statistics shows that countries that have more matriarch society do better, have more stable families, economically stronger, military stronger when men are in control. But does that mean that that country has to be ruled by dictatorship in order to accomplish that? We have a dictator right now known as Donald R. Trump. And at the end of the day, he's only been around for 2 months and everything is going haywire because right now we are under the auspices of a dictator. So just because that person's a dictator and he's a male, are those patriotic? Are those the exact same thing? Can you be a patriotic society, and do you have to be a dictator? Number 3 question is this, real quick, guys. Is Africa truly the leadership country or continent? 54 countries in Africa. And for many of us, we have yet to see our own brothers who are the dictators there dictate anything that shows us them being a leader, or other words, in control of a whole continent. There's enough of us there. And I give you what I mean. I don't want to sound like I'm babbling. A leader is a person that does things by example. We've seen our African brothers.
He just froze up a little
Come
bit.
back to us, Dre. Come on, pull it out. Pull it out, Dre. Come on. He was on the point too.
Man.
Yeah, we're gonna minimize him for a second. And so we're gonna get into another point, but I want to get Dre back in here. I think this would be a good time to do some super chats.
Okay.
Shout out to the Globe Spinner, respect debate and honest dialogue. Let's go. $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much for the $4.99 super chat. I did get a cash app from T Mac for $10. Thank you, brother Semper Fi, for the $10 cash app. And then also I want to go ahead and read off this other that I think came in for Dre.
Okay.
WTF is Fearless saying you guys as close to Mr. Perfect in the US to get dragged through the mud for maintaining a woman in the US environment. US society is pure toxic that poisons a woman regardless of what man does. I don't agree with that whatsoever. What say you two? Obviously I know Fearless's point, but what do you say to that? No excuse.
I mean, I see what he's saying. I mean, I agree. I agree, but you know, I can be honest and say that it's still a 50-50. You know what I mean? I think Fearless did a stream and he was like, even though he don't see it, he was like, I could get divorced and then I'll be wondering like what went wrong or what this or that. So I you know what I mean? So even though I'm not an advocate for it, you know, I mean, it's still a 50-50 thing at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So
okay.
I get what he's saying, but it's a risk. You know what I mean? It's a risk.
All right.
I think if your woman's going to change, she was going to change no matter what. You can put me in any environment, I'm going to be the same person. Nothing's going to change. So if your woman was rooted in a specific value, it don't matter if you bring her to the United States, you take her to Africa or anywhere. She's not going to lose her value or morals. If anything, she'll be more influential and change the people around her. When my wife goes to work and they say, you cook for your husband and you go home in this, how can you do that? She says, that's what a woman's supposed to do. That's how she's supposed to act. So if your wife is, or your woman or whomever is easily influenced by the people behind you, one, you don't have any vision. You don't have anything. You doing it out of fear. I don't rule out of fear. The greatest thing is this. Some people say, I can't give her anything because she may leave me. That's not power. Power is being able to give your woman everything and she chooses to stay with you. That's the difference.
No, because when Eve had all the power, had all the freedom in the world, and because Adam didn't control her.
That was God, baby. You can't blame Eve. You got to blame God. God made Eve. Adam didn't.
That's what I'm saying.
Adam
Right.
know how to choose women.
Adam was supposed to be a dictator. He was supposed to control Eve.
My goodness.
He was supposed to control Eve. That was
all
the
right.
failure. Adam, but go ahead. I want Dre.
I got Dre back in the room. I want him to go ahead and finish off what his initial assessment was on the first point. I know he had a transmission issue, So we're gonna go ahead and put him back to center stage and let him finish his assessment. Sorry, brother, for that, but go ahead.
Oh, no problem. My technical difficulties. The one thing as I was saying was, is a person that is a patriarchal society or the example of what a man should be equal to a dictator? Because one of the things that I kept noticing that Rob kept doing, you may want to think about that during your debate, is you kept making a dictator and a patriarch the same person. The other thing that I noticed that you guys have done is making a leader a dictator. Can you be a leader and a dictator at the same time? In some cases, military wise, yes, you could do that. But remember, most leaders in the military are respected, and even Rona can attest to this, because they've been out in the trenches. The military leaders that have been out there in the trenches and that have put their lives on the line and have gone the extra mile and were able to point the direction. The trailblazer military leaders have always been historically more respected than military leaders that got their stripes by way of moving up the ranks. So is a person truly a leader when he's a dictator? Because a leader is a person that leads by example. He's the trailblazer in the family. The last question that I have, or another statement is, Rob, when you made the statement in regards to your marriage, you might want to think about this, because as you continue to talk about your marriage, you continue to dig yourself in a deeper hole. And I'll tell you what I mean by this. You said you married a feminist. You said her family, for example, just was an example of a family that could have not raised a feminist, but it seems that they raised a feminist. You said that she had been to America. You also kind of somewhat subconsciously co-signed for what Fearless said about your kind of reservedness of moving your woman to the United States. Whatever it may be, at the end of the day, guys who are on the panel, including myself, as well as the audience, we're looking at you as if you should have known this before you dropped the knee. This is not for you to respond to, Rob, to me, but I want you to think about this during your debate. The more you talk about your wife, the more you're just exposing about her things that you should have known before you dropped that knee and put that ring on her finger. I would have known if my wife was a feminist before I dropped the knee. I would have known if she wanted to live in America or not lived in America before I dropped the knee. I would have known all these things. Would I had to be a dictator, or would I've had to be a leader before I dropped the knee? Would I had been would I had to have been a simp before I dropped the knee? So you want to make sure that you know these things before. Like I said, you don't have to respond to me, and you don't even have to respond to these statements, but I just want you to think about this as you debate, because the more that you discuss this, the more that you're kind of like digging yourself in a hole in this debate based off of, well, he should have, these are some of the most obvious things that the average man would have picked up before he dropped the knee. And the last thing I want to say before I let you guys go on this excellent broadcast is this: the rooted woman versus the controlled woman. I did notice that Fearless continues to emphasize on when a woman is rooted, meaning that we know the roots of a tree are that keep the tree solidified. And most people that don't know this, trees communicate underground by their roots. And so a lot of times, like Fearless said, my wife is so rooted that she sets an example to other women. Do women that are dictated to or controlled by a dictator, do they set a positive example to other women like the rooted woman does? You guys may want to ask yourself that. Rob just mentioned, Rob, you and Fearless just were talking about that, the rooted woman versus the dictated woman. Does the dictated woman set a positive example as a dictated woman as the well-grounded rooted woman does? Thank you very much, gentlemen.
All right.
I do want, let me quickly respond to something Andre said real quick, just for clarification. Now, those things you mentioned, let's say feminist, I didn't know that before marriage, but two things. I didn't think it would play a part because she wasn't in the US. And then 2, she changed her mind about wanting to come to the U.S. So women can't change their mind. She threw a curveball at me wanting to come to the U.S. after we agreed and talked about her not coming to the U.S. So she threw some curveballs. Women can change their mind. So she changed her mind some things that caught me by surprise, and I couldn't foresee that. So I just wanted to just put that out there.
Let me ask a question just so I can get some reference.
Cool.
Because y'all keep saying the woman feminism. To me, feminism just means equal rights. I don't care if a woman has equal rights. I encourage that. Vote all you want. Do all you want. Because still I think Jordan Peterson, and I got a clip that says it over in Scandinavia. When they opened it up and made everything equal for the women still chose a certain place to go, nursing, social places, and men still went into engineering and STEM. I don't care if she got rights. I want to empower them all, because what I don't understand is, as a leader, as a king, I want to build a dynasty. And if I'm an authoritarian, I'm the last of the dynasty. When you're a leader, I'm empowering my successor. I need a mirror. I know I'm a great brother. I'm fearless. But I'm only one. If I can have
He gonna keep throwing that name out there.
That's even better. I'll take you, Andre. If you told your wife you can't empower her, she can't
exactly, Iman.
Where would you be? She can do taxes. She can do other things. She can be in your place when you can't, in your stead. She can go places and open doors that you can't. Why wouldn't I empower my woman to do that? Maybe you don't work in corporate America. In corporate America, when you bring that woman, they look at your woman, and that's how they view you. How does your woman take the room? How can she talk to other wives?
Make sure we have equal time so it's not an imbalance.
Okay. Go ahead. If you want to respond to that, you can. And then we'll go into the open forum part.
He said feminism. He talking about he's okay with women to vote. That's not what we're talking about. Feminism in the modern construct, feminism is not about equal power. It's about men having no power. That's what the United States is about. It's about stripping power from men that have power. That's what feminism is about. It's not about equality no more. They don't want men to have no power. But this would be a good time, Ronan, to bring up the clip I did on O'Shea Stream, because this ties into my position.
Hold on 1 second. I'll pull that up.
All right. You fired.
No. I know hey, I'm pushing buttons over here, brother.
Vicious woman.
I'll explain. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm successful. It'd be different if I was just an average guy. I don't consider myself an average guy. I'm top 10 in any category you want to put me. That ambition is going to get in the way of you being there for me trying to direct. If you're ambitious, you're going to have resentment because you're going to feel like I'm holding you back. So it's easier, I'll put it like this, it's easier for a woman to be submissive when she don't want to do shit. It's easy because I'm not asking her to do anything that's getting in the way of what she's trying to do. I want to start a business. Now, if I have to meet you already doing that. Now I'm getting comfortable with you not doing shit. And then now you want to do shit and it's making me uncomfortable because I didn't get to know you in that element.
But if you saw her doing that, that'd be different.
If I met her in that element, I'll be accustomed to it.
Yes.
To a certain extent.
You said you do not like an ambitious woman.
I'll explain. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm successful. It'd be different if I was.
I think you replaying it.
I don't consider myself an average guy. I'm top 10.
You replaying it. You playing it again. So can I address that? I need an ambitious woman. I used to raise some dogs. One of them was like a Presa Canaria. And I remember they used to bite. And people say, other people would stop them from biting. I don't stop them from biting. I just direct them to what I want them to bite. So if the woman is ambitious, you keep saying, I meet her, she ambitious. When you're a true leader, you just take that ambition and turn it to your business. You say, what you doing? You trying to strive? I want you to strive in my business. You in business management, manage my business. So I want you to be ambitious as possible, because you're going to put me at the forefront. So you're still trying to, like I said, control and fear. When my wife came here, she had her bachelor's back where she was at. I was like, get your bachelor's here, get your master's here. I need you to do things for me. Be ambitious as possible, because I don't fear that the more and greater she becomes, I never fear she's leaving. I just fear, I say that we're rising. And that's your thing. You're afraid that if your girl gets, and you're going to show it because you talked about it before, submission and education, all the places that you go in these other places, the women are educated and they got access to social media, and that's going to make them, be more feminist. Have it all. They're just going to work for me and do my thing. I don't fear this.
You ever heard of a dude called Boo Boo the Fool?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now your logic may work in your situation, you know what I mean, and I wish the most success. But let's take your situation as a success story. A lot of guys are not going to maybe have the vetting skills that you have. They may have the same mindset that you have, but if they pick the wrong woman, you know what I mean, they're gonna be like Boo Boo the Fool. You know what I mean? So you got to be careful, because your mind, there's nothing wrong with your mindset. There's nothing wrong with my mindset if it worked, right? If I'm authoritarian and I'm in a 5-year marriage and we're thriving, can't nobody complain because it works. You only can have a rebuttal when it doesn't work. I have another clip, Ronan, because it ties into this segment. The other clips tie into the other segment. That's the clip that's like it's probably like 2 minutes. The Black Colombian? No, because that's when we get to the countries.
Okay.
This is, I think it's 2 minutes 58 seconds.
Okay, that was you.
You can get submission by force, submission by money, submission by religion, submission by laws. That's it. So in Asia, right, these strong armed countries, right, like China or North Korea, China basically banned like certain TV, like let's say certain, I want to say like cut off certain programs on television. Some households in China, after a certain time, you can't watch TV. They restricted or eliminated some social media platforms. Basically, a lot of heavily American influential platforms they got rid of. I think even Cuba to a certain extent, North Korea definitely. And the reason why these countries want to cut off, American social media, because they understand how influential it has on their people. You have, put it like this: during slavery, right? There was always a out of control Negro, right? When they try to break a horse, and when you try to break a horse, and you have a horse that just can't be broken, you want to kill the horse so other horses won't adopt that ideology, right? Because it spreads, right? If you have one rebellious Negro, you want to get rid of him as soon as possible, because that can be contagious. So what these countries understand is that you get too many women, seeing Western or American in culture, it's going to spread. I've even heard in the harshest countries like Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, you got women standing up, risking all type of persecution, that's unheard of. And that's because once it penetrates into society, it's hard to control. So they try to nip it in the bud. Places like countries like I said, Uganda, Tanzania, it's a true patriarch. Tanzania, for example, there's not a lot of women that use social media. They're not on dating websites. They don't have the smartphones, and so they are. So the men in those countries have more control of of the culture that they want as a patriarch, right? Uganda's a little different, but men still have the mindset of that. You don't talk back. You can't be too opinionated, and so those concepts are reinforced. Now Uganda does have more feminist mindset, for example. So but when you go out in the villages and outside of the major cities, it's still being kept intact. So the factors is that, and I can't speak too much of all of Asia, just where I've been to, but in Africa, the countries where the women are most submissive are the women that have the least amount of education and the least amount of social media. So in Latin America, even in third world countries that have social media. So this is why it doesn't matter about your money anymore, because social media has penetrated third world cultures in Latin America that women have been empowered in a way to say, you know what, I don't have to depend on men. They have hopes that their country is going to model the United States in some way. And so women are willing to be patient for change. Whether in Africa, the hope is not there yet because the education is not there, the social media is not there. And so, men are still kind of holding on to the patriarch that they want. So that is that is what I'm seeing from the other side.
And how the passport bros fit in as far as wanting to find a certain type of woman. What I'm saying is that now the countries that we expected a certain type of woman doesn't really exist, and now it's looking like it's women from countries, we're gonna say Africa, Middle East, Asia, so to speak. So that's my conclusion.
Oh man, I do get a rebuttal, don't I?
Yeah, that was a 2-minute. That was a 2
I need more
minute.
than 2 minutes, brother. Because he talked before that, man.
Let me can I say thank you for the super chat? I got two super. I'm not gonna read the super chat, but thank you, JX, for the $20 super chat on the Passport Bros podcast channel, and also thank you, JX, for the $5 super chat on the Passport Bros podcast channel. All right, go ahead, Phyllis.
Man, what you just said was scary. Scary. Let's be clear. You said the only way you can get submission from a woman is through force, money, religion, or law. What about choice? What you describe it isn't submission, it's just coercion. That's control rooted in fear, not leadership and trust, my brother. And if a woman has to depend on you, fear you, worship you, to follow you, then she's not submitting to your leadership. She's just trying to survive in your presence. That's not power, that's insecurity dressed in masculinity. Let's break this down line by line, what you said. Women only submit by force, religion, and laws. Real submission is earned, man. It's not force. A woman who follows you is because she wants to, she trusts you, but she believes in the direction you go. That's real power. If you only need external systems to control her, you're not a leader, brother. You're just a supervisor. A king without loyalty is just a man with a title. A woman who follows by choice, that's the crown you don't have to steal. You also said women are submissive because they are poor, uneducated, and lack social media. That's not submission, man. That's just limitation. Of course, a woman with no voice, no access, no education is going to follow anybody. She don't have a choice to do anything else. You're mistaking obedience from oppression from a willing partner. See, the real flex, let me tell you, the real flex is when a woman got access to education. She got access to rights. She got her opinions, and she still chooses to follow the man because he gives her purpose, peace, and protection. You bragging about being followed by a woman who can't even see the world, who uneducated. I'm talking about being followed a woman who's seen it and still choose me. You also said social media corrupts a woman if they see Western culture and they stop being so submissive. You can't blame social media for exposing the truth. If they seeing other women that's been empowered and she changes, that's on her and on you. The issue isn't TikTok. It's the lack of vision and stability, and emotional is a strength. You also, which I don't understand, brother, you had the nerve to bring up slavery. You said during slavery, the master beat the rebellious slave to keep the others in check. So the same principle applies to modern women, huh? If your leadership style mirrors the plantation, you're a man. You're not a man. You're just a master without a conscience. You literally using the tactics of the oppressor to justify controlling women. That's not culture, man. That's trauma. See, fear might silence a woman, but it doesn't secure a soul. You also said you're afraid that Latin women, they make their own money, so they would become less submissive. Yeah, they make their own money, and yet they still submit to the right man. That's the whole point. When a woman don't need you financially, but still trust your leadership, that's the purest type of submission. It's no longer tied to survival like they do in Africa. I ain't got no other choice. It's tied to your value as a man. Submission is most powerful when it's not bought, but when it's chosen. See, you fear a strong woman because you're afraid you're a weak man. You blame education, because when your woman has a choice, they just don't choose you. The brutal truth is submission without freedom, brother, that's just slavery. Submission with freedom, it's a gift.
Now, I ain't call you beta or simp or.
I ain't say, you ain't hear me say beta or nothing on here.
You said weak, bro. You said weak, bro.
There was no word in beta. I said weak.
Weak.
Yeah. I said if she fears,
but you said he was also brainwashed into a patriarchal society. So you kind of threw a little shot too.
I'm not gonna take it personal, but I'm just saying, you know,
I said this.
you know.
If you fear a strong woman, that's because they don't follow a weak man. How about that? Is that better? I'm not calling you weak. I'm saying if you fear strong, if men fear a strong woman, that's because they don't follow a weak man.
I got what you're saying.
Is that better?
All right. We good, brother. We good. All
right.
It's all love, brother.
All right. So we can get into the video in response to videos. I know you guys got videos loaded. If you want me to go, I mean, no excuse. You've already volleyed 2 videos on your behalf and your position. Fearless, you want a video and go off on one of your positions based on the video. People learn multiple different ways. They can listen to auditory. They look at visual. They get and then we'll go into the topics.
So real quick, just so I'm clear on it, so we kind of talked about our leadership styles too. You know, we kind of exhausted that, and then you know
we
the
can
next
start getting into cultural differences between countries. So, yeah.
All right. So yeah, I'm ready for that. If anybody,
Fearless, did you have a video based on what we were talking about, or do you want
countries,
the cultures? Yeah, you want to jump right into the cultural differences in different countries? What do you want to do? Because he's already played 2 videos. I'm gonna put that in your lap on which way you want to direct that now.
Give me 1 second, because I think there is. Let me find it real. It won't take me but a second.
And then while he's doing that, Andre, you got a couple super chats. If you'd like to read those out while the brother's gathering himself.
Do I have any super chats?
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
I don't have any super. My brothers ain't showing me no love.
Show Dre some love, man. Show Dre some love.
Do you have super chats?
I've been.
Is that you?
In the background.
That's me, but
I got a few.
Are you streaming on your channel, Dre? Let me see.
Yeah, I got a few. I got a super sticker from Black Nubian for $2. Thank you, Black Nubian, for the $2 super sticker. I got also Just John. Just John sent me a $4.99 super chat. And he said, "What's good, brother? Hope the panel is doing well. Women, the same everywhere. Marriage is the dumbest concept in today's condition. Choose wisely if you do." Then he followed that up with a $1.99 super chat. "I'm dead. Fearless called the brother weak."
Hey, I didn't call him weak, man. Let me take that. I apologize if I call if it came.
Now, I believe this came in under No Excuse or Passport Bros podcast. So if you want to read that out, you can.
He said, "I challenge Fearless to provide a country that fits what he's describing in terms of a woman having equal rights and choosing men from respect. This country best not be in shambles."
United States. I don't know what y'all, maybe y'all don't watch me or know anything about me. Brother, I have never in my life had an issue with women. D1 football, Kappa Alpha Psi, Masonic. I was the big man on campus before there was the big man on campus.
Okay.
I did. I'm a new baby. I've never had an issue with women. I don't know. I've just been traveling. But I date women in the United States just like I've dated women outside. The African woman, United States. The Yugoslavian woman, United States. It was just certain things that I didn't like about the culture. And we'll get into that. I didn't like the fact that in some African cultures, they will date you, but they don't want to bring you home. You're not part of the tribe. So that's where my thing came from. It wasn't about changing. I had them all.
He was he was the man in the U.S., but he married a foreign wife, man.
Hold up.
That's because I stayed brother. I lived outside of the country for a few years. And at the time, here's the thing: it wasn't that. At the time, I wasn't ready to get married, brother. I was in my 20s and early 30s. I was slinging dragons. It wasn't that. It wasn't that I had every opportunity from the time I was 18 to get married. It was me. I turned down people to say, "Hey, you want to settle down?" Nah, I ain't trying to settle down.
But we're not gonna wish divorce on nobody because I want success stories. You know what I mean? Because he's somebody people can learn from and get advice from. So you know what I mean?
Here's the thing. I'm not afraid of divorce. When my wife came here, what I did was I said, "When you work, I'm gonna make you a bank account." And I think I even showed Ron. I said at any time when we reach 100K in that bank account, which we've already reached, is yours. And whenever you want to leave, you can leave. I'm not holding her back with no fear. And, you know, some people say, oh, I can't leave because I ain't got no money in this. We called down to the child support here. I said, I just want you to see, because we have a child. I want you to see if you wanted to leave, how much it would be. It's like $2,700 a month. I was like, so I'm letting you see that you are never in any place that you feel you ever had to stay. She's don't stay. She got the money she can leave. She can get child support. I wouldn't be paying health care. None of that. She stayed because she want to. See, that's the difference.
Well, the religious part of me is that I don't like, you know, what hurted me is that I don't want to break the covenant of God. You know what I mean? Regardless of how she feels or how I feel, I don't want to break the covenant of God. So you can be fearless of divorce, but I'm God fearing. You know what I mean? And even though, you know, God is not going to hold me accountable if I didn't initiate or want to divorce, but at the same time, that covenant is broken. You know what I mean? It's sad in God's eyes, especially if it wasn't divorce based on the grounds of abuse or adultery. If it's other reasons,
problem, and we're gonna get into it. And I say this with all due respect. You're gonna have the same issue in Africa that you had in Latin America.
Let's get to it.
Because
hold on. We get ready to get there. Let me finish these super chats.
And I want him to address
Hold on. Let me get to him. Super chats real quick. Passport Blueprint sent you a super sticker for $4. And then T Mac, this is Dre. Now I'm Brother Dre. You did get a cash app, brother. This
I did get a cash app. Shout out to my man T Mac with the $10 love. Appreciate you, brother. And
Black Newbie.
And Black Newbie, them Canadian boys at it again.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, "Oh, Canada."
All right. Shout out. Appreciate you guys. Great debate. Great debate.
Oh, Ellis super chat me. I don't know if you got that. Oh, he just did.
Yep. So we're gonna go ahead and highlight that real quick. Men are in love, women are in business. Straight facts.
Appreciate y'all.
That's the whole idea behind hypergamy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we're gonna go ahead and move on, gentlemen.
Oh, I think he was looking for a video from me. I'm sorry.
You stopped.
No, because y'all started talking. So I'll just play this. And it's just talking about I think we have a concept of African women. I'll do this when I have a few more to play of them, and I'll drop it off.
Nigerian woman given to their man.
Yeah, what's the role of a Nigerian woman in
just
that
living and existing and breathing?
That's it?
You didn't know that? What you mean? What else do I mean? What else is there to do? Well, I mean, they're just housewives. It's the culture. Yeah. It's just culture.
These the people you thought was depressed?
They are.
I play that to say, and maybe I got another one somewhere that I can drop in real quick. I'll play her a little bit later.
Time out, vlog. Super chat is fun.
I think what we start to think is that women across the world, whether it's Nigerian, whether it's Kenyan, it becomes the same. A lot of them become the same thing. Where there's Nigerians want money, it's transactional. Basically the same thing. I'll hold the other ones. I don't want to take it
to be fair, we only focusing on specific countries in Africa and Latin America.
Yeah, I can say so. All right, so I'll put this one out, and I think this is where you're gonna have your issue. So, and I'll do this one.
And it is used by a lot of Ugandan girls. Like when a girl is going to meet a guy, of course she has to tell you, okay, we are going to meet here, but I need the transport money for me to come and meet you. It's not like the way you hear other people from other countries, a girl comes and meets you without even transport money. But for us here, it's so crucial to give a girl transport money.
So one, they always gonna need money. Let me see if I can get to the other part where she talks.
We want the family to know you and to accept you as my husband. Give you the list of the introduction, which is the next function. So the introduction is valued to be like one of the biggest. That is what they value more here in Uganda, because you're going to bring like a lot of stuff. You're going to bring what you call mutwalo. Mutwalo is like 10,000, but okay, it can come in form of material stuff, or it can come in form of just an envelope full of money, but it's for parents. Any money that you want to give the girl's family, is what you give them. So that one is also valued like so much. And again, you can also do the white wedding now, but most of the time they value the kuchala more and the introduction here in Uganda.
Okay. So let's say somebody's.
And the reason I played that is your issue previously was your Latina woman, you had to support the family. What do you think is going to happen when you go to Africa? When you go to Africa,
let me answer that question. Let me answer that question real quick. In Latin culture, if she's not working, you expected to pick up the slack that she would have been helping her family if she had a job. In African culture, if you paid a dowry, that is a one-time payment versus marrying into Latin culture or Asian culture where it's perpetual. That's the main difference.
You still supporting that family. And on top of that, let me ask you this question.
Okay.
From every African culture, whether it's Uganda, Kenya, the women work, the men provide. And what they say is, it's your responsibility to control the household. And whatever money they get is just their money. Do you agree with that?
No, that's not like that. I'm about to smoke it on the videos that I got. I'm about to ether him. So I just want y'all to be patient. Don't go nowhere because it's my receipts is really good. But no, I disagree with that. I disagree with that notion. Their money is their money for the women.
Well, how you going to change that if that's their culture?
That's not the culture though. Have you been to Africa?
Yes.
What countries in Africa?
I've been to Ethiopia, Kenya, Nigeria, Morocco. Haven't been to Egypt yet. And I think, which we don't consider black, is it Libya?
Any of the countries that we're going to talk. Okay, Ethiopia you've been to, so you've been to that. But the
and
other
dated I can't say the name because it always messes me up. Eritrean, whatever country is next to it.
Okay, Sudan or Djibouti.
No. Eritrean,
Eritrea.
Yeah, that.
Okay. Oh, all right, man.
So hold up, and I want to say this, not because a lot of y'all go there and say I dated some chicks, and y'all just did P for P. Not that. I'm talking about chilled and relaxed entirely. Yeah, there it goes. Eritrean.
Eritrea. So we're gonna start with the Uganda first. All right.
Thanks, C. Breezy.
All right. So we're already off of the non-authoritarian, Ugandan, Dominican Republic, whatever countries you want to talk about. We can just we don't necessarily have to go country.
Do we do an opening statement for this too?
I put an order list. So I wanted to start with Uganda, but
go ahead.
Before you do that, I'll just do an opening, then you can start with yours.
All right, all right. Yeah, go ahead.
Give me a second.
While you guys are doing that, I'm going to give a shout out to my man Don with the $20 cash app. Appreciate you, Don. Shout out to you, brother.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. But I've been messing out on my soundboard and everything else.
Messing up.
Yeah.
So here it is, man. We talk about feminism and submission. And let's just get something straight from the jump. There's a difference between being submissive because you have to, and then being submissive because you want to. That's just the real difference between Latin American women and African women. Nothing wrong with African women. They strong, they resilient, they built by the struggle. Many were raised to survive, not out of necessarily out of submission. They accept it, but they do it as duty. Their exception is earned. It's not practical, it's rooted. It's like a provision. But Latin women, even the culture where they're educated, independent, have access to careers, freedom, all the rights, and they still choose to be submissive. Why? Because submission is just a part of their culture. It's a feminine pride. The women there are raised in a culture that celebrates femininity. You know how Latin women are, man. From their childhood, they learn being a woman is powerful, graceful, valuable. The way they speak, the way they dress, the way they dance even reflects it. If you ever do salsa, bachata, merengue, what do you think? Who leads? The man. But who shines? The woman. See, she shines and she just follows you. That's just a perfect metaphor. It isn't because she leads because she weeps. She leads because she trusts you. That's the submission you want. A woman who chooses to follow your lead, even though she's fully capable of walking alone. You all get scared of this feminine expression. Well, Latina women are taught to take pride in how they look, how they smell, how they move. Y'all know how they dress. These chicks will wear high heels to the store, red lipstick for breakfast. They even dress themselves up. And I know how they do it because me, when I tried to go to the store just in jogging pants, and I say, hey, you ain't got to get dressed up to go. The wife will say, no, not only do you represent me, you go out there and a woman going to question why you dress like that. Your woman not taking care of you. Or she can't go out there because she's a representation of me. So I have no issue with the submission from Africa. I just think that when you do it as a survival skill, when you feel that it's out of pressure, then it's a little bit different. I'd rather be with a woman that wants and enjoys, for instance, what's better to a man? A woman who has sex with you because it's her duty, she's obligated, or a woman who enjoys having sex with you? I don't want a woman to do something out of duty. It's like, I got to be submissive because it's my duty. No, I want her to enjoy what she does. The feeling is entirely different. Go ahead, my brother.
Hold on. Let me read this real quick as a comedy relief. Vlog tripping for the $1.99 super chat. He said $2,700 a month and $100K. Shit, I'm leaving you, Fearless.
No, brother. The wife question, I said, do you understand why now some men unalive they significant other? You understand?
Wrong. Anyway, Blueprint, thank you for the $3 super chat or super sticker. Again, I think that's going to No Excuse or Passport Bros podcast.
Appreciate
for the $3. All right, it is on you. No Excuse. Which direction do you want to go?
I'm gonna kick off Uganda, but real quick, I to be honest, I agree with Fearless ultimately, and this is going to be towards the end, but ultimately, like I'm not a fan of the word submission. You know what I mean? Because you don't want a woman out of control. You want a woman to genuinely like you. But we're gonna get into this. I want a woman that's submissive to her religion, but we're gonna get to that. So we're gonna start with videos, y'all. So hopefully y'all tuned in. So we're gonna start with two videos, and then I'm gonna talk. We're gonna go country by country. So we're gonna talk about. We're gonna do 3 countries or 4 countries in Africa, and we're gonna do 3 countries in Latin America, just so the audience knows. So we're gonna start with Uganda. So play the video. Let me see. Play the kneeling video first. Play the kneeling video.
The which one? Oh, the kneeling video. Okay.
It's 2 of them, but the
right.
one, yeah. Play the one that the longer one. No, not that one. Not that one. Okay. That's for the other one.
So you want the Nigerian guy?
Yeah.
The way Nigerian men are rushing Ugandan women, you ask yourself a question: what is really going on? In fact, since this year, I've witnessed nothing less than 6 marriages between Nigerian men and Ugandan women. I was just asking, what's really going on? What is so special about these women that is even making our men to abandon our women, going after Ugandan women? So I was able to gather some information. Somebody told me that Ugandan women are very, very contented. They are very, very kind. They are very, very respectful. They appreciate.
First of all, brother, get a couch.
One more time.
No, wait. First of all, brother, get a couch so she can sit next to you. Got that woman on the floor.
Can I do something real quick?
Papa said,
the way Nigerian men are rushing Ugandan women, you ask yourself a question: what is really going on? In fact, since this year, I've witnessed nothing less than 6 marriages between Nigerian men and Ugandan women. I was just asking, what's really going on? What is so special about these women that is even making our men to abandon our women, going after Ugandan women? So I was able to gather some information. Somebody told me that Ugandan women are very, very contented. They are very, very kind. They are very, very respectful. They appreciate.
I agree with that, but let me show you why they're like that.
Hold on.
Oh wait,
You
well,
had
he
4
going
minutes.
one. I'm gonna do a rebuttal
No,
right back, right?
No, you had a
No?
whole 4-minute dissertation. The brother just
Okay,
paid
go
a
ahead, bro. I was
43
gonna go
second
point by
clip.
point.
He ain't got to have no comments yet. Go ahead.
Go
No
ahead.
excuse.
All right. So for Uganda, I wanted to play 2 videos, and then I got a few bullet points, and then they can review to that. So the other video is the one where I'm speaking with the girl. Where she's next to me. She's a Ugandan girl.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
As long as you can support all the women you have, you don't let them suffer, you support them equally, it's okay to. I can support polygamy, but if you can't, it's better you have one woman whom you can take care of. Yeah.
So if you were my first wife, I wanted a second wife, and I could support both, you would be okay?
Yes, of course. As long as you love us equally.
Okay. Now, would you want to meet her or choose or what?
Me to meet her?
Or choose?
I would love to meet her if she's interested too, but sometimes someone might not be interested in meeting me, or someone might not be interested in meeting another woman because they are in love with the same man, but me, I'm okay with it as long as my man loves me. That's what I care about.
Okay. Now, some women may say that you wouldn't want polygamy if you were rich or had a lot of money. You wouldn't really share your man if you were maybe in a different situation. What do you say about that?
Pardon?
No, some women would say that you probably wouldn't want polygamy if you were rich or if you were in a different situation or anything like that. Like, would you support it even if you had a lot of money?
There are some men who have a lot of money, but they fear responsibilities.
Yeah. I'm saying if you had a lot of money as a woman.
As a woman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yes, of course. As long as I feel loved, I feel cared about, that is all. Money is nothing.
Because if you have a lot of money, then you don't really need him to support you.
Really?
Financially?
Maybe. But sometimes women need, like, even if she has money, you think about how you buy her something, even if it is small, and you show her that you are thinking about her, at least you get her something, you bring us up surprisingly. Yeah.
But some people think men can't love more than one person. Some people think that a man can only love one person, and but I understand what you're saying. Like, if a man truly shows that he loves you, and he said, "Baby, I love you. I want to expand our family with a second wife, and we can grow as a family, as a business." You see no problem with that.
I don't see any problem with that.
Okay. So,
Now, do I get to rebut a little bit?
No, he still wanted to hit some bullet points before.
Okay.
All right, so it's gonna be quick. All right. So for Uganda, I got in Uganda, women kneel to their man, a strong cultural gesture of humility and submissiveness. Uganda, feminism is mostly limited to Kampala. Traditional values dominate in rural areas. Uganda, men perform traditional female jobs, holding dominant societal roles. So a lot of reasons why men have the upper hand is because if you've been to Africa or some African countries, you'll see men as nail techs. You'll see men doing hair. So you'll see a lot of men dominating jobs that we would consider traditionally for women. So that kind of puts women out of the workforce, so to speak. In Uganda, women are submissive to money, fathers, and legal systems that protect male assets and inherited in divorce, meaning that in divorce or death, the uncles or brothers of that family will take all their brother's assets or all the man's assets, and a woman is expected to remarry. That's because it's a patriarchal system. Uganda, polygamy is culturally acceptable, and women generally depend on men due to poverty and lack of state assistance. And my last point on Uganda is Uganda's legal system allows customary law, which can override statutory protections for women in rural areas.
All right.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try to hit all the points he hit even previously, but I'm gonna start talking with the polygamy since he just left off. I don't have a problem with polygamy. The problem is when you try to be a king without a kingdom. If a woman is okay with a man having more than one wife, that's cool. That's between them. I don't care about that. But if you can't control one castle, how can you control two queens? That's a problem. Traditionally, polygamy, it wasn't about sex. That's where you guys get into it. Oh, I need this sex. I got two women. It's about my ego. It was about building a legacy. The more wives you had, the more land you had more kids, which means you may have more livestock, more labor. It was about responsibility. So if you're trying to get into this, the thing you got to ask is, can you provide for both houses the same? Can you lead both women emotionally and spiritually? So you got two conflicts. If you can't manage, I don't know if authoritarian gonna work. If you can't manage certain things, it's gonna be very difficult to just manage the household. When it come to money, you know, if we complain about giving one family money, now you got two families you got to provide for. So if you stressed out and doing that about one household, it's going to be very difficult with two. And if you said, yeah, and not that I'm not harping on your wife, but your previous wife, but you were saying she was very rambunctious, let's say. If it's hard to build peace in one home, what makes you think you can build peace in two? That's when it becomes very difficult. 2 women, 3 women, more emotions, more drama. And when you're trying to get that, it requires a lot of emotional intelligence. You need some wisdom, spiritual maturity, time management, conflict resolution. And the problem is most men can't do that with one woman, and now they want 2. You can't handle one set of emotions. You're trying to balance 2 cultures. You're trying to stay spiritually aligned. It just becomes difficult. I don't have a problem if that's where they go. I just think a lot of guys only see, oh, I got 2 women, and that's what they got. But I'm gonna play this video because I know we think Africa's all gun and roses, but here's how some women in those countries think.
Nelly, and she's married to 3 husbands. After her first husband,
oh, she's polygamous. So you said polygamy. She just got a whole bunch of husbands.
Passed away in a car accident. She got married to her brother-in-law. Later on,
are you feminine?
I don't think so. I feel like I'm more on the masculine side.
And she's Ethiopian.
I do get that a lot. People do say that I'm a lot more masculine than feminine. I'm very protective, and I'm not scared to like show that like I will speak my mind freely.
Ugandan women will not cook. They rarely go to the kitchen.
And then this is Uganda. I'm gonna let you see it. Ugandan woman. What she say they don't do?
Freely.
Ugandan women will not cook. They rarely go to the kitchen. The husbands cook. The husband will come and sit down. They'll go get the food and bring it down, kneading them. Really, rarely cook.
Rarely
The most
cook.
powerful woman in Africa is Ugandan woman. I always thought that.
That's right. So what I'm saying, guys, it don't matter where you go to. You can pick in and out. And one thing I never heard, let me play this one video, then I can tell you, because I think what you're thinking is, I'm gonna go to Africa. I'm going to escape all of this feminism. I'm going to escape all of these things.
From Nairobi to Conakry, women across Africa are demanding change in attitudes towards sexual harassment, fair wages, access to
What country is this, though?
opportunities for political leadership.
I'ma show
But they're
you.
doing it in their own ways. Rwanda, for example, has the
Rwanda.
largest share of seats in parliament in the world held by women.
Rwanda is a terrific example of what public policy can do to help women. They use quotas, and people say, well, quotas diminish the role of women. No, it doesn't.
And so one thing I don't think you think of, you think, oh man, I'm going to Africa and they haven't been exposed to this. Let me tell you this. Ethiopia, United States don't have a female president. Ethiopia, female president. Rwanda, 60, it's still a president. 60% of the
Okay, you know what I'm gonna say.
60% in the parliament of Rwanda is female. 60%. Not only they do that, it's strong. Even in Tanzania, they have their first free female president. So if you thinking
by death, but go ahead.
It's still there, but it's still a president. So what happens is we are thinking, oh man, and Rwanda isn't by president, that's by election.
No, Rwanda is a dictatorship, but let me let you finish.
All right. It still got 60% women. They're going even faster into feminists. Why? Because they feel suppressed. They feel that they haven't had anything. And when people feel that they haven't had anything, they're going to go further, faster, and more. When you give people options, they just don't choose it. Here, we can have a female president. We just never choose it because the women feel that they have the power to do something.
Hell no, Cortez. Hell no. Hell to the no. Hell to the no. To the no.
All right, go ahead and respond to what he said about Rwanda and Ethiopia and some.
Well, we supposed to be on Uganda because we're gonna get to Rwanda. That's on the list. So I don't want to get to Rwanda until we get to Rwanda. So if
He
Andre
did address the Ugandan women though.
yeah, I don't have anything. I don't have anything else to add. If I was gonna say something, I forgot. We can move to the next country unless Andre wanted to chime in on anything he saw so far.
Yeah, I got a couple of things I like to express off of based on what you guys were saying. One of the things that I noticed that you guys were kind of mentioning, once again, going back to the topic at hand, if I was not married and I was to be influenced, or if I was not dating, let's not even go the marriage route. If I want to go to a country or a continent, South America or Africa, and I'm single, which one of you guys will have influenced me the most, me and the rest of the audience? And the key thing is when it comes to the femininity or submission is, can this person be a helpmeet to my life? We're talking about the spiritual side, whether you're Islamic or Christian or Catholic. We all have that same belief in Adam and Eve being a helpmeet or a benefit or a helper. I will have to agree when it came to what Fearless had to say. I need somebody in my life that can do some things while I'm taking care of other things, such as Andrea saves me so much money because she can do the visa work. I don't need somebody that's just pretty. I need somebody that can be a help me. I don't need somebody with just thick thighs. I need a help me. While she's doing these things to bring, no, we talk about Andrea's rebuttal. I'm not saying, see, when I speak, it doesn't need to be a rebuttal. You guys are big.
I'm just joking with you.
I hear you, Rob. Okay. Number two thing is, when it comes to a woman, in other words, you do need a woman with a sense of ambition, because that woman can see some things in before you do. And I'm not saying that she has to have equal. I think a lot of times we think that ambitious women means, in other words, if I exchange, if I give her rights, I've exchanged my position in the relationship. My wife has a lot of rights, but I still hold that leadership position in the relationship. So there's a lot that I control, and there's a lot of higher expectations from me in the relationship, even by example with the young lady that was just talking to you in the interview, when it came to she being married to a man and that man being able to have a second wife. You asked her if he could afford it, and she's like, yes, he doesn't have to be rich. I'm paraphrasing, but he has to at least be able to afford us. In other words, he has to be able to play his position, no matter what position or ambition we, the ladies, have, or expectations we have of him. So even women in those countries. Now, I did something while you guys were not, when you guys were talking. Let's talk about cheating, because I could marry a woman or I could have a girlfriend, but what countries are cheating? Is Colombia on the top list, or is South America, or is it Africa on the top of the list for unfaithful wives and girlfriends?
And
I found number 10 is Singapore. 19% of the women in Singapore cheat. Let's look at Sweden. The white girls, 32% of them cheat. Russia, 3%. Finland, well, they're all the way up to 36%. Denmark, we're still in the white countries, right? Denmark, we got 46% cheating.
Wow.
Thailand, 59% cheating. Guess who holds the record for years? Even though they get on their knees,
Dre, don't do it to them.
Get on their knees.
Don't do it to them.
They'll get on their knees in front of you. They'll get on their knees for somebody else behind your back.
Wow.
Nigerian women, at 62% of those women on the continent of Africa will cheat on you, even though she may be one of those women in Nigeria or Uganda that'll get on her knees in front of you. She'll also get on her knees behind your back. That's important to realize, whether she's feminine or whether she is submissive. Not a feminist, but feminine and submissive. So even though she's cooking, cleaning, dressing well, and everything else, and we're not saying that South America doesn't have a lot of women that cheat, because we do know that, but not in these records that these other countries are. South America didn't even make the top 20 I'll say that again. The top 20 list, let's just use Colombia, was not even in the top 20 countries when it comes to a woman being your girlfriend or marrying you and cheating on you. So that's an important factor that we need to consider, guys, when it comes to choosing these women.
Hey, Dre, I think he left out Nigeria for a reason. He did not have Nigeria on that list because he knew how wild Nigerian women are. He left that out.
Well, 1 second. I don't like to use my words. I like to use the words of an intelligent person when asked about submissive women. And I'll just use the most intelligent person on this panel. That's all I do.
On the scale of, submissiveness and being feminine, how would you kind of compare that with Colombian and South African women? Like, which one would you say?
Feminine energy. Well, I would say out of all the Latin countries that's frequently visited, I would say Dominicans are the most feminine.
Well, got nothing else to say.
I agree.
He told you compare between Africa and the Latin countries, and you already said it. I appreciate that, brother.
When we get to
your own words.
Listen, when we get to the Dominican Republic,
Dominicans next. We're actually moving into the Dominican Republic. It was right after Uganda, so that's his segue into the Dominican Republic. So he already threw a shot at you by your own words, saying Dominican Republic has some very feminine.
And before we get there, I know he was talking about Africa. I think this is one thing that that a lot of people don't understand. It's by finance. So I'll let this woman explain what she will need if she's going to marry you.
Two of my requirements for a husband, so I can weed out all the people asking my dad for my hand in marriage. You will have to pay my bride price, even if I marry outside of my culture. I feel like that's just like a testament to showing my family that you can actually take care of me. You can never raise your voice or curse at me. I will leave immediately. I'm absolutely keeping my last name, and I don't want my whole family to have the same last name, so you'd have to take my last name, and I'd be naming the kids as well. I don't know if you guys know anything about African weddings, but that's gonna be like a 3-part affair minimum. At least 2 vacations a year. I would like someone well-traveled, and like traveling is a hobby of mine, and I'm trying to hit every single country in the world, so I'd want someone that shares that same interest. Someone that speaks at least 3 languages, because I speak 3 languages, and I'd want our kids to speak 3 languages. So
she is a dreamer.
And I say that because in this sense, I'm gonna play this one last. It doesn't matter. I know we're gonna go on countries, but I'm gonna say this. If you're the good man and you find a good woman, it don't matter where she at. I'm gonna let my girl tell you why.
Breadwinner in a relationship?
I'm not the breadwinner in a relationship. You mean any man I'm with?
Yeah.
I'm not the breadwinner in a relationship.
But would you be okay if you were?
I'm not. There's no man I know from you or he got a regular job. He work at a warehouse. He is the head of the household. He is the breadwinner. I will chip in as he see fit because he's that. Now, this is the way I was raised. A lot of women not going to agree with me.
No, they ain't going to agree with that, Cheryl.
I'm cool if you don't, but...
They're about to tear you up, Cheryl. Let me say
well, tear me up because here's the thing. Even if I make more money, it doesn't make me the breadwinner.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't make me the breadwinner. It makes me the baby. What you say you want to do what? Or what you want for Christmas? You want a pony? Okay, nigga. I got you.
Cheryl, what? You know, like...
What?
The breadwinner, you know, normally that person has the larger voice in the relationship.
Exactly. He's a man. He's going to have, this is what
I
believe.
You got the money, you making the money.
No, this is what I believe.
Okay.
I believe I am advice and concurrence.
Okay.
He is the head of the household. Now, this is how I believe. The word did not originate with me. He is the head of household. People need to start reading Ephesians. That's what I believe. I may be strong-willed, I may make money, but I'm not the head of the household. But what I watch, my mama who raised me, and my daddy, I watched them talk on Saturday morning. And my brother Chris will tell you this. I watched them talk on Saturday morning, and they settle the differences and come out unified. I am not the head of the house. I may be an influencer, especially if this man has children. Right? I want to make his life better and easier, but I'm not the head of the household. Even if I have access to more money. What happens if I don't have access to more money and we got to live off his money? Then we're going to be eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and fried bologna, because I love fried bologna.
Exactly. And I say this to the guys out here real quick. When I was playing ball, I remember I was talking to this girl and I said, man, you always talk to these ball players. You know, why are you talking to these ball players? And she said, oh, those are the only guys that approach me. I said, no, those are the only guys you accept. So when I say I can go any country, there's certain women that's going to gravitate to me. There may be some women out there that's this, and this, but when they see me, there's certain women that's going to shy away. It's like, nope. Just like there's certain women I'm going to shy away from. She looking hood, nails like this. You're not having a conversation. So women are going to gravitate to me because of how I lead. And that's what I'm going to accept. So I know we're going to talk about countries, and there's nothing wrong with that. But guys, remember, it don't matter what country you go to. A lot of y'all had the same problems in every country you touch down on. And y'all blame the women in every country you touch down on.
Hold on. That woman, first of all, that clip was she's not a baddie. So we don't have issues. We don't have issues with women.
Every dude out there is not going to find a baddie. So let's stop that right now.
No. What I'm saying,
everybody is not getting a baddie.
She's talking about the message. She's talking about the message, not the person.
No, because if it was a baddie,
you're talking about the message, not the person.
A baddie wouldn't be even answering that way.
No, the baddie was the other girl that was self-entitled, talking about, I need 3 languages in my child, and you're going to actually have my last name and all this other stuff. That's the one that you're talking about.
Women that's not highly attractive are more compliant. I'm not that's my stance.
Well, brother, why is it somebody like
my wife and Fearless?
You just said baddie, but then you just said the ones that are ugly are more compliant. So make your mind up.
I'm responding to the clip. Fearless play, and I'm watching the chat as well. I'm watching the chat as well. They like she ain't.
We're not watching the chat like you are. You're responding to the chat. We're noticing the chat. You're responding to the chat. What I was saying is, Fearless and I both have very attractive wives, and yet we still get femininity in the topic at hand. Femininity and submission. I'm trying to understand how you get the dynamic that because Cheryl Underwood is not a physically attractive woman, that her message of femininity and submission doesn't resonate.
Yeah, back in the day, I would have knocked her off.
So you still have attractive wives, but we don't attract problematic women. We still have attractive, feminine, supportive, and submissive wives.
So sometimes
having to look like Cheryl Underwood.
Listen, sometimes it's a glitch in the matrix. I remember my wife telling me she was like. She was like,
said that.
Let me finish. I remember my wife telling me, she was like, this was about work, and she was like, babe, I agree with you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be these women that's working till 40 and wearing themselves out. You know what I mean? She bought into everything I was saying. And the reason why I'm saying it's a glitch in the matrix is because what you're saying, Andre.
Mm-hmm.
I was saying that too. Like you met my wife and stuff like that. So something changed with ideology. You know what I mean? And I'm saying a glitch in the matrix. So I'm not disagreeing with you. All I'm just saying is that a person could say something one day, and then the next day they could say something totally different.
I agree.
And we see it with these celebrity breakups and stuff like that. You'd be like, damn, you was just, you got women pandering to men, and then when a situation don't work out, now they got a whole different argument.
I'm gonna input this, and then we're gonna move on to Dominican Republic.
All right,
I've said this several times in other panels. As you grow in life, you gain experience, and the things you thought of yesterday might, because of those experiences, change your future. So even though you marry a woman today and she's this way and that way, depending on what her basis is and how she grew up, she's either going to stay that way or she's going to start changing with knowledge, experience, and other things. It's how you integrate and work out those changes as she grows. Now, if you're separate from your wife, you grow apart. If you are with your wife on a consistent basis, when those changes come up and you notice them, then you can address them right then and keep your family and your marriage together stronger. So when you're separate from your wife, you cannot contain the changes that she has and the experiences she has by herself.
That's true.
So I'm going to leave that alone right where I just said it. And we're going to switch up to the Dominican Republic because we can drag this out all night. So we are now on the Dominican Republic. Fearless, you can go ahead and start. I mean, that's your home territory as far as we're concerned. Your wife's from the Dominican Republic.
Where my man at? He going to explain the difference with Latino women.
They're raised to be a wife.
But why isn't a black woman raised that way?
Most black women are raised to be independent. Remember, let's be real.
Say that again?
Most black women are raised to be strong, tough, independent, and don't take no shit. Because your daddy wasn't shit. I raised you alone by myself. Be a strong black woman. So they come into the game with their guard up ready. Spanish girl is raised to serve. They be cooking for their father at a young age, washing the dishes, washing the table, mopping all Saturday morning. Let's face it, they're raised to serve. If one time I swear to God, I'm at a girl's house having dinner. I got out with my own plate, put it in the garbage, put it in the sink. Her mom spazzed on her in Spanish about da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Now, in the black woman's house, if I get up with my own plate, she gonna say, that's a damn good nigga. He got his own shit. I like him, Shirley.
And I don't want to say nothing about whether it's black women or not, but that is the reason.
I will.
Oh, yeah.
I will. I have never in my life gotten a period. And I mean this. And I'm like you, Fearless. I've had very feminine, very ladylike. I've never had an issue with a woman. I don't know what it's like to be in a relationship with major issues, like a lot of guys say. And I agree with you also. No matter where I go, I gravitate a certain type of woman, and I don't gravitate a certain. I don't know anything about dating somebody with red hair, orange hair. I've never attracted a woman with weave. I cannot tell you what it's like to be with a woman with. I would be with a woman that has a pixie cut before I'd be with a woman that has brush waves before I'd be with a woman that has weave. So I don't attract those type of women. So be it. But even on the other hand, being in the West among our sisterin, many of them were not groomed to go get their man a plate, go get their man a bottle of water. Many of us men, even though we were with the quality version of American women, even many of those quality versions, I'm not saying this goes for all women, but what I am saying, I have to agree with what the brother was just saying on the video, that or even it is to a certain extent in the United States. Now, notice I said the United States, not Latin women in other countries or Afro women, Afro-Latinas in other countries. But in the United States, most women of color are not groomed to go get you a plate, bring it to you in front of the other ladies. That's another point. She could be doing that at home and not do it in front of her family or the other ladies. But it's the norm in the Latin communities outside of the United States because it's part of the culture. So the woman can feel a lot more comfortable bringing you a plate. And then when you're done, coming back and get that plate. I have never once, when I was dating a sister in the States, experienced that. When I dated Latin women, even in the States, I experienced that. I've never picked up a plate when a Latin woman cooked dinner. When a sister cooked dinner, I always picked up the plate. Even if she served the food or cooked the food, I always had to either make my own plate or she would bring a plate, but I would have to take it in by myself. And I was never offered, you want something else to drink? Would you like anything else? Never offered anything else. And I'm not coming at my sisters, but I am saying that there is a cultural difference in the dynamic. And so you may not say it, but I'm willing to admit that there is a difference. Now, once again, I'm going to end with this. When it comes to Afro-Latinas, it may be a different dynamics in the States or out of the States when it comes to catering to their men. But when the normal Black sister, She ain't making no plates. She ain't bringing no glass of water. Some of us men have been walking around this planet for 50 years, have never had a woman bring us a glass of water. But when I started dating with Latin women, and I kid you not, when I started dating Latin women, whether they were Afro-Latinas or traditional mestizos or machista, I hope I pronounced that correctly, those women were groomed to be wives, groomed to be catered. And I'll say it like this, not even on the wife's side, and I really want to land this plane. My wife is in the other room with her brother, Camilo, right? When Camilo walks in, Camilo gonna get something to drink, fresh squeeze like I get. Her dad was here yesterday. Andrea cooking for the family, just like she would cook for me. So it's not about being groomed for me only. She's groomed for all the important males in her life. In the United States, among sisters, you are not going to be what me. I come over to my boy. If I come over to Rob's house, Rob's wife is not going to cook a meal for both of us. She ain't going to cook one for him if she's a sister. And she dang sure ain't going to cook for both of us. But in the Latin community, you already know, and we all know, whether it be a Latin sister in the States, for the most part, everybody's not the same, but even more out of the States, that Latin woman, if she knows that her husband is going to eat, how important his friend is going to get a plate. You're not going to see that in any other cultures among sisters in the United States. It's sad to say they're not groomed to be wives. They're not groomed for the most part to be family oriented. Like I said,
I got to push back on that, Andre.
Go ahead.
I got a couple of things I want to say. Now, first thing is, one thing that I was surprised with my wife was that I got along with, I ain't gonna say Latinas. The Latinas I dated in, especially specifically Colombia, I thought I had issues with Black American women, but I didn't have as much pushback from Black American women that I had with Afro Latinas. So I actually got along better, surprisingly, with women I dated in the U.S. than Afro Latinas. You know what I mean? And so it was just more combative. It was more feisty and things like that. So my experience is contrary. And then also, Black American women I dated, I don't know if it was because of, when I lived in the South or cities I lived into, but they catered, they cooked, they served. So I got all those things. The only difference for me is the only difference with me is that I could go to another country, I could date younger, and I could date slightly more attractive. But as far as how I'm treated, I've been treated very well in the United States, but the level of attractiveness has not been probably to what I feel like what I want. And then if I want to date younger, there's restrictions in the U.S.
Do you think that treatment is the norm among what men say in the United States?
It depends where you're from. I think it's regional.
I didn't say that. I asked you, is that treatment the norm? Hear me out. Among men in the United States. I didn't say demographics. I didn't say culture. Would you go into a barbershop in most areas of the United States, give your statement, and most men would say that's the norm that they experience in most of the United States? Or is what I mentioned the norm if you walk into most barbershops, no matter what race, color, creed in the United States? Or is my experience more of the norm compared to yours? Because it's easy to sit back and say, well, in the deep South, if you go to this rural area in Alabama, you're absolutely correct, because that certain segments of the South still hold true to the old Southern ways. But is those ways the norm? And your experience on a national basis might not be what most men consider the norm. And what I would say, most men can relate to my story than relate to your story as far as experience.
I will say, in my experience, and then watching the travel movement, the Passport Pro movement, I would say that guys can go to Latin America and get more attractive women that could do those things. So, in my opinion, it's the level of attractiveness. I feel like my observation is that
you didn't answer my question. My question was, is that the norm? Is
I'm
your
saying, yeah,
experience
it's the norm.
nationally?
Listen. It's the norm for women that are probably rated.
I didn't say you. You didn't answer my question again, Rob. I asked you, is that experience that you had, can you walk in most barbershops from the East Coast to the West Coast, Florida, all the way to the state of Washington, most barbershops with men, tell your experience, and what most men say, yes, that's the norm, what I normally experience.
Yes,
Do
that
you
was
really
the
think
norm.
Rob,
Yeah,
now you
but
okay.
listen, just listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying it's the norm because most men are going to agree with me. The women that they're talking about are probably going to be average looking women.
Why you keep saying that, man? I've had some of the fun.
Me too.
We're talking about the norm. We're talking about
If I was going to be disrespectful, because I know my wife watches, you won't let me. I had to destroy any previous pictures I had. I would bring up some pictures of some of the finest women you've seen in America that have done that.
He said the norm. I'm saying that the average man is probably not getting the level of attractive of women that you have gotten. Most men cannot pull 7s, 8s, 9s, or 10s.
But we're not talking about look. We're talking about their behavior.
Something to do with it,
right?
And I will say this, Andre.
There's a difference in behavior depending on looks. That's what I'm saying. There's a difference in behavior from 6 and under to 7 and up.
No.
In my opinion,
here's why. A lot of guys I know don't approach the 10s because they afraid of them. That's why sometimes you see the ugliest dude with the finest woman, because the ugliest dude feel like he ain't got nothing to lose. He just go for it. I've always felt that no was the only thing you could ever say to me. That's the worst thing. So I'm approaching everybody. So I've always had women. Now here's what I will say, Andre. Have I had women do what you said? Yes. But here goes the problem. I had to teach them how to cater to men. When I was in Latin America, they were already raised to do that. Every woman that I was in the United States, I had to kind of say, this is how you're supposed to treat your man. You're supposed to be able to cook. Here, I got to help you, show you how to clean. I got to show you these things as a woman because no one taught them how to be a wife or even a woman to themselves. They didn't understand it. So to them, it was just coming in new. It was ignorance. So they just had ignorance. So it wasn't that. But I disagree when you say that it matters the level of beauty that a woman is as to what she'll do.
All I'm saying is the results from what guys say and what guys and they act and the reason why guys travel I'm speaking from the passport bro space. Most guys travel for more attractive women. Okay, so the treatment that guys get, the treatment that guys want, they typically get it with less attractive women. And I'm just saying that guys that want more attractive women to give them a certain treatment, that is why a lot of guys go overseas, because they want an attractive woman that will do the things that a woman that's a 6 or below in the U.S. would do. That's just my observation. You know what I mean? So
I don't think so.
I don't want to drag it out, but that's just my observation.
That's a good point, but I think it's both. I think that we do see more beautiful women and experience more beautiful women in other countries, but the behavior patterns, the femininity, the submission, the family dynamic, the domestic behavior is more prominent and prevalent in other countries. Many guys get caught up in other countries because they didn't even expect to experience that in other countries on that level. And so in the United or experience it at all because it was their first time somebody ever cooked for them or made a plate and sat down to dinner with them since they were a kid. And so all these things I agree with you, Rob, but I think that is both ends in regards to they do go to other countries for the beauty, but they also do go to other countries because the experience that they get in the States is not the norm.
That's true.
Like my brother Fearless said, and if you want it in the United States, you got to sit down and have conversations. You got to show them how you would like them to be, how you'd like to be catered to. Sometimes you have to go through that learning curve with them. But then when you go to other countries, you get the best of both of what you're saying.
But you got to understand this. Let me interject real quick. I don't want to cut you off, but somebody made a comment that makes sense. He said most passport bros are not attractive. Now I don't want to go too deep into that, but if I'm the exception is because that I'm not, I consider myself an attractive male. So I may have I may be an outlier from the general cast of the Passport Bros. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So, and Fearless, you know, he's not an ugly dude. So and you, Dre, you're not an ugly dude either. So we've had.
Oh, fuck me, huh? Leave me out.
Well,
Is that what you're saying?
But he's responding. Yeah. Fuck you, Ronan. Fuck you, not saying. But yeah, you know, you got white privilege, Ronan. But
damn,
I'm just
to take it that far.
But my point is that, you know what I mean, our successes in the United States, I'll put it like this: certain guys' reasons for traveling to other countries are not the same. You know what I mean?
I can agree with that.
But here's what I'll say, and I watched a video, Andre, of you and your wife, and one thing that she said that I think Passport Bros miss out on. She's like, yeah, we're attracted to black men. We're attracted to the swag. How, you know, I like how a man dresses, how they smell, how they do this. And I've seen guys go to DR. They in a nightclub or somewhere where people are dressed up. They got the New York Nets jersey on. They always wearing tennis shoes. They got the do-rag or a hat with a rag on top of it. What kind of woman are you going to attract when every guy there is sharp, clean cut, wearing pointed toe shoes? So if that's how you're dressing in that country, that's what you're going to attract. When you come looking like Andre, how he is now, those scrap women ain't even approaching you. You get a whole different type of tier of women. And the Passport Bros, if you come there looking busted down, what can you expect? You're going to get the busted down women, or a woman that just says, I'm cool with the money you have. So it's not about being ugly. Look, I tell this story a lot. I was in a club in Dominican Republic. The dude was about 5'6". I mean, he was busted down. He dressed nice, and that brother could salsa. We sitting there looking, and there's a line of women that's just standing. They waiting for the next song so they can dance with him. I was like, wow. He could have walked out of there with any woman. They were waiting for him because when he danced, he made them look good. And it was amazing. I mean, we were just sitting there. I was like, I got to learn how to dance. If this is what the key to get, the finest women in the club stood in line to be next and was arguing if you went over on a song.
I can attest to that. That's true.
We got to get through these countries, man.
Go ahead.
I didn't know if Fearless, is you done with your Dominican Republic?
Yes. So I'll say with Dominican, I think the women are raised. It still goes back to this. You got to find a woman who has family values, whether it's her grandmother, her mother, her father, all of them, there's in the household, and she was raised like that. You know, if you got a woman who wasn't raised like that or in the streets, the outcome will be the same. A lot of guys go to the poorest places. They go to Sosua. Woman can't speak English. She can't really speak Spanish that well. And they think that because she has a big booty and a smile, we can bring them back to the United States, and that's just going to change them. Well, if they wasn't nothing there, they're not going to be anything here. But I think DR, in the places that you go, I've been all over the country, and especially in places that a lot of guys don't go, whether it's in the country. And I wouldn't say country. I just mean maybe not the Santo Domingo, the Punta Cana, or the Sosua. You go to Santiago, you go to Memon, you go to any place like that, you will find women who are not on the tourist, but are beautiful and traditional, expected to be traditional.
All right. Now here's my spiel on the DR. Now I don't know if you can answer this, Andre, but after I finish, I want to know if you can answer this. I want to know the qualitative success rate on marriages from Colombia to DR, whether they brought her to the U.S. or lived in her country. I'm curious about that. Now, the Dominican Republic, I will say that out of Brazil and DR, Dominican Republic shows the least feminist influence amongst Latin America. So I will concede to that. I will say also Catholicism retains cultural influence, especially on women, roles, and family expectations. So women that are Catholic or Christians in the Dominican Republic, they tend to have, very high morals and things like that. So I will agree to that. Also in Dominican Republic, women often depend on family support due to limited access to government assistance. So why I bring that up is because when it comes to being submissive and you want to control women with money, you can't really. What I've learned is in Latin America, at least, is that you can't really control women with money, and I think that's the failure. I ain't gonna say the failure. I think that's one of the realizations of from the passport bro movement is that you can't control women with money. Now, in some African countries, you can because a lot of women allow themselves to be subjected to conditions working in Dubai and these Middle Eastern countries. You'll see some of these East African women, do anything for money. So they allow themselves to be controlled by money. But you won't see Latin women subject themselves to the worst type of treatment for money. So I wanted to point that out. In Dominican Republic, financial independence is difficult. And why I say it's difficult is that the job market is getting a little better, but a woman being independent typically means her being a prostitute, either her being a prostitute, having a job, or having her own business. It's still difficult, I think, for some women to get jobs depending on where they live. I think prostitution is still taboo. Unlike we're going to get into Brazil, and Colombia, but I think prostitution is more frowned upon in Dominican Republic than these other Latin countries. So I think women are more dependent on men because of that. And then I would say that DR is part of the Hague Convention, which allows for international enforcement of family court rulings. Some guys don't like that. And then my last point I'm going to say is Dominican divorce rates are higher. Divorce rates are higher in Latin America than most African countries.
Actually, Dominican Republic has the highest. Not to interrupt you, Rob. My bad.
Go ahead.
They actually have the highest divorce rate of Latin countries in the world. Dominican Republic actually ranks 5th among all countries in the world for divorce rate.
Yeah, and then the last thing I'm gonna say is machismo culture still influences traditional gender expectations despite low feminism visibility, and migration patterns also affect gender roles. But yeah, that's a good point. There is a higher divorce rate when it comes to Dominican women. I don't know how it is in the U.S., but I'm curious on how it compares to Colombia.
Colombia is 9%.
Problem is, and I think somebody said in the chat, control, man. You keep saying this word control, but economic. I just don't deal with those women that are not like, all right, my wife worked for the Ministry of Health. Her mother is a news journalist. Her father was a high-ranking person for the customs. I just never dealt with that type of person who was in need of money. And I think, and when I keep saying that's why you like Africa, because you have women who are economically dependent upon you. And when somebody is economically dependent upon you, you can control them. I don't want to be able to have to control. I want it to be willingly, because what happens is when that woman gets money or she gets freedom,
she's out.
She's out.
But listen, Fearless. Well, I ain't gonna say this because you don't know this, but my focus is on Ethiopia, and Ethiopian women don't subject themselves to be controlled like that. But to your point, for the sake of argument, I get what you're saying.
And Rona, if you want to read some super chats, I think we have some in here.
Vlog tripping with the $4.99 super chat. He said, did he just say he wanted to date younger? There's restrictions in the US. Rob's leadership results seems to be failure. Fearless equals success. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Then Zeta Zen.
Shout out to Zeta.
Thank you. Help me out with that. Fellas learn a language too. I've seen too many guys try to rely on Google Translate. Women will be drawn to you knowing their language and culture. Absolutely. Especially if you go into Ethiopian, that's a difficult language to learn, Rob. So if you're talking about Ethiopia, and I understand because Orthodox Orthodox Christianity, it is the place of the original Bible and so on. Because I actually had Rob pick me up an Ethiopian Bible while he was there and send it to me. So,
and talking about that, I'll play this video real quick. But culture, man, This is where a lot of you guys go bad. I'll try to skip if it's a little long. So
what's the next country? Go ahead.
Don't really date Black American people. Yeah.
Interesting.
However,
Number one reason. My number one reason of why
Rwanda.
African people would not want to date African Americans is because culture differences.
Okay.
When I look at it, coming from Uganda as an African girl, born here, raised here, I would think that African Americans, they don't have kind of the same values that we have. When it comes to relationships, when it comes to marriage, the way we conduct each other, I think it's different.
What do you mean by values?
Values, most especially, let's say love, family, marriage. If this man, I bring him and he has to kneel for, let's say, a little boy who is 5 years old. As a Ugandan woman,
it's normal.
It's normal. You can have your uncle who is 5 years,
and you still need for them.
And you still kneel for them
because it's culture.
So I want to ask you, no excuses. You go to her house, her little uncle walk in, he 5 years old with a sucker in his mouth. You getting on one knee and bowing down to him?
That's not my culture.
There you go. And what she's saying is the reason I don't want to be with you is because you want me, the woman, you want me to understand your culture, but you're not willing to understand mine. And I think that was your issue when it came to your previous marriage. You didn't understand the culture, man. You're not just marrying that woman. Right. You are marrying her, her mama, her brother who ain't got no job, who trying to do something else, the sister, the uncle, the grandmama who old and need to retire and live with you. Those are all the people you marry. And what you're trying to do is marry the woman and not marry the culture. And that's never going to happen. She's going to resent you for it.
That's why this stream is going to get to the conclusion that I want to find a culture that I'm willing to marry into. But you're right. I'm not disputing what you're saying. I'm not disputing what you're saying.
So you're not new.
It's culture. Now you
hold on one second. I just want to make this point. So what you're saying is, Rob, you're willing to give up America to go live in another country strictly because you're worried about bringing a woman back to your culture?
No. What I'm saying is now is that I want a woman that I don't want a woman that's submissive to money. I don't want to control a woman with money. I don't want to control a woman with no other mechanism. The only mechanism that we should be controlled by is religion. And the religion that I adhere to the most is Ethiopian Orthodox. So if I marry again, which I intend to, it will be a woman of the Ethiopian Orthodox faith, or she could be Eritrean Orthodox. It's the same faith. So that's the direction I'm going in a nutshell.
So then you're not going to be an authoritarian.
No,
that's a contradiction of what you just said.
Well, I'm saying that even in the dating process, my interactions with women, etc., it's better in Africa than Latin America. We could exclude marriage, dating and relationships. My interactions with Africa is better because of the dynamic.
What dynamic?
And my personality. We already covered that. I don't want to veer off because
all right. The next topic is going to be Rwanda because we're.
But let me answer this real quick.
With 2 hours and 19 minutes, we need to.
Yeah, I'm going to answer real quick. I know we never answered it. When guys say, "What country should you go to?" It's going to be a personal preference, guys. Mm-hmm. To me, if you want a woman who is more liberated, maybe more educated, and still chooses to do things for you, I would say your Latin America would be it. If you're looking for a more subservient woman who would do things, maybe not out of love, but out of duty, then I would say Africa. That's how I see it. When you are in Latin America, the women are more expressive. We don't have the term a Latin lover for nothing. You're going to see women that are very expressive emotionally. When I've been to Africa, it's a little more suppressed. They do everything that you need them to do, but I don't think they are expressive, whether in the way they dress, in anything like that. They're not as expressive. They will do things, but it's more out of duty instead of out of willing.
You dated Ethiopia, they're not subservient. That's not their culture. You know,
The ones I
Ethiopians
dated, they were like that.
That's no, they're not like that.
So
And
hold up,
Ethiopia
then I'm
is
really
a culture where
confused.
they actually
Why
feed
would
you?
you go to a culture where you say you want a submissive woman,
No,
but you're
because
saying Ethiopians aren't subservient?
no, because you're making it a negative connotation.
But you
Women,
guys are jumping to Ethiopia, and you're supposed to be in Rwanda.
no,
That's what I'm saying.
no,
That's off topic.
no. I'm not gonna get on Ethiopia. But I want to make the point is that you can't try to make a negative connotation of subservient. That's not fair because Latin women love their culture. African women, South African women love their culture. Even if polygamy is in their culture, women that accept polygamy, they'll say, "I accept it because that's my culture." You know what I mean? That's part of them. That's part of their history. That's part of their DNA makeup. So you can't say that they're doing things unwillingly. Some women are doing it because that is their culture. You know what I mean? So I think I just want to push back because I was a shot at African women and trying to call them say they're subservient when it's subservient in our lens, but that's their culture, and most women from their culture love their culture and accept it.
Okay. Can we get to Rwanda now?
Yes.
All right, well, go ahead and kick it off because he kicked off Dominican Republic. That was his hometown. So,
all right, I don't have no videos for Rwanda, but I will say first, Rwanda leads the world in female parliamentary representation. So it's true. The dictator, I don't like calling him a dictator before this segment. I'm gonna say the dictator, Kagame, he made the decision to give women equal representation, but as a dictator. And I'm gonna get into that a little bit more. But these positions are often top-down appointments rather than from grassroots. The thing with power is that it's not power when it can be taken away. The women empowerment in liberal societies comes from voting for senators, voting for representatives that can vote, that can push your agenda, and women having money to push their agenda. In Uganda, that's not the case. It is pretty much an authoritative regime that's masked with giving women equal opportunity, but women aren't getting opportunities because they marched and protest and they have political leverage. Women have no political leverage. Kagame won his re-election by like 99%. Come on now. Rwanda is an authoritative regime where women are given political opportunities, but not through grassroots empowerment. Women in Rwanda are not submissive. I'm sorry, women in Rwanda are not more submissive than those in Latin America. So I will concede to say they're not ideally what I would consider submissive, but there's no gender power struggle because of the dynamic of a government. Marriage is highly valued. What I've noticed in Colombia, which we're going to get to, is that Colombia has a low divorce rate because they have a low marriage rate. And I don't want to get too much in Colombia, but people live together in Colombia. They say my esposa. They don't say my marido, which is husband. They say my esposa because when people in Colombia, when people live together, they refer to them as husband and wife. That's their culture. Getting married legally is not common in Colombia. So I just wanted to preface that. So in Rwanda, marriage is highly valued. Polygamy is not legal nor practiced. So if you want polygamy, Rwanda is not the country. Strict laws against domestic violence promote emotional discipline in women and respect for men. So men and women have to adhere to strict rules in Rwanda. So you won't see aggressive women. You won't see them getting loud and disrespectful in Rwanda because they have strict laws against that. So I do appreciate that about that authoritative regime. My last point is that Rwanda, men control the dating market, but are still appreciated and cannot take advantage due to societal norm. So men, by being more patriarchal and authoritative, men do control the dating market. However, how Kagame runs it is that men can't abuse it either. So women women fare better in Rwanda because I believe they have a good dictator. That's what I was saying earlier, between a good dictator and a bad dictator. If we want to call Kagame a dictator, I believe he's a good dictator. He gives women equal opportunities. He protects women physically, but at the end of the day, the man holds the power. So me being authoritative, I want to say my authoritativeness is synonymous with Kagame and Rwanda. I'm gonna land my plane with that.
Fearless.
All right. If you can read the super chat, then I want to address something that JX said in the chat. You can read the super chat. I think Vlog Tripping had something on there.
JX did as well.
Rob's not changing himself, just changing location. Yep. Did you read JX? Did you want to read? Here, I can read it. Every culture with religion all agree that. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Now, every culture with a religion all agree that women need to be controlled as seen by their laws and social norms. Even marriages were arranged by women because they don't make logical decisions, which is true. Arranged marriages, the mother can be in control of that, and or the father. So yeah, I agree with that.
And I think he said something that he said, "Holy F, this is annoying. If you have served in the military as I am, then you should be well accustomed to leaders who are authoritarian. It's mostly the new leaders. But here's the difference. If you served in the military, yes, you are authoritarian, but you're authoritarian to people who are trained. The people who are trained to trust your judgment over time. If you took that same authoritarianism and went to a civilian and said, run into that building, they're going to question you. So in a relationship, if you've trained your wife, and train is a bad word, but if I've given her all the instructions and she knows that when I say do something, there's a reason behind it because we've done this together, it's not questioned. That's the difference. But you can't take that authoritarianism and give it to anybody and say, go do something, because the average person is going to question, why are you telling me to do it? I'm just not going to follow your lead blindly. No one does. It's a built trust over time.
Is that it on Rwanda?
That's all I got, unless Andre wanted to chime in on that.
I mean, but the question is, in Rwanda, didn't they just go through another genocide?
Another genocide? No.
They were having some problems right around when you were there, because I think I sent you some information that something was going on.
No, I mean they have some militia group has invaded Congo, but that's what I
thought, the Congo.
Yeah. But that still, it does stem from the history of between the Hutus and the Hutsis. So,
And I'll say this to you: what you said really concerned me again, because you're still going back to countries and you say, "Oh yeah, the women are more faithful. They do this, or they get married at a higher rate." If you suppress a woman's pay, she can't really own land. She can't really own anything, and the only way she can survive or get out of the conditions she's in is to marry. She'll marry, whether she loves the person or not. It's a way to get out of the situation. That's why I say it's different. If I have given the woman in Latin America, she has education, she has her own job, she has her own independence, and then she still wants to marry me. That is entirely
That's a lot better choice.
Yes, than a woman who is forced to because she's in survival mode and she has very limited options. And one of the options to get out of poverty is just to marry.
No, I agree with you. That's the movement, and I represent the passport movement, or one of the people that represent the passport movement. That's why there's a realization that guys, put it like this, some guys are not built to marry women from impoverished situations because they have misconceptions or they have false assumptions. So in my opinion, I think most passport bros should go for their equal counterpart in other countries, because to your point, I think women that's coming from impoverished or less opportunity situations, and I could say myself, don't know how to navigate those. See, I'm more, to be honest, I'm more better suited for a woman that has a degree, a middle class income or higher, because those have been my most successful.
That's a contradiction, though. If you're liking those type of women, they're not going to submit to an authoritarian type of personality.
And we just heard a video when you said you don't want a woman that's ambitious.
Listen,
a woman who has a degree is ambitious.
Listen.
I'm listening. No excuse.
When it comes to marriage, it's gonna be Ethiopian. So anything I said revolves in non-marital situations. I could enjoy, date, have my cake and eat it too, in non-marital situations in Africa being my mindset. So basically what I'm saying is, if I was to marry a non-Ethiopian woman, then yes, I'm gonna hold on those principles. So my exception would come from Ethiopian women, because I believe that a woman that is submissive to her religion is going to be the formula for the most success for me.
And brother, you're not a true leader. You just flip-flopping to do whatever they want you to do.
We can get through the countries and come through a computer.
You want a woman to stand on principle.
We on the book of Eli at this point. We are in the book of Eli. He's the guy in the town looking for the Bible so he can control multiple towns. That's where we at right now.
Not the book of Eli.
I'm just saying.
Like I said in that clip, I don't want an ambitious woman because I am top 10 in every category. I can dictate.
All right.
my rules.
Well, we're flipping to Colombia. Andre stomping ground.
Yes,
we're on Colombian right now.
Ooh.
So go ahead and start, Fearless, since Colombia.
Actually, I'm going to succeed because I want to hear what Andre feels about the country that he lives in and the women.
Hold on.
This is between you and him first.
Oh, well, me, I've been to basically every city, 6 cities there, Bogota, Cali, all of them. I have found that
14 cities. I've been to 14.
I haven't been to the little ones.
It's not about the race; it's about the quality of the women and the people in it. So
I have found the women to be very good.
Let me start. Let me start this up because I got some bombs to drop.
Hold up, wait. You have Rwanda first. He gets to start with.
I enjoyed each city. Like I said, I think it's culture, not color. I've been to Cali and I've seen some beautiful Afro Latinas that have a different culture. I've been in Bogota where they mostly look white. Still the same. I still think it's the person there. I've never come into an issue. I've never put myself in a place where the other guys are at, where they're getting drugged and things like that. I've always enjoyed it, and I've always met ambitious women. And that's one reason I like, if I went to Bogota, is because most of the people that I would deal with that is the capital, for those that don't know, are more financially there. I'm not dealing with the riffraff. I'm not dealing with that. I'm dealing with people who are financially minded, who are more education forward. So to me, it doesn't matter. I've seen it going there. So I'm very feminine women. The only thing I don't like, now I will say this. This is a preference on me. A lot of the women in the tattoos, I don't really like the tattoos as much. You know, I've seen a lot of them where they get the tattoos all over, and that's not me. But you know, sometimes that's some things that they do. Just not my preference. A small tattoo, but I've seen it go a little bit wild. But other than that, very still cooking, still taking care of, still what can I, do, all of those things.
Okay. Now for my Colombia segment, I want you to play 2 videos back to back, and then I'll go through my bullet points. So the Colombian videos, I think you should have. Yeah, you should. You probably know what's left.
Is that the black Colombian chicks that are sitting at the table?
Yep, and then I had a one-on-one. So those 2 videos.
Either one first. It doesn't matter.
Either one first. It doesn't matter.
But that is an overgeneralized picture of us Latin American girls, because we are not desperate. We are just taking advantage that you are so stupid to offer us your money without knowing us. It's like we are taking advantage of that. So, and then they think we are like stupid girls and we're desperate and we want their money and they can say anything to us and they can do everything to us and we are gonna be we're not gonna be like silent. We're not like that. First, we're gonna be like, testing the situation, and then when we know how is the thing, how is it going, we're gonna say like, okay, goodbye. This is my turn, and you're out. That's how we work. You know, that's how Latina girls work. It's like they're watching you, they're listening to you, and you're not even noticing that. So you're like, you have no clue what's going on in that mind. And then when you are gonna see it, you got shot or something like that. So guys, those Afro-American guys, I'm not gonna say all of them, but what I see is that they are so violent, and they want to be like always forcing us to do things that we don't want. And poor girls, they are in a different country. They don't speak the language like in a very good way. They barely can communicate with others, so they think they have no options, and they take advantage of that. And that's when you see those cases where those girls are murdered or just kidnapped or killed by their own husband or partner because they don't know each other. I don't know, because in Colombia, they used to say that black girls are not that lovely. They are rude. And most loving girls are white girls, For example, paisas. They are like loving their husband, like cooking meals for them, cleaning their clothes, doing everything for their husbands. And we are not like that. So when you foreigners come here, they get that image, they get the message that we are rude. Maybe you're looking for us, but in Colombia, they don't think like that. It's like black girls are hard. So you need to be careful if you want to be with one of them.
I don't know. It was
Let
crazy.
the audience know, I guess, how do you feel about the, traditional relationship where the man provides, a woman, does things for the home? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, if you're a man who likes traditional relationships, then I'm not the woman you want to have by your side. Because I've been raised, I like working. I'm intelligent, I'm clever, I'm nice. I look pretty. So I just know that I can have whatever I want, right? So the thing is, men try to give everything to you. Yes, that's not bad. Who wouldn't like to have someone giving to him everything? It's like quite a interesting thing. But what I think is, you're giving us everything, but what are you demanding just for giving us that, right? So some of you, I'm not saying every single man, some of you used to think that if you give us everything, you own us, right? So we must be like your, puppy or your pet. So you're always like telling us what to do, how to dress, where to go, who to hang out. And I'm not willing to do that. That's disrespectful. If you're trying to give someone everything, it's because you want to, and just that. And of course, you're not going to give everything to someone who's not willing to give you something you want, right? So yeah, you need to reconsider that about giving everything to someone, because that's when you get mad and you say like, I'm giving everything to you and you're not doing one single thing I'm asking you to do. But just have you ever stopped to think, what is it that you're asking her to do that she doesn't want to, and why? It's insane. That's why I think you are willing to give women everything, demanding they say one thing, but they're demanding more than that. They're not willing to do that. They're not willing to give us one thing if we were the provider.
This is exactly what I said. I don't want to control a woman with my money. The first
I
thing
don't want her.
said, no, I'm saying
I'm not finished. I'm not finished though. I'm not finished on my segment though. I got some bullet points.
Go ahead.
But to her point, I don't want a woman. I don't want a woman like that. And she even said that Afro-Colombians are hard. The paisas, the light-skinned women are more softer. So guys, take note of what she said. Where's my Colombia real quick? So Afro-Colombian women are known for strong personalities and resistance to machismo-ism. My wife, she was Afro-Colombian. Dre's wife is not Afro-Colombian, just to put context in. Cultural rejection of traditional male authority is common. Catholicism has relatively weak influence in Colombia. While widely practiced, it doesn't heavily guide family or marital structure, opposed to Dominican Republic and Brazil, where Catholicism has more influence. Colombia has low marriage rates and has a female vice president, reinforcing the presence of feminist progress in public life. I'll land my plane.
I'm gonna let Andre go a little bit. I'll just say these things. One, the woman was saying lead with money, and that's how you control them. Like I said before, I don't want my money to do that. I want you to be a choice. If I say, sweetheart, I don't like what you wear, it has nothing to do with how much money I give you. You're respecting me, so you won't wear that outfit because that outfit would disrespect me. It has nothing to do with the money I give. And I will say this, Andrea, no, you say religion isn't big in Colombia. This is their week. You're not going out and clubbing on this week. They shutting everything down. This is like the past.
I'm talking about influence, though. You could be religious, but some people don't. When I say religious influence, that means that a lot of women in the U.S. are religious, but you point to the Bible on how they're supposed to be in marriage or the grounds of divorce. Most women don't follow the biblical grounds for divorce. I'm gonna let Andre go in. I don't want to get off on a tangent.
Well, the one thing that I've said over the years is this: And I've not, I don't want to say warned, but I've made black men aware of this, and many guys in the comment section can attest to this. Let me not say that, because I'm not one of those comment section type of dudes. When it comes to black women, Africa, African American, Afro-Latina, they're basically, outside of a bit of culture spread off in there, they the same, bruh. You're going to eventually get you somebody that's, for the most part, they all have that, you can't tell me nothing. You have to prove to me before I submit to you. So for the most part, no matter where you go in the world, I don't care if you go to sisters in Cambodia. I don't know what's in the DNA of the black woman globally. I don't care if you're in Spain, but and I'm talking the norm for right now, guys. I'm not talking about individual women, because I know you guys can say back, well, my woman is this, or my one. I got you. Hear me out. I'm talking about just in general on a global thread. On a global thread, the norm is black women, no matter what culture you go to, they are a little bit more harsher than other cultures. Even the Afro-Cambodian, the Blasian sisters are considered to be more harder than the traditional Asian women. So let's take it for what it is, guys. The ladies just said this. Number two, the ladies just said what. Number one is that the ladies said that. I didn't just say this. The ladies have said themselves, we are hard, with the same putting their chest out as
visceral.
Vitriol. Thank you very much. I was trying to think of the term. The same vitriol as women in the States or in Canada or in UK say it. They're hard. So if you're going to be with one, you might find one that every once in a while does hold the traditions, but expect a black woman to be a black woman. Number two, these women that spoke were younger. These are the new generation Afro-Latinas in Colombia. So the women that he interviewed, as well as the women that were speaking, they were speaking from the perspective of, now notice, these were fluent English speakers. These women barely had an accent. You wouldn't have even known that they were Colombian if they had not been, if they were in the States, you wouldn't have known those women were Colombia. Like my girl Tours by D, her English is so perfect here in Cali that you wouldn't even know that she was born and raised in Cali. You thought she was still born and raised in Houston. So when it comes to this new generation of black women, if you guys are going to date younger, under 30, do expect this dynamic to be in Colombia. I'm not talking about feminism everywhere. We're talking about Afro-Latinas in Brazil, Afro-Latinas in Peru, Afro-Latinas from Venezuela. So do expect that black women, number one, black women are going to be black women. So let's not fairy tale the thing. Number two is, like Rob was saying, I have to agree with, and what the ladies were saying, we're hard. Expect it. We're hard. The ladies said it. Rob didn't say it. The ladies said it. We are hard. Number three is, when it comes to the ladies, a lot of them are on that younger generation that's coming down the turnpike. Remember what I mentioned to you guys before. Starting a few years back here in Colombia, English is the norm in school. So this next generation of kids under the age of 16, English is a must in school. So all the things that their parents didn't know because they didn't know English and weren't influenced by the West, well, this next generation will be. And as you saw with the ladies in the video, the next one that I want to talk about is number 4 or number 5, which will be that a lot of these women are going to slowly but surely not be traditional. But I don't care about that generation in the sense of I'm not going to be around for them. I care about the generation which I'm in, and I care about my children being raised by a traditional woman. So I purposely made sure that I have a woman that is ambitious, that is a helpmeet, and yet still holds to the traditions of her family, that she can teach these things to our daughter. And if our daughter contradicts that by trying to be a modern woman, she has a mother who's been raised by tradition and a father to groom her, to let her know you don't want to be like that. And the last thing I want to say is, guys, do realize they treat local men like this too. The Afro-Colombian males go through hell and high water with these Afro-Colombian sisters. I'll never forget a story. I'm going to end with this story, Rob. Andrea was telling me when she was about, I think she was 19, 20 years old. She said, now remember, we all know that Andrea only hangs with black folk. That's her people. So whenever Andrea going out to the party, it ain't gonna be with nobody her complexion. Guarantee. She ain't in nobody music videos but black people music videos. All right. Yeah, man, she's 16 years old. Ain't nobody out there but brothers and sisters. You see this little white child out there hanging out there and dancing just as good as the Afro-Colombians. And so here's the dynamic. She told me, she said, one day we were at a party and we're sitting around just a bunch of musicians, musician friends of hers and some of her sister girls. And the brother said, one of the brothers that were musicians, he said, and I might be paraphrasing, he said that he said, I don't date black women. And the sisters at the party was like, what do you mean on date sisters? Now this is here in Colombia. And the sisters were like, why? He said, Andrea, if I asked you to make me dinner and make me something to drink, you have a problem with that? And Andrea said, no, that's crazy. What are you talking about? That's why I don't date sisters. We're talking about the Colombian men. No, A, the women are hard. B, a black woman is a black woman is a black woman. C, they know that the modern movement is starting to slowly creep in among these younger women who are learning English and are starting to get their degrees in education and think that they're following the dynamics of the American women, and they haven't had the repercussions yet. I'm going to say this again, and I'm going to end with this. Afro-Latinas, Afro-Brazilians, Afro-Colombians, Afro-Peruvians, Afro-Venezuelans, they haven't felt the repercussions of men not wanting them like American women have because of the modern feminist movement. They haven't felt it yet. The next generation of women, when they are left, and it's only like they say in the United States, by 2030, over 50% of women will be single and childless. South America hasn't felt that yet. The next generation of black women in South America, they're going to feel it if they keep following the patterns of the black woman in the United States. And that's the problem. A lot of guys don't want to admit, and I'm going to go back. I'm not saying every sister, but on this channel, we talk about the norm. We talk about the thread. The common thread is no matter where you go in the world, a sister is a sister is a sister.
Now, Brother Dre, real quick, do you think I would have fared better with a non-Afro-Colombiana?
No, I think you would have failed or would have done better with a woman that no matter what color or race, that she was parallel to what your game plan is. Remember, often guys hear me say this. I'll often say this. What's the difference between a river and a flood? A river has boundaries. A river has standards. You didn't marry or date within your standards. You gave somebody a chance to grow into your standards, and they didn't. What you should have initially done, kept your standards, but married someone or dated someone that fell within the boundaries of your standards. So no matter what her water of her river flowed, it flowed within your standards. That's the difference between a river and a flood. The same thing that Fearless did, the same thing that I've done. Andrea, as well as his wife, fall under the umbrella of our standards. Not that they were a particular race or color, but the woman had certain standards that we fell up under, and they had certain standards. We had certain standards that these women flowed through. We didn't let a woman walk into our life and be a flood. Floods don't have standards. Men that have women run all over them and destroy their lives, that's because the woman came in as a flood and was able to do whatever she want. But a man of standards, we marry rivers. You guys marry floods. And that's what would have been better. It wasn't the country it was that you have gone to. It wasn't the continent. It wasn't the race. It wouldn't matter what race. But as long as that woman, no matter what race she was, whether she was black or whatever culture or color, she would have had to stand by or at least be a river that followed the flow of your standards.
I agree with you, and I don't blame the woman. I've seen companies that say they go bad because they got to fire people, the people stealing from them, doing all of that. And I say, well, is it the employees or the person hiring the employees? Because if those are the people you're hiring and you expect something different, your hiring practices aren't good. So when you start hiring good people, your product produces a better, what they call it, a company culture, all of those things. So you have to see, and that's why I was saying to you, and I didn't mean to be rude. I was saying, no matter where you go, if you don't change and look in yourself, the result is going to be the same. Because you keep thinking, oh, this woman, maybe I can change her, or these things I'm looking for. You have to make sure that, like he said, the flood in the river.
Yeah, it doesn't matter the race. I know some people try to pigeonhole you into a race, or try to pigeonhole you into, well, you need to go to Africa. If you're not in Africa, if you're not in America, then you should have went to Africa. No, it depends on your standards, the person who you are. That's why you see some guys that have successful relationships, whether they're married or not, and it all works out great for 30, 40 years. I mean, all marriages and relationships have their ups and down days, but at the end of the day, what keeps it's stable. And I'm going to say something to you, Rob, that I do like about your point of view. Your point of view is, hey, I'm a man that has certain expectations or standards. The only problem that you had, Rob, was not necessarily the woman, but you gave a person the chance, or sometimes give people a chance that are outside of your standards. So as long as, no matter where you go to, you keep your standards strong, there'll always be a woman that's somewhere on this planet that's parallel and have the exact same thoughts and expectations and desires that you have, and you'll be in a happy relationship, whether you're married or not, with that person. But every time I see a guy that allows his standards to be compromised, that means that other things are being compromised. And then 5-10 years down the line, where everybody thought you were an amazing couple, it comes to find out that she wasn't part of what the guy's standards were.
I agree.
And when it comes to Afro-Colombians, and I want to make this statement, a lot of guys might sit back and think Andre's attacking the black woman. He is being selfish, and he's just down there because he's with Andre and the other complected white woman. No. I just said, guys, if you're going to date a sister, stop expecting sisters not to be sisters. See, if I dated a black woman, no matter where I'm in the world, I expect my sisters to be sisters. I don't expect them to be white women. I don't expect sisters to be Asian women. I don't expect sisters to be Irish women. I expect my sisters to be sisters if I'm dating a sister. So if you guys are taking it in a negative connotation, then that's between you and the Lord. But when I speak of black women on a global thread, what I found, and I've heard from all the guys that I've done consultations with, from all the guys that are dating women around the world, everybody notices this. And even when I'll give you a perfect example. Even when I sit back and I'm around Andrea's friends, they're Latin women, very successful ladies, really sweethearts, but their behavior pattern, you can stick them in the States and they blend right in. You would know that they were Afro-Latinas. As far as black woman just being a black woman, not negative, not positive, just being a sister. These are just sisters. And I think sometimes we fantasize that American women are right down here, the black woman down here. And if I leave America, I can get a black woman up there. And then you get a black woman in another country and you start to realize, oh, wow, a sister is just a sister. It's just a sister. Some are good, some are choppy.
But that's why I kind of push back against Fearless, what he said earlier, because a black woman argument would be like, well, y'all just not strong enough to handle a black woman. And it's not about strength or weakness. It's about a lot of things you just mentioned. You know what I mean? What you desire. So right. It's subjective. Strong versus weak, or whatever the case may be. I want to go ahead.
Not really, Rob, and I'll tell you why. Because you have guys that, such as myself, who earlier spoke on this. You have guys such as Fearless who spoke on this. We never had a problematic sister. I can't relate to problematic sisters. I've said this on my platform several times. I've always had ladies. I've only been in a few relationships. I've smashed, like you guys, smashed some chicks that were just smashable. But I'm talking about in solidified relationships. I've only been in a few. All of them held the same qualities that my current wife has. So even when I was with the sisters, I was with sisters that were ladies. Like I said, I don't know what it's to be with a bonnet queen. I don't know what it's like to be with a woman with gigantic eyelashes. I don't know what it's like to be a woman that's super sassy and I'm independent. I see this from a distance. I see this from afar, but there are a lot of ladylike women in the United States. So I've never come down on our sisters in the United States because I've been with very quality, very ladylike, very feminine, very soft-spoken sisters in the States. I can't relate to what guys talk about. Yeah, and they all I wouldn't know.
But something you told me, something you kind of mentioned, and I mentioned this about Kanal's marriage, is that when I told you what I was going through, you was like, bro, I was divorced and I married again. So you was you had an opportunity to either learn from your situation and have a second opportunity. You know what I mean? So your divorce didn't define who you were.
No.
You didn't let it define who you were.
No. And I've talked to many men that are recently divorced men, and I try to be an example, and other guys try to be an example that there is life after divorce. It's never easy on both ends for the man or the woman, no matter what people try to say. It's hard for us. And I just try to let men know that there is a life after divorce. You can find love again. You can find it whether it's in the States or you find it out of the States. But either way, there are some good women in the United States. And like I said, I co-sign all the time that there are Black ladies. And I think that's the problem, that a lot of guys don't want to be with a lady. They want to be the one that gave them the best intimacy, they give the most time to. But a woman that could benefit them in the long haul, a lot of guys don't want those women in the United States. So that leaves more for me. I'm just like a Fearless. Exactly. The most beautiful women I've ever had in the States, and the most ladylike women I had in the States. You know why I got them? Because y'all didn't say anything to them. You didn't walk up on that 10, so I did. You didn't walk up on the one that was feminine and she wore dresses and she smelled really good and she was very perfect. You didn't walk up on her. Some brothers are the ones that say, well, I ain't got my money right, so I can't walk up on a woman like that. A lot of those women don't care about money because they got their own.
She need that time, baby.
She need that time.
Yes.
And you know,
dude, I always go ahead.
No, I was saying, you know, the crazy thing, Andre, I know you're saying, oh, those baddies, those baddies may have been renegades, but when they meet a man that says, I got these standards, it's completely different. They just never live with, they like, hold up. This is different. Yeah. I've been able to do whatever I want. Now I got to live this. They completely change.
It's amazing how guys, and like I sit back and say, maybe, and I like what Rob said, maybe we're not the norm. Maybe because we're men of confidence and most men don't walk with that air of confidence that we have. Maybe most 9s and 10s do use them. Most women do. I've over the last couple of years, I've had to come to a conclusion. Andre, your experience might not be everybody's experience. There's only 14% of us that are even over 6 feet. So the experience of a 6-footer may be a little different. I have to come to that conclusion. I'm a guy that I've never had a problem with being with a lady. I don't like being with just a woman. I like ladies. Some guys, they never been with a lady before. I have to come to that conclusion over the last couple of years. Andre, you're gonna have to sit back and realize, like Rob said, a lot of guys are not attractive. A lot of guys don't hit the gym. A lot of guys don't have self-confidence. A lot of guys are still holding on to hurts from the past relationships and didn't do like me and got therapy, or like Rob, focus on their spiritual walk. A lot of guys didn't do that. And sometimes we make the assumption that guys are doing what we did, and that what makes us a little better catches, not the best catch, but a better catch for a woman than what we used to be, to where a lot of guys aren't doing the work to be better than who they used to be. And so they're still getting the results no matter what passport they get, no matter what country they're in. They're still getting year in, year out the same red-headed, big eyelash, big weave going down woman. And they're wondering, why can't I attract a lady? Why can't I attract a helpmeet? Why can't I attract somebody that's submissive and somebody that's supportive and somebody that's feminine? Why can't I attract that? Maybe because a lot of us brothers haven't made that change to attract those type of women. Right. And at the end of the day, I've just come to a conclusion that maybe dudes like many of us on this panel are outside the norm, and we have to. I'm not saying we're better. But
Dre, we have to say it. We're Gen X. No, I'm sorry. We're Gen X. We grew up a different way. We were the ones out there getting it
that's true.
out of the mud. We were out there already taking those L's and taking those no's at a very young age with a piece of paper and a pen in our mouth. That was it. That's all you had. Now everybody has this self-convenience of getting online, swiping left, swiping right, never having to come out their homes. It's a whole nother generation, bro, we talking to. They have no idea how long it took us to learn the things we had to learn.
But not even that. I think some of the guys are just scared, Andre. I used to live in a city where there was, so I'll give this, I won't even give the street, but say just the rent at this time, one place is $500 a month. You could go 2 miles to not even a different city, would be a different neighborhood where the rent would be $550, entirely different people, safe, everything. The people who lived in that $500 place a month just didn't feel comfortable going to the $550 place. It was white people. They were walking their dogs. There wasn't no crime. They just did not feel comfortable outside of that. And there's a lot of guys, and we can talk about Colombia. You can go to Medellin and you can go to one park, or you can go to the entire city. You can go to DR and go to Sosúa. You can go to Santo Domingo, Santiago. You can go to everywhere else. Certain people gravitate to those certain places because they do not feel comfortable outside of their neighborhood.
And that's what we see in the passport bro community. Dudes run into the hood. Why are you traveling to run to the hood?
But then you know something, that's where it goes back to where you and I and a bunch of us content creators have to come to a reality that a lot of our brothers that have passports are still hood minded. Yes, you have your money, brothers. Yes, you have your degrees. Yes, there are a few of us that have opportunities. Yes, the over 64% of black men that do have passports have some type of certification, some type of trade, or some type of degree. Yes, I agree with you. But many of us still have an all black, all hood mentality. And so when we go to other countries, we're uncomfortable because you only were in the black community in Kansas City. You only hung out in the black community in Atlanta when you weren't at work. When you weren't at work, you go directly to an all black community and you spend the rest of your hours of the day in an all black community. Nothing wrong with that. But then now with a passport, you're thrust into a European community if you're going to Germany or Spain or Portugal. You're thrust in a completely Asian community if you're going to Philippines, or if you're going to Thailand, or if you're going to Singapore or Japan. Now you're completely uncomfortable because you're so used to being around only brothers and sisters when you're off work. And like I'm about to say, nothing wrong with that. But as a passport user, you start to realize that is kind of like a
safety net.
Yeah, it's a safety net, and it's not beneficial in the global scheme of things. The world is not all black. And so now a lot of our passport brothers have to go to pay for play. They have to go to the hood because they know nothing else. They really don't know how to socialize with a gorgeous, beautiful German chick. Right. They don't know how to socialize with a gorgeous, tanned Filipina. So they have to pull out their wallets. And I've come to a reality that there are a group of us that are ready to be culturally diverse, such as the guys on this group and watching us live. But we have to realize there's a group of passport bros also that are not prepared to be in new cultures. Even though they see us do it, they aren't prepared for it.
I agree.
Yep. Absolutely. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to Ethiopia. I think we done beat
that dowry, Rob. You ready to pay that dowry? The $20,000.
Well, I'm gonna say this, the guys that don't know this, Ethiopia is one of the few countries in Africa that do not do dowry system. So
all right, good.
Ethiopia is an outlier when it comes to dowry. Another good thing I like about Ethiopia. I got 4 bullet points. So I'm gonna say Ethiopian culture does not have a strong feminist movement due to historic gender respect and lack of oppression. So Ethiopian men historically have not oppressed their women. Therefore, they don't have those sentiments that other nations have because of men oppressing women. Ethiopian women are submissive to religion, particularly Orthodox Christianity, which reinforces marriage and low divorce rates. So when guys say, well, there's a high divorce rate in Ethiopia, remember, Ethiopia, there's a large Protestant presence, there's an Islam presence, and then they have the Orthodox too. And I think people from the Protestant typically are more liberal, and you'll see more divorces in the Protestant sector. Ethiopia dependency on men is normal, but it is non-financial control, rather appreciation and complementary to gender roles. Women are also submissive to family authority, especially in rural areas. That's all I got for Ethiopia.
I got some comments after Fearless gets done with Ethiopia, because that's not.
No, I just have a question that, because like I said, I dated a girl from Ethiopia. Food was great, man. She knew how to cook. But here's what she told me. She said, just like this Indian chick, I like you. I'm in love with you. But I can never marry you because of my culture. My culture has me only being with someone who is Ethiopian. And she kind of said, Ethiopian, I might be able to get away with a white dude. I can't bring a brother home. I just can't. So what is going to be your experience when they say this is my culture and that's outside of my norm?
Well, I mean, people that watch my channel, like I've been out with Ethiopian women. Obviously I'm putting the same effort into Ethiopia as I did it in Colombia. And so what I found is that what you see in the US is different than you see on the motherland, just whether it's Dominicans or Colombians. In their home country, the dynamic is always different. They don't fuck with us like that in the US, but in their home country, it's a different dynamic. So I haven't seen that, but I mean, it's pretty obvious that most women around the world, they're going to prefer their own men anywhere, whether it's American, Colombian, anywhere. Most women are going to prefer their own men. So that it's not nothing. It's not news breaking of that nature. But from my experience and my interactions with women that I've met, and you gotta understand too that most travelers or passport bros, our first interactions with women are coming from dating sites. And women are dating sites, those are the ones that are open. Now, when you're on the ground and you want to approach women, cold approach women, that's when you might see more rejection. But if you're meeting women on a dating site, you already filtered out women that are against the norm. And so I don't need every Ethiopian woman or whatever country she's from. I just need one. You know what I mean? And if it's just a select few that are open to date outside their culture, that's fine.
But I'm gonna show you something, and I don't think you understand what you're saying. When you find that woman who's going to date a black man, she's rebellious. She has already rebelled against her culture.
That's true.
So that means you are going to Africa to be with an Ethiopian who is already rebellious, who isn't going against her own, who isn't going against the norm.
But your wife is rebellious. She's not. You're not Dominican.
I will say it. She in some senses of the word, where in some things I said, look, I can't deal with. I don't care what your mother, your father, whomever. This is my household. This is how we got to live. And she had to make a choice to say, all right, I got to tell my mom that I had to depart from you. Even when it come to our child, we got mom be like, well, you got to do this. She got to say, look, this is my kid. This kid didn't spend 9 months in your belly. It spent 9 months in my belly. and I gotta raise it, not you, because that's just how it is. So yes, there was, but I don't have a problem with it being rebellious. You do, not me. I can deal with it. You're the one that wants that woman that's a certain way, and I'm saying you're looking at the girls you may have smashed compared to the girls you want to marry.
What I'm saying is that what like I said, the women that I have met, right? And like you, there's a lot of things, there's a lot of content you don't follow. Like I have joined the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. What impresses Ethiopia, even in the United States, the women that are standoffish, once they realize I've been to their country, because a lot of women in a lot of Ethiopians in the United States never been to Ethiopia. So when they look at me and they know I've been to Ethiopia, I know some of the culture, I know more than them, I've been to more cities, they feel like I got a leg up over them and I garner more respect. That's how you get into the Ethiopian community, just fellas. You know what I mean? If you know the culture in the and you deal with people in the United States, they open up once they know you know their culture, especially if you know more than them. So the same blueprint for Colombia as far as how I'm getting to know the culture. I don't understand. I don't get the point that you're trying to make, saying that a percentage of their women prefers their own men. That's anywhere. You know what I mean? That's obvious. I don't see them.
Let me say this real quick, because of the Z lady, I had to do a lot of research on Ethiopia. I actually did a whole video just on how Ethiopian culture when women grow up.
The culture is different based on religions. They are very.
I understand they have the choice between tribal, Muslim, or the Orthodox Christianity religion within their country.
Or
King James. They also had a high young marriage rate between 14 and 18 years old. They lived the oppressed life up until recent points when different things were being brought out through the media and the news outlets, where they put pressure on the Ethiopians to change some of their cultural beliefs, just like female genitalia mutilation. That was also practiced within that culture. So there's a lot of things that have changed to make that culture what it is to this day. No, they have never been conquered. Yes, they are part of what we believe are the Black Jews of Israel. But at the same time, they've had their own cultural indifferences that are going on. And those women do fight for their own feminism, because you got a Z lady running out here talking about it.
She's in America fighting for feminism for her being.
But I understand that. I understand that she's where she is because she doesn't want to put pressure on her own family, because she knows her own family would not agree with everything she says. She's outright said that herself. That's coming from an Ethiopian woman. Okay. So why I'm saying that, yes, and some interpretations of what you see is not necessarily what you get. So FMG is a real thing. It's a problem within Ethiopia. A lot of people are not doing it as much, but it's still not necessarily outlawed. Okay. Just as well as being married at a very young age. It's not necessarily outlawed. It's still practiced in certain regions of Ethiopia. So, there's bright lights and glitz, but there's also a negative connotation when it comes to the Ethiopian culture and the suppression or oppression of their women. And that's why there is an uprising in that group, where there are a lot of Ethiopian women, once they break loose of being in Ethiopia itself, they become more feminine. Become more feminist in their beliefs and how they carry themselves. They're very direct towards men. A lot of men will tell you Ethiopian women are pretty much cold-hearted when they're trying to deal with you. It's money. They're more money driven. I mean, even she'll tell you, I don't care what you do, as long as it comes with money. So this is coming right from an Ethiopian woman's mouth. So I'm curious on why you're making it seem like they're the best choice when they're the most traumatized women over a culture because of the things that were done to them in the past.
I disagree, and I will say that the jury is still out, and I will say that there are four facets of Ethiopian: the Muslims, the Orthodox, the Protestants, and the non-religious. So the jury is still out, but I'm the one hitting the ground. I'm the one hitting the ground. You know what I mean? So we will see. But at the end of the day, like I want to marry into Orthodox faith. So, and I have to vet within that. It's not just pick one. It's not just pick anyone and she's gonna be right. Even if a woman that's religious, you still got to vet. So.
Are we done with Ethiopia? We gonna move on?
Yeah, we're done with it, but I do have a question for Andre.
Brazil is next. So once you get done with that, we can go ahead and move to Brazil.
Do you think that your and I say this in a respectful way, do you think your wife was a little more rebellious in this sense because she married a black man, an American man, an older man, all of those things, and that's not bad. That's just saying, like my wife, she married that completely different.
I agree. When he said it, when Rob said it earlier, and you kind of piggyback, that's what I was shaking my head in regards to my own wife. It takes a form of rebellion to rebel against the cultural norms of being with somebody your own age, being with somebody that's from your own country, being with somebody from your own culture, and being with somebody from your own race. So to sit back and say, I want to do it my way, I want to be in a relationship the way that I define a relationship. It took a form of rebellion to do that. But aren't we all a little rebellious? For us to have the audacity to be black men, other than black men that are in the military, such as Ronan and other brothers, the audacity to actually go out there and find love in other countries, the audacity to not wave the American flag to wherever you go, and you are actually enjoying the cost of living in other countries, the medical treatment in other countries, the cultural experiences of other countries. Who do you think you are to travel off the plantation? So it really rebellious men falling in love with women that have a hint of rebellion within themselves, because it took us to be rebellious to actually get our passports to live and explore and enjoy. You guys didn't just stop because you were in the military. You went to other locations outside of your military experience as well. Who are you to think that you could have the audacity to do that? You must be a rebel. So it took us to be rebellious as well to accomplish the goals in which we are accomplishing.
But I say that to you, Andre, for this reason. You had to marry a woman who was a free thinker, who thought independently. And that no excuse is when I keep saying you're going to have an issue. Because in order for a woman who is Ethiopian to marry you, she's going to have to be rebellious, a free thinker, not follow the norms. That means she's going to be ambitious. She's going to be different. And that is what you're trying to get away from. But that's what you're going to marry into, because in order for you to marry into that, she has to have that thought process. She has to go against the
Those are the best women.
she has to be non-traditional in that thinking.
At the end of the day, we can chase the tail. At the end of the day, my divorce wasn't on biblical grounds, and I have an issue with that. It wasn't adultery, abuse, or change of religion. Now we can justify non-biblical relationships because that's what we're talking about to the general audience. Everything we're talking about is non-biblical. But if we want to get biblical, the grounds of divorce are explicitly for adultery, which didn't occur, abuse, which didn't occur, and somebody changing their religion. So with that said, let me finish. With that said, if I want a woman, if I marry her, if we divorced, it has to be on biblical grounds. So that means that I'm loyal to scripture when it comes to marriage to a T, and she has to as well. So I feel more confident in accepting a woman of Orthodox because of their religious foundation and not being colonized. Whatever my personal reason is, that's my personal reason.
No problem.
At the end of the day, it is my hope, it is my projection, it is my belief that the next woman I marry, she's gonna stick through it through thick and thin because of her faith to scripture.
So, okay, we get ready to get to Brazil, but I got to throw this back at you.
If you
so on your next attempt at marriage, are you going to be with your wife on a full-time basis?
Yeah, I'm not going to just rely on scripture. I have to do a lot of things differently. You know what I mean? But at the end,
I know you had a lot of lessons learned on this first live.
We all have. Right, you know what I mean?
Right.
This, you know.
I want to thank D Ward real quick for the $10 super sticker. Thank you, D Ward, for the $10 super sticker. Go ahead.
What year did you get divorced? Or when did you get divorced?
I mean, I got married in 2022, and I guess you could say divorce was finalized in 2024. But we was together longer than let me say this real quick, Fears. I know you about to say something, but let me just get this off so I don't forget.
No. I'm only saying I seen videos of you in Africa a year ago. So that had to, I'm just saying that.
You know when people get officially divorced, you know that the relationship ended before that.
That ain't what the Bible say, brother. That ain't what the Bible say. I didn't bring the Bible up. You brought the Bible up.
Call me.
That's why I said, but I'm going to leave that alone. Let's go on and move to Brazil. Come on, let's get this done because I got people wanting to come up.
All right.
We already 3 hours and 21 minutes in.
Good conversation, gentlemen.
Yes, absolutely. So we on to Brazil. Do you want to start, Fearless, or you got some points you want to make?
No, I mean, I still think Brazil, you know, there's still a dynamic of colorism in Brazil that is difficult for anyone of color. I still think it's a great religious place. They have the Christ the Redeemer there. So there has to be, it still matters where you go. A lot of guys only go to certain places. If you're going to Copacabana Beach, you're going to find what they do at Copacabana Beach. There's places, if you see how large Brazil is, and y'all still go to only one little beach in Brazil, entirely different culture. If you go to Sao Paulo, if you go up north, if you go inside, entirely different place. So you can still find people there with different, a different culture, a different way of thinking, all of that.
Pushback.
Only thing I got on. No, I'm gonna push. The only thing I say about Brazil is, well, Brazil has deeply rooted feminist culture. I think a lot of people have conceded to that. Austin talked about it. Skylar talked about it. So feminists is known. I want to say is number 2 to U.S. and the Americas. They had an actual female president. And also, they reinforce liberal attitudes in politics and society. So wherever you see a large LGBT, you know, it means that it's a very liberal society. You don't see it as much in Africa because a lot of African countries are not as liberal as Latin America. Also in Brazil, prostitution is legal and normalized, which contributes to economic independence amongst women. Submission via money is unlikely. So women can be independent in Brazil because they can practice prostitution without them being shamed. Colombia kind of the same way too. You know, in Medellin, women, it's like a badge of honor to be a pre-paga, and Medellin it seems like. In Brazil, family court laws in Brazil mirror the U.S. in enforceability and bias, and it has potential for bias. Brazil is part of the Hague Convention on International Child Support and Enforcement. So that's what I.
What some guys don't understand, that y'all guys just like to go spread your seed and shoot up the club. What he's saying in the Hague Convention. What that means is if you go to DR and you get a chick pregnant, she can go to international court and get some child support from you. So
same thing here in Colombia.
Yeah, Hague. It's a Hague.
A lot of guys don't realize that you get a chick pregnant in Colombia too, you gonna pay child support from the States.
I didn't know that.
Especially if she knows your name. If she knows your name and your information, you done.
Yes, sir.
You down there Billy Bob instead of your real name.
Yeah. That's why they call me fearless.
All right, if we're done with Brazil, we can jump to Tanzania, and I'd like to get a few minutes with some people that.
So Andre, real quick, Andre, did you get a consultation? Somebody's like, "Hey, brother, man, I got this chick pregnant, man. How can I get out this situation? What can I do?"
I haven't done that. I had known about that law for quite a while here in Colombia. I had already did the homework, the research about Colombia and child support. And I'm not, you know what? I'm not sure. You know what, Rob? I won't deny it. I don't want to sit back and say that somebody hadn't reached out to me in regards to child support. But I think that's what caused me to do the research. Somebody, there we go. My man T-Mac. T-Mac said, he said, I pay child support in Colombia.
Yeah.
And it's very low. And I did know that. I did know that it was
very
low.
low percentage. Even Brazil is very low too. Me and Fearless did a live on it as well.
Yeah, it's low, but it's
low.
enforceable in Colombia and DR. They could enforce with the U.S. government. I didn't know
But they're
about
very reasonable in their request for how much you have to get. It's not phenomenally like they're going to take like 1,000 or it's like a couple hundred a month.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
For Tanzania, you can play that last video.
Hold on 1 second. Let me cue it up. Let's see, which one is that?
He said it's low for now. That's a key word for now.
Which one is
It's the one is the marriage proposal.
Oh, it's a silent video because they had copyrighted music on it. So I'm gonna.
So basically, this is in Tanzania, and she's probably Muslim, but I this is what I like. A man shouldn't get on his knee. A woman she got on her knees to accept the proposal. So there's a lot of men that think like me, the ones that explore. Look at she crying, and her getting on her knees is a sign of respect and submission. She's like,
but you're not gonna get on your knees for that nephew that's 5 years old. You're not respecting nobody in their culture.
I never heard that.
You know what's wrong with you? No, I just realized. in this
Hold on, what's wrong with this though? What's wrong with
here's what you do.
That's beautiful.
You get a buffet, and you just want to pick this out and pick this out. I don't like this, and I don't like this when it comes to the culture, and you really can't do that sometimes, man. That's their culture.
Why can't I be?
You have to understand, like even with my wife, I got to understand. Saturdays gonna be filled with some Dominican music and cleaning. I got to understand that Christmas don't start after Thanksgiving. Christmas might start in October when they putting up all their stuff. That's just the culture,
right?
And you have to deal with that. But you're trying to pick and choose. You're trying to build a Frankenstein woman
because I'm American. I could dominate.
Control. Remember what I told you at the beginning? Control and fear.
I'm an American. I could dominate. I have all, like Trump say, we got all the cards.
Yeah, how'd that working out for him? How's that working out for him this week? Stock market has crashed. He's had to bow down to China. Oh, okay, China. We'll take the tariffs off of the cell phones and all the electronics, China. Just don't stop sending cell phones and electronics. He already bowed down already.
China is an authoritative regime.
China has already sat back and said, I like what my man in China already said. He said, listen, somebody asked him, he said, are you going to survive this? He said, we are 5,000 years old. Do I need to say more?
I'm saying that.
We are 5,000 years old. You think we're going to let a country that's less than 500 years old tell us what to do?
We got all the cards, man. I got all the cards, man. That's all I'm gonna say. Where my passport at? We got all the cards, man. I'm just playing, y'all. I'm just.
I know, Rob.
I'm just talking shit.
But I say, my only advice is, if you want that woman to accept things in your culture, you are going to have to bend and accept things in her culture. That is why when people ask me, would they bring a woman to the United States, I say no, because a lot of times what they do is they isolate. Oh, you can't do this. You can't go here. You can't listen to this music. And how would you feel if somebody if you went to another place and you couldn't be who you were. That's what we do. And then it builds up this resentment. And then you say, oh, the woman left. She didn't leave because she didn't like you. You didn't let her express any of herself. You just built, like I said, you didn't build a house. You just built a prison. That's not fair to anyone. That wouldn't be fair to you. If you went to Ethiopia and you said, man, I'd like to have like a hamburger. They're like, oh no, you can't listen to none of your music anymore. You can't eat none of your food anymore. You just say, hold up, this is not going to work for me. So how do you think it will work for her if her culture and her religion, and it goes, see us, we kind of can do it superficially. Maybe we'll celebrate Christmas. Maybe we'll do this. With them, it's ingrained from her to her mother to her aunt, to those things where everybody will judge her by how you act.
Well, why are arranged marriages have the higher success rates historically?
They arrange. Hold up, I know, because I have an Indian friend that does it. He just left to go back to India to arrange a marriage for his daughter. It's not. Here's what you think. You think it's you and this woman getting together. No, my brother. It is the family.
Exactly.
You just a byproduct. The family has already come together to say, what type of family are we? Can we as a family get along?
Right.
You just a comma, brother. You have nothing to do with it. And those arranged marriages, it's set up because it's a legacy. What kind of family are you? Are you this? Are you going to bring this, and this? Remember when I said back in the day, polygamy was never about sex. It was about land, structure. That's what that is. When they're doing arranged marriages, it's not about love. It's about family, wealth, and legacy.
You know what other cultures like that? Korea. Go look at the Korean culture. They all live together in one house.
So you think you're going to marry this woman and not do with the culture, when culture has everything to do with it, especially in arranged marriage.
That's what I said. You have to marry into a culture that you want to conform to, or at least adhere to.
And I have to agree with Fearless on this one, and not going against Rob, but just saying for myself in Colombia, when I came here, and guys have heard me say this 100 times over, what has made me successful with the person that I chose, I've literally told her father, I am not looking for a wife. I am looking for a family.
Correct.
I did not come here to another country or another culture, continent, just looking for one person to assist me with being successful in a country where I didn't know the culture, one person to assist me when it came to language, one person to assist me when it comes to real estate, when it comes to property, such as cars and vehicles and other things. I did not come down here looking for one woman to be able to fulfill all those needs that I have. Wow. So I sat back and I said, and even expect one woman to fulfill my goal of legacy or heritage. So I came to South America. When I got here, I came on the hunt, just like the guys from India. I came on the hunt looking, if I'm going to marry somebody, this go around, I'm looking at the family dynamic. Does the family blend with me? Do I blend well with the family? And I'm not talking about we party together. I mean, I'm talking about, do they own property? Are these people employed? Do they have bank accounts? Are any retirements? How many wives in this family? A lot of times guys will come to South America or other countries, get with a chick in a family, there are no wives or maybe two wives. Get with somebody in a family, nobody has a job. Everybody's unemployed, but they're the great family to party with, or they'll get with a family that nobody owns any property. Mama don't own, uncles, granddaddy don't, nobody in that family own nothing. But you expect these people, that one woman who you're with, to fulfill all the needs that you have in that foreign country. So my recommendation is like the Indian dudes do and like the Korean people do. Look for a family that's parallel to you, not just that woman, because that woman in that other country cannot fulfill all the destiny that you're going to need to complete while you're still on this planet and beyond. That's my greatest recommendation, and that's the best thing that lesson that I learned from my last marriage. She was with a great family. She had a great family, But going to another country, I was not going to look for a woman. I refused to look for one woman. I was looking for a whole family. And like you said, she was the comma. She was the complement of the family.
And let me add
I've
to what
said the same thing. I've said the same thing, Dre, when people ask me what I'm going to be doing in the Philippines. It's about the family.
Guys, look at Andrea, and I'm telling you, it's a whole family of Andreas. And there are other women that are like Andrea, that comes from a family of Andreas, that come from a family of married women. See, I don't have to say certain things to Andrea because her mom gonna say it, her grandma gonna say it, auntie.
Reinforcement. Yeah.
I don't have to say all that. I don't have to sit back and say, well, babe, would you want to live in a nice neighborhood or would you want to be in the hood? I don't have to say that because her people ain't hood. I don't have to say, well, babe, wouldn't you want to get your education? Why? Her and her brother and other family members are people of education and of careers and of success. I look for all those dynamics. I didn't look for just a big button, a smile, like a lot of guys with passports do.
Let me add too. I try to tell guys too is that, like you said, you don't want to marry a woman. You want to fall in love with a culture because you're marrying a culture at the end of the day. So no matter, in my opinion, no matter how much you may like a woman, you have to love the country and love her culture. And that's how I felt at Colombia when I fell in love in Colombia with the country of Colombia, and then I fell out of love with the country of Colombia, but I still loved my wife. So it started to be a conflict because I started to fall in love with the continent of Africa. But I'm gonna land there. I gotta go to the bathroom, fellas.
Well, brother, you ain't gotta ask our permission, man. I'm not authoritarian. You allowed to.
That's funny. That is funny.
Man. Yeah, Ronan came up to see me. I think he seen we were saying goodbye and had some drinks. I had a little hangover, and when I woke up in the morning,
the wife can't drink.
I can't roll with.
He can't drink. He was cutting every shot we were going shot for shot.
No, not one of them dudes.
Yes, he was cutting. I was going straight.
I woke up in the morning, him and the wife already. She done fixed him breakfast. They already having cappuccino together, and that's just how it was.
That's that's cultural. Remember, I just said if you guys came, Andre's not gonna make a plate just for me and just Andre's eating. She's gonna make the meal for all the guests that are over at the house. And if it's you, and she's done that for guys that have gotten off the plane and watched the Super Bowl with us. And
here's the thing with that too, Dre. As a man, you should know when you go to somebody's house, you should be bringing a gift. You don't show up to somebody's house empty-handed. Just like if you're going overseas to visit somebody's family, you should be taking gifts for the immediate family. That's a tradition.
Absolutely. And I like what Rob said also about falling in love. And I preach this definitely. Fall in love with the culture and the country, because you might make and I said this the other day, you might make the mistake and fall in love with the Dominican chick and you cannot stand the Dominican Republic. You might fall in love with a woman from Tanzania, but you just have an affinity for Morocco. And so make sure that you also have, if you're going to live in those countries. Now, if you're going to live in the States, you already know your own country. Or if you live in Canada or UK, you already know your own country. But I'm talking about guys that want to live in other countries. Make sure that you do have a loving appreciation for Brazil before you truly fall in love with a Brazilian, because then you're going to feel trapped and you're going to blame it on her and, in subconscious ways, because of the fact you're stuck in Brazil, even though you love your Brazilian woman. Now you want to travel to every other country because you're really not into Brazil like that. So he's 100% correct. At least have a loving appreciation for the country and the culture that you're going to be in if you're going to be there. I've been here almost a decade, and I really enjoy and really love and have an appreciation for South America, not just Brazil, but Colombia, Peru, Venezuelans. I really have an appreciation for all the people here, no matter what race, color, creed, the indigenous, the Afro-Latino and Latina community. I have an appreciation for, but what if I didn't? What if I was in love with Andrea and I couldn't stand Colombia? This would have been a rough decade for me.
That's a fact.
Shout out to the chat. all the guys in the chat. We appreciate you. And one thing before you guys go to the next segment, I just want to say, man, it is refreshing to see Black male panels with nobody cussing out each other, nobody calling each other's names, nobody over each other, nobody calling each other stupid because we don't agree with that person's opinion. I just want to say thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, panel, and thank you, chat, for something that is refreshing, because we don't see this often on Black male media. On Black media.
At the end of the day, if we agree, disagree, or whatever, we still want to see each other succeed. And I think that's it. We want to, I want this brother to succeed. I want him to enjoy it, because that builds a legacy. The happier he is, the better off other people are. They share from his experience. And what you can also do is, and Andre may talk about this too, we can look at the good, but we can look at some things that he have done wrong and also learn from it, to say, hey, I did this, or I know you talked about stepchildren before. You're like, yeah, I had great, but I wouldn't do it again. I wouldn't. So these are things that as older men we have done. Some we not do it again. And we're trying to tell you, hey, here's the pitfalls we made. Just don't make those.
Yeah.
Right. And I wanted to do this stream because I wanted to challenge my way of thinking. Sometimes as men, sometimes we're not vulnerable. Sometimes we don't share what we're going through. And I'm a pretty open book person. And so I don't mind being challenged, because I believe iron sharpens iron. You know what I mean? So I respect Fearless. I respect Rona. I respect Andre. And we may not see things the same way, but there may be some things I take, and it's going to shape. This stream is not only shaping me mentally, but it's shaping me on how I want to do future debates, how I want to construct arguments for future panels or future topics. So I'm benefiting on different ways. You know what I mean? So I wanted to say that.
All right. Do you guys want to give closing remarks before we look at maybe opening up this panel a little bit? It's up to you guys what you want to close out with. Fearless, if you want to go first, or
I got a closing question, because I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna watch from the background, but I got a closing question for the panel.
So I'm gonna get out of here.
I'm gonna watch from the background.
What if they want to question you, Rob? Maybe they're the ones like, yo, Rob, come on, man.
Well, it depends who what, but you can put me in the background. But Andre already said that he appreciate the how the stream is going. Right. But anyway, my question for you guys is, I'm curious on what women in Cuba are like, because they are under an authoritative regime. Do you think Cuban women will be more like African women, or more like South American or American women?
I think from my experience being there in Cuba for we were there like 2-3 weeks. We were all over and we literally went all over the island. We were not just in one spot. We were hours away, and then we were hours away on the other side. So we met people in rural areas as well as the larger cities, people that live by the ocean, as well as people that lived in the forest area per se. So we were all over Cuba. And the one thing that I can say, they have strong ties to their African roots. It will amaze you how African Cuba is. They really, a lot of their recipes, a lot of the foods that get to Cuba are of African descent. So they still, because remember, it was an enslaved location as well. So they still hold on to that, even though they have that Latin, their Latin culture. Because they're locked into, they're surrounded by the ocean. They never get a chance to experience firsthand Ecuador, firsthand Puerto Rico, firsthand. The only time a lot of times Cubans get an experience of Latin culture is when they finally escape Cuba. Or I don't want to say escape, but finally leave Cuba, and they go to either Central America or North America. That's their first experience, true experience with their own culture. But when it comes to the experience of the history of Africa, they still hold on to that. I saw strong African roots down there in Cuba. Even many of their religions are still of African ties. A lot of people don't know that the if you go back in the history of salsa music, the salsa beat, boom, 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 boom. That's the central beat of salsa music. Boom, 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 of all salsa songs. Even though it is the modern day, you know, the last, let's say 50, 60 years, Puerto Rico has dominated, you know, even last 80 years, Puerto Rico has dominated the salsa sound.
I don't know. Celia Cruz is one of my favorite singers now.
But then that's where I'm going back to. The original salsa sound was a religious drum beat that was brought to Cuba first from Africa.
Right.
It was an African drum beat, and Cubans were the ones that originally had that beat, and then it grew into different sounds in the 20s, the 30s, the 50s. Now we have, you know, it went to Puerto Rico, and then that's when it merged between the Cubans meeting up in New York, the Puerto Ricans meeting up in New York, and then the native New Yorkers, and they came with the Colombia, the salsa sound that we all know now. But it originally started with black slaves in Cuba using their African beats, and it was part of their religion. So Cuba has a strong African heritage and African connection.
Yeah, I agree.
I love Cuba.
Yeah, I'd say
best bodybuilder to ever come out of there, Sergio Ova. I mean, they call him the man and the myth.
Come on now, the myth.
Yep.
The myth. Come on now, that dude. When I saw that, them arms, man, that dude, just the forearms.
And the thing I will say about this, if you guys are into natural women, Cuba, you're not going to see no BBLs, no breast implants, no weave, no long lashes, and not really even a lot of
makeup. Yeah, very little makeup, man. Just naturally beautiful sisters, man. It's crazy.
If you like overweight women, them thickums, you ain't gonna like it in Cuba. You don't see no big women. You don't see no overweight people.
No. Shout out to Cuba. Very friendly people. The nicest people. Super nice.
Yes.
Plus, when you go to Cuba, it's so inexpensive. I had 2 lobster dinners. Full huge lobsters, 2 lobster dinners, and 2 margaritas, $10.
I believe it.
$10. Yeah, so it was great. It was great.
So in the closing out, I don't know if you know, since this was a debate, and any debate you got to have a winner and you got to have a loser.
I already have a poll up, so I'm just going to leave that alone.
Well, give us the poll, and then I'd like to know what your guys
I've done it twice already, and it's kind of unanimous. I don't even want to mess with it.
Well, I'm not looking at your channel. I don't know what it is.
Rob's already going to have a 4th one.
I should have put a poll on my channels, but it's cool.
I'm just, it's not good.
So I'll ask the panel, Ronan and Andre, what type of leadership method do you guys like, or do you see women? I wouldn't even say you like that women would most adhere to.
I hate using myself as an example. I don't like that. Because, you know, when you buy a yellow car, you only notice yellow cars. And when you used to dating ladies, that's all I see are ladies. You know, I'd only attract that no matter where I go. And so I all I can say is that the leadership style, let's put it like this. All women are looking for a leader in one capacity or another. Okay, I don't care what they say. They may not bow down to me. They may not bow down to Rob, but that sister, that's Miss Corporate America, she gonna bow down to somebody. Take it from me, like Aaron. I mean, like Fearless has said. take it from me. I've been in many of sister's house, 6 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms. She's Miss AKA this, Miss AKA that, and she's just happy to have a man smashing her on that gigantic kitchen island. There are a lot of lonely, very, very successful women in the United States that will that will fall in line with the leadership of a man because they've got the money, but they're so lonely, and they turn the other side. They turn over to the other side of that California king bed, and it's ice cold because nobody's over there but that dog. So for you guys that think that because women got money, they don't get lonely, bruh, the bigger that house, the lonelier they get when they hear their voice echoing while they're talking to their girlfriends on the phone.
Yeah.
So when it comes to leadership, I'll say it depends on the woman. And it also, of course, like in Rob's case, Rob say it also depends on the culture, because the culture will somewhat keep that person in line of the type of leadership style that you present, because the other men in that culture present that type of leadership style. So it also depends on the culture as well, because we have to admit to a certain extent, gentlemen, we are anomalies in the States. How we behave and how we carry ourselves, we're not the norm in the States. Let's be real. Most men don't carry themselves like we do. No offense, American men. No offense, Canadian men. But most American men don't have passports, so they don't see the world on a global scale. Most men don't think they have the option of women in this culture or that culture. They don't think like that. Most men in Canada don't think that they can cross over the borders either way to UK or to the United States, or shout out to Quebec, going to France and see if they can find most men don't think like we do. So we are outside of the norm. Even these guys on the panel, I mean, even the guys in the chat, many of these guys realize once they get back to the States, they don't think like the average dude in the States anymore. They are outside of the box.
Facts.
And that's my closing.
Ronan, you chiming in?
What are we talking about right now?
I was just saying, what leadership style you were in the military,
right?
I guess you dealt with authoritarianism in the military.
In some ways, I mean, it was a limitation on even authoritarianism, legal rules versus, lawful orders versus whatever. You still had the right to refuse. I'm somebody that delegates and trains. I've always been a trainer, a teacher. So I want my wife to be able to be an enhancement of who I am as an individual. Like you said, in so many different corporate forums, when we go in a room, it's 100%. Even if I'm not standing next to her, I'm either getting chatted up or she's get ready to introduce me to somebody that she met in that room that was important to me for a business aspect or something that she saw. It was funny that my stepson knew my pitch as good as I did when it came to sales. He was pre-selling the kids on the football team and their parents before I even got to meet them. So I understand delegating and understanding the ideals, or being able to identify certain things in a person that feel like, okay, I can put that on them. It's not going to be too much. But at the end of the day, as a leader, it's going to come down to me pulling the trigger, because at the end of the day, when you make a decision, even if you allow her to do it, if it's wrong, the finger's still coming back to you. So shirking that responsibility of saying, oh, I'm not the leader, we're a partnership, absolutely not. Because when it fails, you're still the blame.
Correct.
So at the end of the day, you can have input all day long, but if we can't come down to a solid, unified front, it's going to come down to me making that decision and pulling the trigger, and I got to live and die by that. Because ain't nobody picking me up but me. At all times, a woman has an umbrella. Even if it's not me, it's her family. Somebody is going to come pick her up, where they'll leave me sitting there. So at the end of the day, when it comes down to something like that, as a man, you better know whatever the decision is going to be, you pulling that trigger, you're going to be the blame.
I was about to piggyback off of what Ronan just said. In most countries, most of the women that file for divorce does not file for divorce because her leadership style fails. She filed for divorce or was willing to accept you filing for divorce because your leadership style failed.
Exactly.
That's how important it is for you to be a leader, gentlemen. No woman is going to leave you because her leadership style failed. In no country. Andrea is not going to leave me because her leadership style failed. The women in the United States or the women in Canada or the women in Africa are not going to leave you because her leadership style fails. That goes to show you that our leadership styles are not equal, because if mine fails, somebody might walk out the door, and that's the norm.
Right.
Mm-hmm. One line, because I'm in a fraternity. I'm an alpha. It's a poem called "Test of the Man," and the last line of the poem reads, "He isn't afraid to fail." So
that's right.
You can't be afraid to fail, and leaders can have successes and ills, but it's a lot of times it's how you rebound and adjust. So,
I think you're going to be successful, Rob. I really do. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart, man. I sit back and I see how you are. I see, and I've been knowing you for quite a while. I see that you're a lot more patient with relationships. I see that you're a little bit more strategic. I see that you're a lot more standard oriented. I know my standards, and this go around, I'm not going to let somebody be a flood. I sit back and I just watch you over the past few years, man. And even though somebody may agree or disagree with your standards, you don't shun from your standards. And because of that, your standards are the yellow car you purchased. The world's going to start showing you the yellow cars, meaning the women that are parallel to the standards that you have. Just like you said, I've come to this country and I've joined this religion. It's opening up mental and spiritual doors for me. Now, women who are parallel with that mindset are going to start being drawn to you in that particular country, if not others.
Yeah. I didn't know, Ronan, if you wanted to open up to anyone, but I will say this, no excuses, man. What I can really say about you, man, is you don't give up, man. I mean, I've spanked you like 3 times on debates and you keep coming back.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
I'm just joking with you, man. I love the banter. It's good. Welcome to the panel, sir. Do you have a question for anyone on the panel or something you'd like to state?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, shout out. Well, first of all, shout out to you and Ronan for doing this classic debate. First and foremost, I appreciate that, because this is a lot of brothers need to understand, the circumference of a mentality of dealing with a woman, not just mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally, but just all around 360. How to deal with a woman, and not even only that, just the environment also globally, and where this is heading in the next couple of years. So yeah, I want to ask no excuses. So when you say you want to date a girl that's religious, do you even have any knowledge about the religion she's in, or how did it even come to pass?
Well, as it pertains to Ethiopian Orthodox, I have done my research on that. I've did my path to learning about Orthodox with the same path that Malcolm X took when he went to Mecca to learn more about Islam. So, and I show a lot of this on my channel, but I will say that to answer your question, I would say that I have studied it to the point where I understand Orthodox Christianity than a lot of Ethiopians that practice religion. So some are even ignorant to things that they don't know. But I'm not at the priest or deacon level, but I have studied. But there is a language aspect too, because their Bible is in Amharic, and so I do have to learn Amharic to read it for myself.
Okay, so let's back up. You said Malcolm X, but I'm not talking. We all know about that. I'm talking about way, way, way before, and when they was living in a polytheistic whatever they call that, the polytheistic lifestyle that they was living before they was converted to Orthodox. Do you even know how they even came about? How they even got converted to Orthodox?
Well, what century are you talking about? Because the first of all, the 4th century Orthodox or Ethiopia was part of the Coptic Church in Egypt. And so when they had the great when they had the Great Commission in the 4th century, that's when the Eastern and Western religion split. And so you have Eastern religions which fall under like Russia, because Orthodox, you got Russian Orthodox, you got all the Orthodox, but Ethiopian Orthodox has like the 81 books of the Bible, and the other Orthodox churches, they have more than 66 but less than 81. So I don't know what you're talking about, but I understand church history from the 4th century to present.
I have
No,
one quick question.
my point was I understand where you're coming from with the Egypt thing, but my point is when you say you want a woman in religion, you need to go study. And this is my humble thing coming to you because I lived there, so I'm really trying to help you out and be respectful to you, because you know what I'm saying, you going into a real danger zone in Africa period, not just that country. So I'm just giving you a heads up. When you say you're gonna deal with somebody in a religious fashion, you got to understand like the good, the bad, and the worst, and then what could happen to you if you don't have the knowledge to understand how to navigate between religions. Because you got to understand, Ethiopia got different religions also. They got wars and religions and so forth, so on. We ain't got to go into details about it, but it's a lot of stuff that you gotta realize and evaluate before you even say I'm just gonna date a girl in the Orthodox religion, because you don't understand the level of capacity that is as far as evil and good. And what you understand, what OG always taught me, is always focus on the evil, because the good is the good, and you always got to focus on the evil. So I will advise you, before you say you want an Orthodox chick, coming from her brother that dated 5 of them, okay? So you probably want to do some diligent research before you go into that situation and put a ring on one of their fingers.
Well,
Because let me just say, because 90 to 95% of them women over there, bro, and I'm gonna just give you some gems. They ain't really down with that, and they ain't really into that for real, for real. A lot of them just got into it because of their parents forced it on them. But you really sit down and really vet these girls and all that, they ain't what you really thinking, bro. And I'm just telling you from experience.
No, I understand that, and I mentioned in a video I did that I've seen women in Orthodox that have pictures of white Jesus. When I went to Holy Trinity in Addis, I seen images of black Jesus. So I'm like, where? So I'm trying to figure out where's the disconnect. How did white Jesus penetrate?
That's why I asked you.
Let me finish.
Okay.
How does white Jesus penetrated a non-colonized religion? And I understand why. So to your point, because you don't know me, you have to preface to be careful. But I tread lightly. Even when I married my Colombian wife, I spent 4 years in Colombia before I even made that decision. I was in two serious relationships before I had married my Colombian wife. I had been to 14 cities before I even made that step. So I know how to approach a country and learn about the culture, and I'm treading lightly. And like I said earlier, the jury is still out. But I'm just saying that Ethiopia is the country that I chose to explore, like I did Colombia.
Well, that's why I was asking. Did you have any knowledge about the religion? Because you just made my point about them having the white Jesus up in their churches. You don't understand how they got those white Jesus in those churches.
I
So
do
that's why I
understand
said.
why they have white Jesus in their churches, and I've done videos on it. I don't want to drag this out, but what I mean, black Jesus was introduced in the 14th century. White Jesus was introduced in the 16th century. When Europeans traveled to Ethiopia for the first time, they were surprised that Christianity was already present. What the Europeans did, they brought gifts of white Jesus and white image. They brought these as gifts. So as an African looking at this as a gift, as a gesture, they hung these things in their walls in their homes, thinking that it was just a gift. but in reality, it was psychological training. I don't want to get too far on a tangent, but I'm
gonna put it like this. I ain't about to waste too much time on this, but I'm gonna just give it to you in the real. They got well, people try to say they're not really colonized, blah blah blah, but that's not the point. But the point is that one of their kings converted them to that. So they not even that. It's what I'm trying to get to your head. They're not even Orthodox, bro. You got to stop thinking like that.
Well, I think he's still on a journey. I think he on his journey, and
yeah, that's what I'm trying to let him know before he get into a waste of time, because I lived there for a long time. I've been rostered for 6. But listen, I'm telling you from experience, because I've been rostered for 16 years, brother, and I deal with a lot of Ethiopian friends, because that's where originally roster came from. So I'm giving you some real game right here, bro.
I'm listening.
I'm saying, but let me get to the point. I'm saying that the king, one of their kings, yeah, I'm gonna land the plane. The king, one of their kings in the past, way before time, converted them to that. They wasn't even that. They wasn't even Orthodox.
They came from the Coptic church.
No,
the church
man.
They wanted their own patriarch. That's a conversation we can have on my channel on another issue, man.
I do have one question. No right or wrong answer. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Did you find religion and then did you find the religion and then decide, I want to be with an Ethiopian woman? Or were you attracted to an Ethiopian woman and then find the religion?
No, I was attracted to the religion.
So you found the religion first, and then you explored it by going to Ethiopia and thought that type of woman would be better fitted because that is her religion.
Yeah, I felt like Christianity in the United States is whitewashed, and I wanted to learn. I wanted to research an uncolonized religion, and Ethiopia being the only country that wasn't uncolonized, and they are said to be the birthplace of Christianity. I found that intriguing, and I wanted to do my own research. But
now, this is just out of my ignorance. I know you said Ethiopian. Are there other? What's a country next to Ethiopia or Eritrea? Like, are they
Morocco?
Yeah, or say Morocco. Or are they? Would they practice that same religion? Like, would you date or marry a woman who was Moroccan who practiced the Ethiopian religion, or does it have to be an Ethiopian?
No, it doesn't have to be Ethiopian. It can be somebody, even though it's dominated by Ethiopians, but there's other groups of people that are of the Orthodox faith, so it doesn't have to be Ethiopian, but probability wise, you'll find more of what you're looking for in a home country. I'm not gonna go to Panama to look for a Colombian, right? I'm gonna go to Colombia to look for a Colombian.
No, I can only put the link for I think my channel and maybe
I already dropped the link on my channel. It's already
So Andre, I didn't know if you wanted to drop. I didn't know if you want to have anyone come up and ask questions.
Let's see if I can drop the link for the guys over here.
Real quick, I actually asked Rob myself to get me a Bible from the Ethiopian Orthodox Christian Church, so I actually have a copy of their Bible.
In the Buck, we have 2 questions for the people who've come up. And Dre, the first question is,
hold on, Yusuke.
What leadership style do you adhere to? And then, as terms of countries, where do you think you would find your most compatible partner?
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead. In terms of leadership, you should always set by example. Be the example as a leader, and everything will follow through. And women love a leader, who even encourages them on the right path. And as you did the same thing with your wife. You got her to get an education, master's, and all that. You motivate her, and now the full trust is on her. But to answer your second question, for me, like one of the places I was looking at Morocco was one of them. Algeria was one of them. Then also, what's the other country? Kazakhstan is also one of them, where you can find those traditional women. But the thing is, you got to put effort. You got to be there. Putting myself in a position where I can go over there, you know, and go ahead and vet it out. But that's how it is. In Latin America, it's a hit and miss, man. Some guys make it, some guys. See, here's the thing, man. The successful stories you hear about, you usually don't never hear about it. You always hear the worst of the worst stories, because the guys who's having success, who brought their wives to the U.S., you barely hear about them because like they're not bragging about it. But then you hear about the guys who shit didn't work out for them and all that, and that's when you hear about that. But to
You hear more
piggyback,
about the crash house than you hear about the positive stuff.
Yeah.
correct. And I feel like to no excuse is like, don't just focus on the whole race aspect and all that, bro. It's just go somewhere where the women choose you at the end of the day. It's it's not that it's not that black, white, ground, whatever. If you like, just go whatever, and if the women choose you, just like how Andre did, he chose what is it, a Paisa or a Mestizo Colombian chick, because that's what was showing him the most love, and it's like that's how it is, and that's it's not a rocket science or anything like that, you know. So I just want to land my plane over there and pass it on to Drew.
Hey, I want to say salute to the panel.
What's going on, Drew?
Man,
Salute, Drew.
I have really enjoyed this conversation tonight, and it's refreshing and it's good to hear from guys that have been married and not, you know, just a bunch of single guys on here trying to figure out, you know, oh, I don't know how this is at or how they think it's going to be. So salute to Fearless, salute to you, Rob, salute to you, Andre, and of course, Ronan. I know you're in your journey going to the Philippines. I mean, it was a really good conversation tonight. And man, that's, I mean, really adult, really just, you guys got down to the point, gave each other good time, didn't talk over each other, you know, just very good, man. I had to give you kudos tonight.
But Drew, you were in the military?
Yeah, I retired and stuff. Oh, you know what I was gonna bring up? Because I know you guys were, you know, we're talking about international relationships and stuff. But Ronans, can you maybe co-sign this? So, of course, Fearless and probably Ronan know, you know, I have a child and a girl over in Hawaii. And in certain times, I kind of feel like Hawaii is this place set apart too.
It is.
Like, and
I've been there for 2 years. It is its own place.
yeah, and a lot of times Hawaii girls, they don't normally mess with guys that aren't from Hawaii.
Well, one guy in the NFL was asked, he's like, "Oh, you're Hawaiian." He said, "No, I'm from Hawaii."
Yeah,
Hawaii is Polynesian. He's like, "I'm not Hawaiian." I'm
yeah,
just from
because
Hawaii.
that's a sharp distinction. Because when you say that you're Hawaiian, that means that you are native.
Right. Yeah, my son was born in Hawaii.
Yeah, it's like
my youngest son.
Yeah, like President Obama. Like I made that mistake one day. I asked somebody, I said, "Hey, you know, President Obama, he's Hawaiian." They were like, "Oh, no, he isn't. No, he isn't." I was like, "He's born and raised in Hawaii." They were like, "No, there's a different distinction." Now, people, when they come over here to the mainland, they may say, "Oh, that person, where'd you grow up?" "Oh, I grew up in Hawaii." "Oh, you're Hawaiian," and they'll roll with that. But in the back of their mind, just like you saw Tua say that, the quarterback from Miami, he said, "Hey, I'm not Hawaiian." He knows he has to make that clear. I am not Hawaiian, because Hawaiian comes with a different status. Yeah. It's a different status. But yeah, I've noticed that girls over there, they don't too much talk outside of the guys that are, or date the guys that are that didn't grow up there. Now, when they come to the mainland,
you're accepted by that family.
Yeah, when they come to the mainland, that's a different story. But over there, yeah, the family dynamic, everybody sees who you're with, you know. Like
You already know, Drew, Hawaii is a very small place when it comes down to it. And you get in with one family, the whole island knows you.
Yep.
Like my kids blended in instantly. So the minute I was there, and my wife's cousin at the time was married or dating a Hawaiian chick. So the minute we went to 2 luau's, that was it. Everybody on that island knew my family, knew my kids.
Yep.
Everybody.
But I'm gonna pull down and like I said, I just wanted to kudos you guys tonight, man. Very professional, and
Appreciate that,
enjoyed the
Drew.
conversation, man.
Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
I have a question for Andre. I know we talked about this. You traveled. Why did you choose Colombia? Why was it? Not only that, why did you choose Cali?
First of all, Colombia and Cali were a part of what I call my totem pole. We all as men have standards, but we all as men have a totem pole. And our totem pole is cost of living, maybe at the top of your pole or maybe in the middle.
Wait, let me stop you on that. Please promote your book, brother. You just said that, and I just gave you a review on the book that you have, and you have not promoted your book. If you could put that in the chat, you have
If you
3
got a
of them
link,
came out
put it in
on
the private
Kindle,
chat,
on
and I'll
Amazon.
put it out there.
Yes,
There
please
we go.
promote those for me.
Yeah, put those in the
I
private
actually
chat.
put the. Let me see if I have the link right here.
You heard of the 48 laws. This brother got the 44 laws of travel.
Yeah, I've got the 44 laws of travel. Certain things that I've discovered from doing consultations and talking to men and doing research of the history of travel, not just the modern day travel, but the history of travel. And there are certain rules that apply when it comes to travel. So let me drop this link right here in the private, and I'll let you guys drop it right there. And then I'll drop it again on our channel. And I appreciate the support, guys. It's been 10 years in the making these books. Actually, I just got in today. Stop making excuses. And stop making excuses is basically 28 days how to overcome your fears, your distractions, your discouragement, and your complacencies. I find that most of us make excuses in those 4 areas. We either make excuses when it comes to fearing something or worrying about something. We are either using excuses to be distracted, whether there's a person, place, thing, or idea that distracts us from using our passports or meeting that woman. We allow other people or places, things, or ideas to distract us. Even the idea of racism, we allow that to distract us. Another one is discouragement. We saw somebody else on YouTube not bring a woman to the States, so we think we can't bring a woman to the States. That's another excuse that we use. And then the last one is complacency. A lot of us don't use our passports, or a lot of us don't think outside the box, or a lot of us don't start to get to know other cultures or countries or continents because we are so complacent. We love being on Mr. Gilmore's plantation. We got the plantation mindset. Why should we leave the United States of America? And so I wrote the book, Stop Making Excuses, not only to help people in everyday life, but also help us be motivated if you're thinking about traveling or even relocating to another country. Then I wrote the book, Anywhere is Possible, to let individuals know that you can live in the upper middle class of over 60% of the countries in the world. And I want to say that again. A lot of Americans are struggling in the United States. Times are tight. You're dealing with tariffs. You think the prices are high now? Wait till about 6 months when all the ships come in. And so I wrote the book to let you guys know, did you know that 60% of the countries in the world, the upper middle class, you can live in for less between $2,500 to $3,000 a month. We've already looked at some. Morocco, Egypt, Kenya, Tanzania, certain parts of Spain, Italy, Peru, Colombia, Costa Rica, Panama. You can live in the upper, I didn't say the middle class. I didn't say the hood like y'all like to go to. I said the upper middle class. So I walk you through everything that you need to do step by step. I've got the contacts. I've got the links. I've got everything that you would need to get out of the United States, to get out of Canada and live in a upper middle class life for between $2,500 and $3,000 a month. So this is a 360-page book. This is a 300-page book to let you guys know that I was extremely thorough, including how to ship things to another country, how to acclimate to your new country, how to find your new country. And also for those that have special needs family members, or if you're a special need person, shout out to my man Shelton, the blind traveler. If you're a special needs person, I have a whole chapter dedicated to you guys that have special needs, as well as I have a chapter dedicated to all you military guys that if you move to another country, how do I transfer my military benefits? Can I still get my benefits in another country? Is dedicated to the military retirement, those that are retiring by way of pension, as well as you guys that are retiring by way of your Social Security. So if you're worried about being able to get your monies while you're in another country, the only 2 countries in the world that you can't get your benefits thus far is North Korea and Cuba. And so that's
but you weren't going to get it anyway.
Right. So I dedicated a whole chapter in regards to that. And then I just the last chapter, I actually put together a checklist. You want to move to another country, but you need a checklist. So I wrote a whole chapter dedicated to you having a checklist to get you from your couch to your country. And that's what I've dedicated the checklist to get you from your couch to your future country.
And so a lot of you guys that are waiting for the blueprint and the roadmap, this is it. A lot of you are scared and think I can't do it. So probably for what you pay in mortgage, you could be living in a whole nother country.
You can.
Living large.
You can. And I wrote it from the perspective of guys that are looking to relocate in the next 5 years, 15 years, or 5 months. So I didn't write it from the perspective of guys that are just leaving in a few months. I know some of you guys need 5 years before you officially leave, like my man Ronan was talking about. Or some of you guys might need 15 years. You know, you have little ones or you got your mom to take care of. So it may take you 15 years. I wrote it so you be able to even use this information in 15 years. The other thing I did with this book, I wrote it for Canadians, Americans, and people in UK. So if you live in UK, if you live in Canada, I've got a lot of information in here for you too as well, including how to get your Canadian benefits if you've retired in another country. How do you do this from Canada? How do you get a visa from Canada for another country? I put all that in here for UK, the US, as well as UK, US, as well as Canada. So you don't have to feel like if you're in Canada, you're being left out, or if you're in the UK, you're being left out. I've got a lot of websites, a lot of links in here that you guys could take advantage of that you didn't even know existed.
And I'm going to tell you something that's invaluable that people don't think about. And I only know because I'm married to a Dominican. Shipping to those places. I know a guy that wanted to ship something. He's like, man, this is expensive. But the people who from those native countries, Colombia, Venezuela, Brazil, DR,
Philippines,
they know how to get those containers. They just get the container, they fill them up, and they send them over there. And it may take.
And it don't matter how much it weighs either.
Yeah. You can you stuff it and you put as much in it, and I think it's like $200 for whatever you can put in.
For me, it was 150. Yep. No, 100. It was 120.
Put it in there. I've got
that's how valuable that is.
Shipping container. I got how you get a shipping container.
And I shipped a smaller box that weighed less with less in it, and it cost me $165 the first time.
And if you guys don't know, just something like that, how valuable that is, because you're gonna use FedEx or UPS. And they know the tricks. The natives, like he's a native, he's been there. You get it from somebody on the ground up. They know the tricks. Where you saving so much money.
And then I get my copy of the 44 laws of travel that comes in the mail in the next couple of days. So I don't have a copy of that, but I have a copy of these, and I have some copies down here if guys ever come down to Cali and they want an autograph. But you asked me a question in regards to why I chose Colombia and why I chose Cali. And like as I mentioned, every man has a totem pole. It depends on how tall your totem pole is or how short your totem pole is. That's up to you. Some guys' totem pole is I need a party, I need to have fun, and I need something sexy. So their totem pole, that's how tall it is. But for most of us that relocate or travel to other countries, our totem pole is taller. So I needed a country that had great that was, first of all, my health. I'm an older guy. I'm not going to deny that 57 is not being older, even though I don't feel like it. So I need fresh air, fresh food, fresh water. I had to take that in consideration. That's on my totem pole. Cost of living. We all know that living in Colombia is 4 times less than living in the United States. That's on my totem pole. My life insurance, purchasing a vehicle. the type of people I was going to have into my life, the opportunities. All this is on my totem pole. And so then toward the bottom came the women. Family was next. A lot of guys would think that you would say, okay, Andre, you got all those things, so Andre was next, right? No, family was next. Family introduced me to an Andrea, confirmed that I made the right choice with an Andrea. So the woman doesn't go to the top of your totem pole. Actually, the woman goes toward the bottom of the totem pole, and she benefits because of all that you have built on top of the totem pole. That's why we mentioned earlier, like Rob was saying, make sure that you have a love or appreciation for that country, the totem pole, before you get the woman. Don't put the woman first, because you might be disappointed. You might not like that particular country, or you might not get the cost of living you're looking for, or you might not see yourself retiring. The last thing you asked me was Cali. I was like, Rob, I've did 15, 20 different towns and cities throughout Colombia. The reason why I chose Cali, because I'm coming from 14 years in Florida. If anybody lives in Florida, you already know it's tourist capital. It's Orlando, Tampa, Clearwater, Daytona Beach, the Daytona 500, Miami. I'm tired of being around tourists, whether it be foreign tourists or American tourists. So I got burnt out on that. So Cartagena and Medellin, love you, but the tourists, no. Then when it came to the tourist tarnished women, a lot of times I found in Medellin that men were worshiping the beauty of the women so much that the women became like, how something get tarnished with rust? The women were becoming what I call tourist tarnished. Meaning that it was making it a little harder to find the quality of women in Medellin, even though there were a lot of great ladies, but a lot of the ladies were becoming tourist tarnished. I don't blame them, because the guys were going to Medellin and going to Cartagena worshiping. These dudes go worship with their money, worship with their behavior, worship with their energy or their time. So I said, okay, I'm a big city guy, but I don't need a big city like Bogota. And so I traveled and I said, you know what? I saw a guy that was being interviewed by Ace Live. Ace was only at 200 subscribers at that time period. And I said, you know what? Let me go check out this Cali, Colombia. So I came down here to Cali, Colombia, and it was like the Three Bears. One porridge was hot, one porridge was cold, and the one oatmeal was just right. So when I came to Cali, I found a huge Afro-Colombian population. Come to find out, the Cali is the second largest Black population in all of South America outside of Salvador, Brazil. Then Cartagena is number 3. You find out now you got Black recipes. And you got Black recipes you ain't never had before. So that was another thing that drew me. The diversity of couples. It's nothing to see people that are mixed race, mixed couples that are down here. It's nothing to see a white older lady, Andrea's complexion, walking down the street smiling with their granddaughter that's my complexion. That's Cali. And then the other thing was Cali has no red light district. So Pookie come for a day and Pookie gonna leave.
I hated that.
Oh, am I lying? Am I lying, Rob?
You're right.
There is no red light district. There is no Parque Yeris. There is no Sosua area. There is no clock tower for you to go to like in Cartagena. There are brothels. There are swinger spots. There are strip clubs. But as far as like a red light district, there is none. There is no place for Pookies and Ray Ray to go and act a fool. So when they come to Cali, usually when you see Black people here, they're either getting their teeth done or they're getting something medically done. They're coming once a year for the Afro-Colombian Festival, and then they leave. Or it's guys like us, the mature audience guys that come to Cali, and we settle here and we end up in good relationships. And just like the other brothers were saying, you never see these guys on camera. You guys would never see me if it wasn't for Love Crossing Borders. 99% of the guys that have got kids down here, that are in solidified relationships for the last 5-6 years that I know, these guys, that you will never see these guys because they're not broadcasted. But the party guys that go to Medellin and Cartagena, they're broadcasted. But these everyday mature audience only guys, they're here in Cali. And so that's the other thing. When you see a brother in Cali, 9 times out of 10, he's a mature audience, no matter what age he is. And even with many of the sisters, how they behave in Cartagena and how they behave in Medellin is completely different from how the sisters behave when they're in in Cali, because Cali represents a strong African roots. So when sisters come to the States, come from the States, and they come to Cali, they're learning a lot about African recipes, how to behave as a woman, so forth and so forth and so forth. Not putting down these other cities, but go ahead, Rob.
I want to add something real quick. One thing, and you guys may or may not disagree with me, but dating a woman from a tourist city comes with its challenges, because if you tourist cities like Cartagena, Punta Cana, I'll throw Cancun in there, most of the jobs for women are in the tourist sector. So, it's not like, women may be able to work at a bank or something which you may deem like professional. A lot of women are working in hotels.
Right.
They're working at Airbnbs. They're working in restaurants. They're working in party districts. And so what I've learned from being with a woman from a tourist city is that they're going to have constant interactions with foreign men. You know what I mean? And a lot of times it's not the most healthy situation, you know what I mean? Especially if you're not living there. So I wanted to just kind of throw that out.
That's a good
point. One thing he did not mention, which I don't know why you didn't, brother. What is Cali known for? It
Salsa.
is the what? It is the salsa capital of the world. So, brothers, make sure I'm telling you.
I love salsa, because you're gonna learn.
A lot of guys
just off those dancing shoes.
Man, you're gonna learn that with the family. By the time I kid you not, by the time I got to the club, the women that I was dancing with were extremely surprised how well and how comfortable I was with salsa dancing and the music. And then when they would ask me, like, how do you learn? You American? How do you know so? I say, because my wife's family always got me on the dance floor. And in Colombia, you always hang around with the family. And so they always got the music going. They always got the aguardiente. And so by the time, 6 months are gone, you dance with the aunties and the cousins. And then, so by the time you make it to a club, you basically know at least quite a few basic steps, really good steps.
Exactly. BMT, sir, welcome to the panel.
Welcome. What's good, family? I've been tuning in and out, man. Real good debate. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Some solid points on both sides. Oh, it might be a delay or something. Am I coming through good?
You're good.
Okay. I mean, it's really like, I heard Rob's side, as far as, kind of having like a dominating patriarchal culture so the women can have somewhat of a baseline. I understand that part. I also understand where Phyllis is coming from as well, like being more liberal. And it's really about like what's your preference. But I think it's solid points on both sides of the argument to a certain degree. I kind of fall like somewhat in the middle, because I have seen like how Latin America has changed in the last few years, and I do think.
Brother, you all Asian all the time. Stop lying. You already know.
I was just in DR just 8 months ago. No, I was in DR like 3 months ago. But I see comparisons on both cultures. You know what I mean? There's some benefits. I do think that, by proxy, some of the women in Latin America do look up to the women in North America, unfortunately. So I think there's some truth to that. But still, because of their culture, they're still pretty feminine, and they do submit to a certain degree. I think what I saw the big difference is how they treat their men could be different than how they treat an American man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I saw the differences for real. Like they might,
because their men portray a different masculinity, and as what Andre was saying, their men have a different expectation of what they want from their women.
That has a big part, but also they have expectations of their men, and in some cases, they know their man can't provide as well as an American guy could. So they're not expecting, to be kind of like nice restaurants, vacations, wine and dine, rent paid. They're not really expecting that from their men, but if they date an American man, it's just like, well, wait a minute, you know, was my rent is this amount of money? Like one of my best friends just went through this recently, where his girlfriend was asking for like $1,000 a month, and he broke up with her. And I was like, I said, I guarantee she never asked her ex-boyfriend for $1,000 a month. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
Ever.
So yeah.
Yeah, there's a certain expectation having that blue passport, and they know you're American, that by default you need to fall in their expectation of what you should be giving them, even though they would not dare ask somebody in their own culture that same request, because they know it couldn't even be fulfilled at all.
Right. I mean, I know like girls that sit there, and you know how hot it is in the DR. They'll sit there with a man with no AC unit, and
Come on now.
just be sweating, eating rice all day. But you know, when they date an American, they'll spend AC 24/7, wine and dine. You know what I mean? So,
That's that tourist tarnish.
Yep, exactly.
That's that tourist tarnish. If you don't spoil her, the guy thinks that the next American guy gonna come off the plane and spoil her. So I might as well go ahead and spoil her and foil the plot of the next man. You know, and a lot of times, then and that's the point. One of the reasons I moved to Cali, because just like Aaron just said, I wanted to see and experience how local average Colombian men are in relationships, the good and the bad, without tourist interference or defining what Colombia was for me. I wanted to sit back and just be around the local men. I want to be around local black men and see how they behave in relationships, to where I could glean off of. And I'll tell you why I say that before I shut up. Being raised by a single mom, many of us had to learn our true manhood, not our malehood, but our true manhood outside the house. I could only learn so much about manhood from other men in the States, especially with all the rest of us, 80% of us being raised by single moms. So one of my personal journeys has been on a global basis is to learn the male dynamic, gleam off of manhood globally. So every place I go to, I watch men and their maleness, not maleness, but their manhood, and try to gleam a little bit off of each man, to where the rest of my life I'll still be learning what is it truly to be a man. Because Egyptian men and Ethiopian men and men in Southeast Asia, as well as in South America, they all have something that I can learn from. So that's been my personal journey when it comes to manhood. And that's why I kind of chose Cali, because I want to sit back without tourist interference. What it's like to be a man in Colombia, in a large city that's not cold as Bogota.
Correct.
I got a question. If y'all don't mind.
Go ahead.
Do y'all think the feminist movement, is it more prevalent in Latin America over, let's say, Africa or Asia? Can we all agree that feminism probably is more prevalent in Latin America than those other two continents?
No, because as long as there's one of these around in any culture, feminism is present. Sorry, that's called the internet. You get what I'm saying? You're not going to escape that. Influence is worldwide now.
What about being submissive?
You guys are so serious about it.
We are.
So like I said before, I just think it's the choice. When a woman is submissive for survival, is that really being submissive? I think when you give her all her options and she's still submissive, then it's a much different category.
We got two definitions of submissive, then, because my definition of submissive in its true form is a word of force, right? Slaves were submissive. From a religious aspect, submissive means doing what a man tells you to do with a good attitude from a biblical miracle standpoint. So women are submissive because they have to trust in a man's decision making, and they have to do it with a good attitude. So that's the religious aspect. Now, from a non-religious aspect, whether we talk about slavery or other forms of force or coercion, submission is not free will. That's just being nice. So I think a lot of people conflate being nice with being submissive. Submissive only should only be used in a context of a mechanism that's forcing a woman to be submissive, whether it's money, whether it's religion, whether it's physical, by physical means, or or her family. So her doing it on her own is not submission. It's her being
I
nice.
just looked up the word submission, and submissive means willing to obey. So that has nothing to do with control. If you are willing to obey, a slave wasn't being submissive because they weren't willing to do it. They were forced.
There's a mechanism behind a woman being submissive.
Let's take the woman out of it. And let's say you're in the command in the military. There's just a level of respect that goes along with being submissive. You are willing to listen to the person with the most experience, based on rank, based on experience, and everything else. Let's take the woman totally out of it. Still, as a man, you're going to be submissive to a chain of command out of the respect of the people above you.
But
so the woman should have that same type of opinion of you as her man. She should be as submissive to the respect and the experience of life that you have, to where she wants to follow you and understand that the decisions you're making are the best for both.
Submissive is tied to a consequence, meaning that you are submissive because you know if you don't submit, there's going to be some type of consequence or repercussion behind it. If there's no consequence or repercussions behind it, then it's not submission.
That's dominance.
Yeah, that's dominance.
Exactly what that is.
But I don't use the word submissive.
Repercussion.
Yeah,
I give you the whole meaning: willing to obey or yield to authority or control of another without resistance. So that if you don't do it, you're willing to obey. You're willingly to submit. There's no consequence for not doing it.
I think that's being nice.
The other thing that we want to look at when we talk about submission, we also want to talk about who she's being submitted to.
Right.
And that's we talk about a leader. And in many cases, especially with us men going to other countries, we want to talk about our leadership, and we want to be in lead or in charge or whatever it may be. But we have to realize, do you have a direction in which you're taking that person? That's what leaders do. Military leaders, as well as leaders in the home. You have a direction in which you're taking that family or that woman, whether you're just dating her or whether you're in a solidified relationship. A lot of times I find guys come to other countries, want a woman to submit to a man who says I'm a leader, but has no direction in which they're leading them into. Of course, we can go with the Bible in regards to this. The Bible says, without a vision, the people perish.
That's the word I wanted you to use. I was going to say, use vision.
If you're a leader, are you focusing on the fact that, okay, this is the vision, this is direction. There has not been one day in my relationship with Andrea that we don't sit down. I inform her of the vision for this family, the direction we're heading. Andrea can sit down with you and tell you what we're going to be doing in the next 6 months to the next few years. Why? Because the leader in the family is giving her direction in which I'm going and she's going. And when we have children, the whole family dynamic is going. But a lot of guys get off the plane. I got a passport. I'm American. I got dollars and I'm the leader. Wait, okay, where are you taking me to? I don't know. Have you ever been to this country? Nope, but I got money and I'm an American. Well, that doesn't make you a leader if you don't have any place or vision in which you're taking that person. So let's not, we can focus on the submissive part with the ladies. And sometimes we forget about the part that's our responsibility, and that's being true definition of leaders.
Right. Let me just piggyback real quick, and I know some other people want to speak. But yeah, Fearless is right. We're having a debate, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, and what I realized is from this movement, since I started traveling, is that you do not want a submissive woman if she is submissive because she needs you to take care of her financially, out of fear or any other mechanism. You don't want a woman submissive like that. You do want her to genuinely care. I'm just saying, for me, I want a woman that's submissive to her religion. You know what I mean? I don't want to. I was like this. I no longer want to control women with money or my passport. So I tried that. I've seen that it is not a great formula. So I'm backing away from using that submissive in a context that is thrown around in the travel space.
But just remember, when you use those Bible verses on her,
she gonna use them on me. I get it. I get it, man. Hold me accountable, fellas. Hold me accountable.
So I want to welcome Obstacles to Opportunity to the channel. He's also in Thailand. Brother Marine.
One quick thing, I'll say this. Make sure you support, I can't say it the way you say it, Andre. Please say it. Make sure you support Black
male media. Support Black male media. Definitely subscribe to the guys' channels. When the guys drop the links, make sure that you hit the like button. We like you. Make sure that you like us too by hitting that like button, gentlemen, on all the channels. This is a great live stream that we're doing tonight. And you guys could, if I've got my pen out, you guys already know that you should have your pen out as well, taking notes in regards to this knowledge that's being shared among Black men.
Go ahead, Obstacles.
Hey, shout outs to everybody on the panel. And first of all, after hearing what Love Crossing Borders just said, I don't even think we could shut down the stream. I think that what he just said about just leadership is just amazing. And I don't hear often people actually highlight what you need to do as a leader. And I love the part where he just reiterated, once I established the frame, the leadership, it's a constant battle. He talked about constantly having a conversation, reintroducing people to the vision, right? Motivating troops back into the vision. Yeah, there's going to be ups and downs. You got the vision. You guys agreed in the relationship. But life be life. And sometimes people need that motivational spirit, and they need to be like, okay, where are we headed again? And I think that's just, once again, maybe he had a great life and, he went through it and learned how to be a leader along the way and, made some mistakes, but then learned. And so he has that and he's able to take that on. And that's why I think it's important for men to just focus on what they do a lot of times. And then also I would add to that is one more thing that's big is you could be a great leader, but you have to be able to judge followers. Following is a skill in itself, 150%. And we often don't hear about followership. We hear about you be a good leader and everything's just going to work. No, that's not true. There's guys in the brig that cannot follow. You got to send them to the brig. Yeah, you got to send them to the gulag because they're just going to refuse and buck the system regardless. And so you have to be able to identify those patterns in people as a leader and then choose wisely. And it's just a two-way street. Be a great leader, have a vision, which is extremely important, and also be able to identify followers. And then you can build that amazing team that you guys want so often with your wife. Find a great follower. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, I'll be doing that episode next week. I love how you did that.
I'm glad we're giving you
fresh content
for your channel. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, that is good.
No problem. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Goodness gracious.
That's a skill, man.
Glad I got my pen with me.
Yeah, that's a skill, man. Some people just don't want to be followers for whatever reason. And that's cool, right? They have free agency, but you have to recognize that. Like some people, it's like, are we going to try to make Lilith a follower? Obviously not. She done defied the Bible, defied God, and said, I'm finna do what I'm finna do. She told God, no, I'm going to do I'm going to roll with the demons. So what do you look like as a leader? Like, man, I'm trying to get her right. I'm trying to make it work. That's not going to happen. Cast that person out.
Be saved.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that the followership conversation is very important. And I would love if Crossing Border did something on that because that's important. I think that's slept on.
I mean, the followership, and then also, like I said, as a good leader, you should be able to identify the strengths in the people that are following you, and actually be able to delegate and get the best performance out of them. You know, and that comes with taking the time to listen to who's following you. While you're picking them, you should be understanding who you're dealing with. We call it vetting, but you still have to have a perfect understanding of who you have on your team. And how do you do that if you don't communicate on a steady basis?
And
And
I think
that's
that's
the thing I was telling No Excuse a couple weeks ago about even a 16 personality test. He took it finally. I said, now think about this. You had to answer for 15 minutes, honestly, some questions just to identify your personality. As a dater, how quickly could you identify the woman's personality if you had her take that 16 personality test, knowing the questions that were asked and answered in order to give you a 4-letter code of her personality? How much faster would you learn who you're dealing with if she answered those questions honestly?
Yep.
So much faster, to where you can get down to the root of who she really is without her even telling you.
It's kind of funny that
She already told
I
the
did that.
personality test answer. I used to do that all the time, running around. I told him
literally
that.
did that when me and Andrea first started dating.
Absolutely.
That's how we discovered that she was an old soul. She had never heard the term old soul. And so we took a personality test to find out where she stood in regard. That's why it's easy for me to trust her in certain areas, because just like you said, that personality exam opened up a lot about who I was getting involved with.
Exactly.
So now fast forward, we've been together 7 years, married 6. A lot of you guys gleam off of me making a wise choice. You guys will email me and say, hey, Dre, can Andrea help me with my visa? Hey, Dre, does Andrea know where to get over? Hey, Dre, could Andrea come with me while I go get my medical insurance? Why? Because I took that personality exam with my wife. I saw what type of personality she had. I vetted the family. All these dynamics fell in place. So as time progressed, and like the brother was saying, that's vetting to see what type of follower this person is, what type of abilities and qualities they have in their followership. I love that word, followership. And so because of all that, I could sit back and I say, here, Andrea, here's a client. He's interested in this. Can you help him? And I can walk away. I don't have to sit back and say, well, see, Andrea go do this. She don't even know what she's doing. She gonna mess this up. I don't have to worry about all that, because at the end of the day, just like, once again, like the brother said, what type of follower you want to make sure, if you're going to be in this leader position, you have to vet the follower that's going to be in your life as well. That's a great point. And so we did that with the personality exam. And that's how we found out that Andrea's what type of personality she has. And that's when we discovered that she was an old soul. And that's when I often tell guys, if you're going to date under 30, get you a woman that has a soul as if she's over 30.
Right.
Don't get one that acts like she's still in her, under 30. If she still acts childish, if she still acts like she's insecure, if she still acts like she doesn't want to develop and go anywhere, just think about it, guys. I've been with Andrea since she was 23. She just turned 30. Not one time have I've ever had a moment of immaturity from my wife. Not one time. If anybody's been immature, it's been me. If anybody stand there with their arms like, really? Is my wife. So I got somebody that so happened to be younger, but carried themselves with an air of maturity, and has made everything a lot smoother with me. And a lot of guys do that. That's off camera, have solidified relationships because they get with mature women.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that. You made a great point, Dre. But the main thing is with a lot of brothers, they also, with the following, they also need to seek out a woman that also can lead in bad times also, because if something happened to the man, like if he gets sick, or if he get in a car accident, or like, let me give you an example. Like my father, he was laid off for 8 months. My mama hold it down. Like a lot of brothers need women like that can hold it down up to a year, 2, 3 years, maybe even 5, because you might get cancer. That's something that you can't even control, and you can't have no woman that can't think for herself. And this was my point about, when you date a girl into a religion, you want to make sure, yeah, your personal walk with God is your personal walk. But at the same time, outside of that, when it comes to my household, you need to know how to run this household, because if you're gonna be walking around here like you this queen, this empress, or this guy that you call yourself, which I didn't even give you that title, you have to earn it from me, from a brother like me. But you need to learn how to lead and walk on your own path. But you need to follow my instruction too by being a follower. Like I've been in the drama. My sex leader always tell me you need to learn to follow before you lead. That's an old statement. These women gotta learn how to follow before they lead, but too many of them want to be a leader before they follow, all because they make a lot of money, they got degrees, they got all this other stuff to say, hey, I don't need your assistance, I don't need this, I don't need that. But at the end of the day, they don't understand us as brothers, that we trying to help you survive on your own and be a good woman, whether you with me or not. So when you in my presence, I could teach you a whole lot of things in life that you could do. So that way, either we are not together or we are long term or not long term, you know how to do what you got to do, and you respect me as a man, I respect you as a woman. And when you can see eye to eye with that, then you can go a long way. But if you don't, then it's just gonna be conflict.
No, I think I said that in the beginning, and here's why. And this is no dig on you, Andre, because we in the same position. There's an age gap between you and your wife.
Correct.
If you are unable to empower her, now men die before women if we the same age. An older man gonna die before a younger woman. If we
most of the time, yeah.
If you do not empower her and teach her, and when you have children, you're going to pass away before her.
Yeah.
If she doesn't know anything, if you haven't given her the strength and said, I need to show you the way where you're mirroring me, your legacy is done. It was just after you're gone, there's nothing.
All that hard work down the drain.
Exactly.
No, fearless, it ain't gone. I'm just going to take it over. I'm gonna buy it over.
Exactly. Somebody else gonna come in and
next man gonna come.
Somebody gonna
I'm gonna keep it going. I'm just going quiet for a little bit.
I'll help you take care of that for you.
One thing in African culture, and it may be cruel, but I talked to a young lady, and she talked about how her father got sick, and he loved her mom to death. He passed away, and she said that her uncle. She said her uncle they took the property, and they left, and she had to figure it out. Because they believe in African culture, they believe that a woman will remarry, or they have the ability to remarry, and they keep all the assets. So, what you guys are saying is good advice. You want a woman that can pick up the slack if you can't be sufficient or if you pass away. But I will say, in African culture, in that event, the men in the family will take over in that situation.
Yeah, that's in the Bible. Several times in the Bible, you have situations where, like a lot of women want to talk about, I found my Boaz. Well, you do know Boaz was a relative of Ruth's husband that died. So to keep the land and everything else in the family, that's who Boaz was. Same thing in when Jesus was talking in a parable. He said a man died, his wife was still alive, and the brother married the wife, and then the other brother died, and then so forth and so forth. And the Pharisees were trying to say, okay, Jesus, she was married to 7 brothers. Who wife is she in heaven? And that's when Jesus said, in heaven, you are all like the angels, brothers and sisters, not wives, but brothers and sisters. And that's where Black people get that term, brothers and sisters, for the church and beyond, from that parable that Jesus talked about when it comes to the story of the woman that married the 7 brothers. And he didn't flinch when he said that. So it's not uncommon, even in the biblical days, for male family members to keep the land, the property, and everything else in the family by marrying the widow.
Yeah, Dre, and you gotta understand this too, because we had queens that also help fight with the kings and wars through colonization too. So they was trained when in the kingdoms on how to defend the nation when the Europeans, when the Arabs was coming through slavery, they was also trained. Like for an example, Queen Nzinga, she knew how to step up when the Romans came. She fought that, you know what I'm saying? She led that war, you know what I'm saying? So it just depends, because we in different times now. Back in when the Bible days, where they didn't really need women to fight, because we had kings that was already established. We had kings that was like 15, 16 years old that already knew how to get down, and they had 100 wives. So right now, you know, we in, you know, quote unquote Babylon days is what we call it. Now, you know, they have been stripped from that, and have been conditioned the women to be like, okay, well, your man just needed to just be at the front of the house, and you ain't got to do nothing. And that's wrong, because history says that our women did do something. They stepped up when the time was needed in an emergency situation when the king wasn't there, and they don't teach them that. So
a lot of
I
the
just want to
piggyback off
tap in
what
real
the
quick,
brother
man. I'm
said.
gonna tap in and listen, fellas. Great
Wait.
panel. Shout out to
We see
everybody on
you
the
busy
panel,
over
man.
there, brother. We understand.
Yeah, we know you got company
All
over
right.
there, brother.
Understand, bro. Take care of your business, bro.
Yeah.
Have
All right,
fun.
bro. Peace.
Shout out to Thailand.
This gentleman here says this. Well, man, that's it. Yeah, a woman that is capable, able to help out with responsibility, still cannot be a leader. But you know what she can do? She can choose a better leader. A woman who is smart, who is empowered, will make a better choice on the man that she wants to lead her than a woman who isn't.
That's so true. I like what the brother was saying, because I remember last year, for some of you guys to remember, I had throat surgery, so I couldn't talk for, you know, about a week.
Oh, your wife was loving that, wasn't she?
I was gonna say pause, but go ahead, man.
Your wife
Actually,
loved that.
Yes. I don't like you guys, but yes. But Andrea came, took over the shows. She did her show, and she did Love Crossing Borders at the same time, and never missed a beat. Because just like the brother said, I put her in the position to where she's not a pampered princess. But if I need something done, or the family needs something done, Andrea can do it just as readily and just as fast as I could do it. So I didn't have to worry about, oh man, we can't do the shows. I can't do any consultations. I can't do this. I can't do that because my throat is on lockdown for the next week.
Hey,
Andrea took over and basically did it, and she's watching right now in the chat, and she basically took over, just like the brother was saying what the queens were doing when the kings went around versus the Romans. And so he's absolutely correct. You got to have somebody, and I like and that goes back to what Fearless was saying, how he prepared his wife in the sense of, well, babe, let's continue on with your education over here. He didn't sit back and say, well, I got my beautiful Dominicana. Hey, too bad for the rest of you guys. You stuck with these big American women. He didn't say that. He said, you know what? Let me prepare this family as a family, just in case we need to lean on her or we're leaning on me. We know that we're prepared for emergencies, like the brother was saying.
Well, I mean, obstacles, and I will both tell you, in the military, they train you to train the next person below you to take over in case you can't complete a mission. So when I told you, when I look for a woman, I look for somebody I can train. I said, I'm a trainer, correct? I'm going to train the people around me in order to produce and continue to produce the legacy that I've grown, or it will fail. So that means they need to be able to pick up the pieces from where I stopped and continue forward with either that venture or future plans that we had to even grow it even bigger than what it was. So that's what you have to do. Your wife should be able to speak for you. Like I said, when I was in a room on business trips with my wife, she worked the room just as much as I worked the room. You need somebody to be an extension of yourself, to enhance you. That's what a woman is supposed to do. You're not supposed to keep them trapped in a cage. You know, so you educate them. You let them know how the business is run.
So
obviously, first of all, you got to be able to trust her.
So
Because
she
then
needs
you're
to
worried
speak
about
English?
she's going to run away with the money.
So she
That's
needs
the
to speak
first negative
English?
thing somebody can.
So she needs to speak English?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. She needs to speak English. I'm doing English business, but if I'm somewhere overseas and she's doing something in her country, then absolutely she's going to be my interpreter. She should be right there by my side.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
language is one of the key parts in military. You know, that's one of the
Yeah.
key things you got to have in military is the language.
I mean, a lot of passport bros are with women that can't speak English. You know.
Again, I'm not speaking on passport bros. I'm speaking as a military guy.
Yeah, right. I would also
I think
add to that. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Optimus.
No, I wanted to add on top of the followership, which is very important also for people to have, is also I did a stream one time a long time ago said I'm a gold digger. And dudes was looking at me like I was crazy. And I was saying Genghis Khan, Julius Caesar, these guys just didn't marry any old girl. They had concubines. They had, suites of 50,000 women that they liked. Yeah, they dated and, did whatever they wanted. But marriage was extremely important. Marriage stopped Pompey from having civil war within Rome. Marriage, allowed them to acquire Egypt without a coup d'etat of Roman Empire power. Like marriage is something as not only is symbolic, but it was serious. Those women also came from families of wealth. They came from families of power and politics. So again, and those women had to be able to manage the household and keep the battens down, watch out for spies and deceits and women trying to pull trickery on the man, get them with the honey, like those girls who were trying to get them with a honey trap. Wife had to be able to deter that, like, that concubine is problem. She might come from the enemies. Like, so women weren't just some dull creatures and princesses, right? Now, what we get confused is other people in the market have different relationships. If you want a functional, powerful relationship, you have to focus on what you got going on, not what everybody else is entangled in. And I think a lot of guys they lose a lot of hope because they're like, these women, all those women aren't for you. They're not wives for you. There's wives for someone else.
Yeah.
You forget, like, other guys want different things in their relationship. Some guys want a girl to slap them and want them to be in charge, right? So that's reality. You got to accept how other people are. And so when you really are looking for the person that you're finding, just focus on the one that's for you. Focus on the one that is a good follower, that has great qualities, and then go through that process of being in that relationship. And also, as I always say, guys, you have to be a leader. You have to do the work on yourself. It's hard to try to lead a household when you haven't even led yourself. And so it all comes down into this entire holistic perspective, not just swiping left and right and, the girls out here, X, Y, and Z. It's about you, and you don't have to follow on the macro. You're just finding the micro. Unless you want multiple wives, then that's a little bit different now. Right.
Even with multiple wives, I had a friend of mine from Chicago. He became rich by selling burglar alarms and fire alarms in some of the African countries back in the 80s. And I was sitting back talking to him. He had 4 wives. He had a compound. He had his servants, and he had 4 wives. And he said, it's not what you think, Andre. A lot of guys think of the sexual connotation when it comes to having multiple wives. He said, each one of my wives brought something to the table other than just sex. Yes, they were beautiful. Yes, I could get sex. He said, but one represented this part of the family. Another one was able to do this in the family. Another I was able to do and work on the business side with the family. He said, so all 4 of the wives had brought different things to the table that they were great at as far as their followership. I told you I'm gonna wear that word out. As far as their followership. And he said, ironically, for all the guys that want to be in relationships or married to more than one woman, he said quite often they loved each other more than they loved me. Right. He said, when I walked in the room, it got quiet many days, even though I hadn't done anything wrong. But they were so close and close-knitted in their conversations with each other. There were things that they, as a womanhood, had a relationship with that were not a part of me. So a lot of guys think they're going to get with 1 or 2 or 4 women and not realize that it's not just about a sexual thing. It shouldn't just be about a sexual thing, but it should be what these women bring to the table and how well those women get along with each other.
Right.
Yeah, and I think To add what you're saying about polygamy, we also
Mhm.
have to remember that polygamy was also, intacted, or I would say invented because we had a lot of wars. We got a lot of invaders, a lot of men died in wars, and those women were here to help keep our race here too, also. Because, like I said in the beginning, a lot of a lot of kings had like 100 wives to each, or more. You know what I mean? So some kings just had one wife, but the main thing, the core of polygamy, really, to me, and this is just my opinion, it was to keep the race here because we went through so much, like so much war, so much killing, even though we overcame it, but that was just to replenish the race, replenish the society, and that's why we are the top as far as black people. We want to go by that term,
Mhm.
melanated people. We are the top population wise high in numbers because of that practice that a lot of people don't even understand, that how we got those type of numbers. It wasn't just due to your genetics, it was because we practiced serious polygamy, and that was because of wars and stuff, other stuff too, but that was part of the reason, because we was getting attacked from all corners, just like they said they invaded Africa through all the coast, all over the coast.
Well,
So
I
that's
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Well,
No, go ahead.
I know my great grandfather, 14 kids, even
Oh,
before
wow.
them. You had large families because of illnesses. People are going to die. You still need to
Yeah.
work the land.
Yeah.
Yep, that too.
So
Yep.
you got to understand, you had to keep great numbers because of the attrition
Mm-hmm.
from wars to animal attacks to whatever it was that was going on in that region and time. You didn't have to. You needed kids on lockdown. You need replacements. Again, military mindset. You always have to train up the next one to replace the one that might die off. You get what I'm saying? So you always had to keep your troops replenished. So it was a matter, like he said, of survival. At the end of the
Yeah.
day, if you
Yeah. And
wanted your
then,
genetics strong, you needed to have a lot of kids because you were going to lose some of them.
yeah, and just like the diseases that we experiencing now, like, we ain't got to name them all, but just a few: HIV, we got, hepatitis, all these shots they talking about we got to take. All those diseases was created by a certain man. So what man came from? An invader, because we didn't have those diseases when we was ruling the planet. So a lot of this stuff that we practiced in Africa or just worldwide, we practiced that because, like you said, Ronan, for survival, more than just being a pleasure for women, or it was pleasure for men. Polygamy was done just to survive this plane we in, because we had a lot of enemies, because we are what they say God's chosen peoples, quote unquote. So we had to do what we got to do to keep it moving, and I think polygamy need to be at a real discussion from basis to base, instead of just saying which side it benefits is. Like, if it benefits the man or the woman, we really need to discuss like the real importance of polygamy outside of that, so people can have a thorough
Mhm.
understanding that it's more than just finance and economics that played a part of why we practice polygamy. It's a reason why a king at 16 years old got to have 100 wives. I mean, come on, it's hard to get a 16-year-old man to get a girl now. I mean, you got to go through hell just to get a girl at 16. So imagine what we had to do at 16 when you was a king on the throne with 100 wives. What was your responsibility? To make sure the race survive. And you was trained at a young age, like the Medinkas. I know y'all all seen Roots, right? The new one. How he trained the Medinkas from the bottom up, and said the first thing that you got to do is bear children in this tradition. I'm just paraphrasing what he said, but he said you got to bear children in this tradition to keep the race going, because he knew that as a king or as a leader, that he knew that he was going to have a lot of enemies coming to his land to try to conquer that land. And it was all based on, like you said, Ron, the military strategies, survival, all that, 9 yards. So I think we just need to have like an in-depth conversation about polygamy, and maybe a lot of women might change their mind and be like, you know what, that really makes sense. I might try it.
Well, the Bible says in Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1, it says, in the last days which will come, 8 women will go to one man, just like you were saying, and say,
No
listen,
excuse. You got your opportunity, brother.
we will pay for we will pay for everything. everything. As long as you take away our shame and give us your name. Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1. And we all know the shame of the ancient days was a woman being barren. So women will come, and we're noticing a large uptick in many parts of the world of polygamy, because women are starting to realize, A, there's not enough men. B, you know, if you can't beat them, join them. And so women are starting to realize, like, listen, the Bible says, if the Bible says that 8 women are going to come to one man, and this is going to take place, and it's going to be the commonplace once again, then so be it. And so I'm starting to see an uptick in the behavior, not behavior, but the acceptance of polygamous relationships.
I just saw a meme the other day, a lady breaking it down. There's 46% incarcerated. There's so many of them that are in the Rainbow Coalition. Then there's some that you just only want to lay down with. So ladies, you might as well move over. He's yours and mine. I was like, damn. She just broke down the numbers. There ain't enough of them to go around.
Yeah, women by nature need cover. Go ahead.
Oh, Jay, I was just gonna add that based on that scripture you saying, I think that was a scripture about the judgment they getting ready to get for the haughtiness they've been doing. So the stuff that they doing now, they gonna be stripped from that, and that's gonna be a judgment based on them. And it's gonna affect us because they're gonna be running to us. So I mean, I don't want to get into the the Bible religion, but I was just trying to add that to it's just a judgment.
I know we're talking about polygamy, but this brother put this in and had me laughing. He said, the dude you're talking about, Drake, this dude had 4 capable wives, and he was complaining about not enough yap when he came home.
Yes.
Yeah. Brother,
oh man, he had so many stories, man. He had so many stories about his wives, and 100% correct. He said, man, I used to come home and, man, I would swear that they were getting along and just loving and caring about each other more than they love me. He said, I would just go in and say, they treat me well, and they were caring. He said, but I spent most of the time in my office with my monkey than I did. He said, then I did talking to my 4 wives sometimes.
You didn't say no monkey now. You didn't say
I'm in the house with one woman.
A monkey.
The man said he came home one day, man. He said, I forgot I locked the monkey in my office, and I went out of town for the weekend. He said, let's put it like this. It was monkey damage.
Man.
Secretion all over my office, man. He said, man, it is not what you think it is, what people think when you own try to make a wild animal into a pet. But he said that, as far as polygamy was concerned, it wasn't bad. He said it wasn't bad at all. He said, but he did emphasize, just like my brother was saying, it's not what people think is, ooh, look at me, I got 2 or 3 sexy women, ooh, look at me. It's far more than that.
Yeah, my 2 cents on polygamy is that a couple of things is that polygamy, well, women need provision and protection. And so historically, people talk about the US and how women don't want to be in marriages or people want to be single. Historically, most people were single. The only people that got married was people with wealth or status. And those people were able to have multiple wives. Marriage, especially, in early Europe, you had to get permission. If you read about even early American history, these people had, about Pocahontas. The man that married Pocahontas, he had to write the king of, or the parliament in Europe to say, I want permission to marry this woman. So being married was a privilege, and a lot of times it was for privileged people. And so in those societies where most men didn't have any, was basically poor peasants, women needed those protection and provision. And so those women that were selected by, the elites, were married. Another thing that I've noticed by studying polygamy in Africa, and women, they don't want to be in the same house. They want their own house. And I've seen how the dynamic was when me being married and me doing things financially, maintaining my household in the United States and maintaining an apartment I had in Colombia. And I realized, like, damn, maintaining 2 households ain't easy. You gotta have bread. And so and women in that aspect, women benefit more from polygamy, because if I got 3 or 4 different wives, right? They all want the same thing. They want to be treated the same. They want the same car. They want the same house. So that means that I gotta have the resources to give them all the same. They don't have to fuck me every day. You know what I mean? For them, that's winning, right? You know, regardless how sexualized a woman is, you know what I mean? They get tired. You know what I mean? So they don't have to fuck you every day. They get all the love, they get all the lavish things, and sometimes them having a break from you is beneficial to them. They don't have to cook all the time. And so in my eyes, polygamy benefits women than it benefits men, because she gets all the luxury. She doesn't have to do things on a daily basis that one single wife has to do. And then my last point is that I tried doing a polygamous relationship with 2 women, right? And they became best friends, and I felt ostracized. They was keeping secrets from me, and I'm just like, I introduced y'all together. Like, your loyalty is supposed to be me, your loyalty is supposed to be me, but they ended up having a loyalty. So that made me realize that if I was going to do polygamy, I need a 3rd wheel or a 4th wheel, because if two chicks buddy up, I need somebody to
just be the 3 of them now.
Yeah, it'll be 3.
Yeah, exactly. I think also with that, I mean, that's how I live my life. I don't marry just because of outside people and what they conceive as marriage. So that entangles it. So the culture has to appreciate that. And then also some cultures are still a little bit dodgy. But what I would say is, one of the things I also hear about, and of course, let me say that to that point about the, womanhood. Look, guys, that's what women have. And then you could just respect that. It's very special. Women like it and they appreciate it, and it means a lot to them. And I think that actually adds more value to their life, because in most relationships, they won't be able to build that serious bond with womanhood like that. Sisterhood is very important. Just like brotherhood is. It creates our nations. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, that's why we have the borders we have, because of brotherhoods. Now, going back to it, the protection and provision. This is the big fundamental thing. Guys, listen. Now, if certain men want to create their lifestyle in certain ways, then completely fine. But this is your obligation from the 2. Women, reproduction. Men, protection. Provision, both people. You guys continue to keep a construct where that's why women act like princesses, because most guys take that and say, my job is provision. Let me explain. Most of the world that you find yourself in, everywhere you go, Thailand, Philippines, women are working because people are surviving, right? Feminism has told most people, hey man, women couldn't work. That's hogwash. If that would be the case, the families would be out on their own, right? The mother took the foods from the actual farm and took them to the marketplace. The father stayed on the farm and tilled the land, right? So much so, if you go to Africa, women got babies on their backs. They didn't stay in home like a princess. They had babies on their backs, waters on their head, trying to survive and curate provision. All the way back to the hunter-gatherers. It's called hunter-gatherers. Men went to go fight and go find the actual meat. Women gathered vegetables and fruits. Both are provisions for the body. You get me? So even some of you guys, when you're coming into the market, you're out of whack. You're like, man, I'm gonna do protection and provision. And then she is just reproduction. No. Reproduction, your protection. Both of you guys come together and acquire provision for the family. And this is where, when Cross Borders and Fearless and all them say they're adding value to their woman and not letting her just sit up on some high horse, it's because the provision is necessary, whether it's managing the wealth, being able to understand the title and the trust. It is managing the provision, right? And both parties come together and do that. So you have to just deconstruct yourself from saying, I'm in charge of all this. No, you're not. Now, protection, yes, all right? Now, if you get caught slacking, right, and your shorty got to grab the burden, and it is what it is. But you get me? That's really your paradigm, and hers is reproduction. And then provision is split by both of you guys. And I think if you take that mentality, you understand what Fearless and Crossing Borders are saying when they're adding its value. Because you get men who say, man, I don't want to show my wife the money and where is it at. Then if that happens, she'll have power. And you're like, I don't know what you got going on over there, right? You probably need to find a new partner and need to fix stuff with yourself. But with two couples coming together, that's the biggest investment you're making in your life. And so it's both of you guys fighting for provision.
Yeah, I agree with you, Oscars, and no excuse too. But polygamy is also, to add on what y'all saying, is also community too. So it also helps, keep intact the community, like the kids. If anybody lacking resources, like let's just say you got 8 wives and you got 10 brothers that don't have the economics to take care of a polygamous relationship. Those 8 wives all have different talents. Like one might be a teacher, one might be a farmer, or such and such, or one might even have their own business. Now they could all teach the community on how to get to that stage, and those brothers could learn from the women. And then when those brothers get to the knowledge of where they at, they can have their own polygamous relationship. You see what I'm saying? So this go back to my point about women got to also have a mindset of their own, also not an independent mindset, but also a mindset where you can also, okay, if I put you in this space alone, can you run this thing by yourself or with other assistance when it's needed be? You see what I'm saying? So she can also teach the community how to survive, even when the king is not around. When the king take over in his leadership, he can also be like, you know what? That my whole community benefited off the wives that I had because they were dedicated to the community and to the race. And it was always about, having the success of the race and the community and of everything else around them. And more than they self. They love the community more than they self. They're not even selfish about it. So that's the thing when you gotta think of polygamy. You also gotta find women that's really dedicated to the cause. Because some women just want to get in polygamy because they want the benefits and they don't really care about nothing else. They just there for themselves. You see what I'm saying? So when they dedicated to the cause, just like if you run a business, you dedicate to your business, you dedicate to your future. That's the type of women you want in your polygamous relationships. So y'all, that way y'all can get to the future together, old or young, no matter what it is, whatever your goals is. As long as you reach that goal between y'all two or what y'all discuss, man, it's off the charts. And that's what we need in this community. You know what I'm saying? In our so-called, black community, we need that type of mentality and that type of dedication so we can get over the hump. You know what I'm saying? Because we got a lot of individual mentalities and a lot of selfish mentalities, and that's why we can't come together, and polygamy will help with that.
Well, that's because we were colonized. If you notice, the only race of men that don't practice or believe in polygamy is, white men.
Yep.
And they spread that ideology, to people they colonize,
Unless they Mormons.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah, I think no excuse. I think. Well, let me say this last point. No excuse. When you say they don't practice polygamy, is because they have a genetic deficiency when it comes to us. So even if they did practice polygamy, they wouldn't even succeed because the genetics is deficient. So polygamy works with us because a man can produce all day long, but they can't do that. They need certain nutrition and all that. Like the Chinaman, he needs certain nutrition to reproduce like how we can, and he still won't even get to our level, even if he do get his nutrition. So we have a very good genetic dominance over all these races, and that's why one of the reasons why they all hate us. To be honest with you.
Here you go. I found the video. Hold on one second.
Well, before you start the.
Go ahead.
I was about to say before you start the video, I'm about to do my exodus.
Yeah,
because I haven't eaten all day.
If you hold on for about 30 seconds, we all gonna leave.
We all leaving at 12:30. That was it.
Yeah.
Let me just play this one video. We out.
And then we'll say our goodbyes.
I'm here hunting on the motherfucking rainbow man. I want me a masculine mandingo warrior. And if he already with you, I don't get no fuck. Slide the fuck over. Tag me in, bitch. Because for every 100 black women, 6.66 men that are heterosexual, that ain't incarcerated, ain't a part of the rainbow community, got to worry about if you wearing your fucking fishnet. Y'all gonna stop playing with these black men like they ain't relevant right now. Black men very motherfucking relevant. and all on social media. Everybody, a nigga can put on a motherfucking wig and get more clout than a masculine, hardworking, activist black man. I'm sick of it. And then these hoes, they support it. The internet algorithm supports people who want to be hoes, mentally unstable, because they make a joke out of us saying we got mental health awareness. That shit ain't fucking cute on the internet. They let that shit ride through the motherfucking internet while people posting their kids and shit to make a mockery out of us. They let a nigga in a motherfucking lace front wig get that bag on the internet to make a mockery of us. 48% of our black men are gay. 36% of our black men are incarcerated. So everybody say on my pages, oh, we're not at that time yet to share the man. Since when? We've been sharing these niggas since the beginning of the genocide. We might as well hold hands and kumbaya around this bitch. I ain't finna be one of y'all bitches around here hunching on the motherfucking rainbow man. I want me a masculine mandingo warrior. And if he already with you, I don't get no fuck. Slide the fuck over.
She don't have to worry about me adding her to my.
I'm just saying the language is one thing, but the point is the message is the thing. The language is a whole nother thing.
That's the kind of woman that's gonna corrupt my other good women that I would have. She ain't got to worry.
I'm sorry, Rona, man. I think she lied. She ain't really. She don't want no Mandinka warrior, man. Nah. ain't no Mandinka warrior gonna deal with that attitude. I'm just gonna keep it above. It ain't happening.
Guys,
all right, brother. It's 12:30. We have. Yeah.
I want to thank the panel, man. This has been a great discussion. Andre from Love Crossing Borders, please. He has 3 books out. We put them in the chat. Please come see him. I love the debate. Thanks, Obstacles, for coming in. BMT, everyone who joined. Great debate with no excuses. I hope that everyone learned something from this. I know we went long, but there's a lot of information that was in here. So please watch again on the replay. Make sure you like and subscribe. Is there anything else, anyone else that has to say that we haven't said in these 5.5 hours?
I think enough's been said.
Enough. Appreciate you for coming up, Andre.
Yeah, salute to all y'all brothers, man. Yeah. And no excuses, man. I hope you make the right choices, man. And good luck to you, brethren.
For sure.
Everyone have a good evening. Thanks again for joining. I hope you got a lot of information out of here. You had some gems that were dropped. Until next time, please subscribe, go to the channels, like, and comment. We out.
All right.